Hello everyone and welcome to the 45th FIDE World Chess Olympiad. It's day number 2. I'm Women Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich and I'm here together with two Grandmasters, Peter Svidler and Cristian Chirila. Welcome guys, it's another day of the Great Chess Festival.
Absolutely, and I have to say day one was very exciting. The atmosphere around the playing hall is great and the games are intriguing as well, despite the discrepancy in the rating of the players in day one. And specifically that game of Levon Aronian, he was completely lost, but somehow he managed to turn it around. Peter, what did you see in day one?
I really enjoyed day one. As you mentioned, normally you see a bit of a mismatched pairings in day one with much stronger players playing against a much lower rated opposition, and there generally aren't very many surprises. But yesterday was a fantastic day. The game you mentioned was, of course, very, very striking, with Levon being completely busted straight out of the opening and then somehow clutching out a victory for his team. But the match I enjoyed the most, I think, was the match between Trinidad and Tobago and Uzbekistan, which ended in a convincing on-paper victory for Uzbekistan, but it could have been just so much worse for the winners of the 2022 Chess Olympiad. And in particular, the game on board 2, where Noribek Yakuboyev, who is a very promising young player, was completely outplayed by somebody who is 500 rating points below him in the list. That game is very much worth checking out. And on that evidence, today should be a fantastic day. We already have some Grandmaster matchups on top boards. Should be a really, really exciting day of chess.
Let's take a look at the results from
Previous day, yes. And as we mentioned, the top players managed to, they had a really good sailing yesterday, smooth one, and won some matches 4-0. Let's see, Hungary managed to win with perfect score, same for India and China. But and Netherlands, but we can see also that United States lost half a point. Wesley So made a draw on the first board. Same happened in the match of Uzbekistan, which you just mentioned, Peter. We also know that in the match between Azerbaijan and Jordan, Mamedyarov Shahriar also was in trouble and almost lost his game and escaped with a draw. So I mean, this was the round when lower-rated opponents had chances to bite, you know, to get some points from top players, and that's why we like Olympiad so much.
By the way, in that game between Trinidad and Tobago versus Uzbekistan and the draw, in that one, they accepted a draw. They made the repetition in a position in which the player, the less favorite player in that game was +6.
He was still very much winning, but
completely winning.
Yeah,
yes.
They got down to about a minute, and it's difficult. It was no longer a straightforward win, and you can't blame him too much for taking a draw in what I suspect was his first ever game against a Grandmaster.
Most likely.
And the game he completely bossed. He was just in charge of it from move 7 or thereabouts. I was extremely impressed with how he approached that game.
We're seeing some superstars right
Yes.
now making their way finally in day 2. You see Fabiano Caruana there. He's playing a very strong player as well, and perhaps we can check the pairings for round 2.
Yes,
also,
if we have time, let's have a look, because today we have US team playing against, if I'm not mistaken, Singapore, right? And then Hungary will play against Peru, Iceland will play against India, China against Chile, Egypt against Uzbekistan, Netherlands against Belgium, and we are going to discuss it, of course, in details. We also see the boards number from 7 to 12. Canada will play against Norway, Germany against Philippines, and Mexico against England, and so on. Of course, we checked a little bit the pairings before. Magnus Carlsen is not playing today, unfortunately, but we have Liren today representing China.
Fabi on your screen.
Fabi, yes. Wesley is resting today after yesterday's draw. Time to rest a little bit, get some energy.
This is already a test for Fabiano.
Absolutely.
This is not an easy matchup.
I know, I know.
Player Ting Jiangjiao with black pieces,
well.
he's very, very strong.
I think he beat some very strong players in World Cups.
Yes.
You're absolutely right, Peter. Yes, and he is actually five-time champion of his country, and he's young and a very promising player. And in the World Cup, yes, he made some sensation. If I'm not mistaken, of course, we cannot remember everything, but he beat some impressive players.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, he beat Shah
exactly,
in 2023 in the World Cup in Baku.
And I know this is a player that splits his time between chess and academics as well. I believe he just finished university, so definitely getting that spur of the moment. You just finished your academic, you can focus on your chess, and perhaps we're going to see a rating jump as well in that player's performance. Take a look at this one. Hungary on board 2, reach report against Giri.
Yeah, very, very serious encounter in front of us. I mean, these both grandmasters are very well-known, established grandmasters, and we're expecting a big fight today, at least on the board number 1. I'm not very familiar with names of other players, but Peru always has like an interesting team, and of course the captain of the team. I'm sorry, I don't remember now, but we're going to check. Yes,
they're international masters, all of them except Giri. Giri is
grandmaster.
The one
Giri is just a very strong grandmaster. Played a bunch of World Cups. Just a very well established. I think at his height, maybe even a 2650 player, maybe slightly above that.
More than that, close to 2700.
Yeah, and this is not going to be an easy one. And we showed the pairings for today very briefly, but already you see very recognizable teams playing against each other. There's, Philippines playing a stronger team in the top 7, and we should have some very close matches today.
Absolutely, and now you see Aronian, who survived a big scare yesterday.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that gives you more energy, or that saps a little bit in your energy because you were
being specifically Levon? I think he kind of enjoyed it. Now that it ended well.
Yes.
He is extremely capable of sort of laughing at himself, and he will have enjoyed just the absurdity of it all, because he really played the opening of that game like he hasn't since he was 10. It did not look right.
What he said yesterday, like, I started to play the level of my opponent, probably. It's like,
that's a bit insulting, though.
But it happens sometimes. Like, you're trying to play normal chess, but somehow you remember that your opponent is not so strong, perhaps, and you drop your level. It happens.
You
sometimes.
made a very good point, Peter, I think, yesterday when you were talking about these mismatches. They actually don't know how to play against these players, because they don't generally play against this type of players.
Yeah.
Right now, this is a big challenge for most favorites.
And also, sorry, I feel like something we discussed maybe even at some length yesterday, if Levon actually thinks this is what happened to him, it's a bit of an indictment of his approach yesterday, to be honest, because you don't start with that mindset. If your opponent starts playing poorly, then you think, okay, I'm maybe not being very tested. But starting to play like your opponent when your opponent has done nothing wrong is a bit early, and he really should have been punished for it yesterday if that was his approach.
Would have played more against me, to get some experience. Next time I will challenge him when
we
we're in St. Louis.
You're very dangerous.
I'll tell him, let's play some games. Just you need some experience playing against some bit weaker opponents.
I think you're selling yourself short there.
You're dangerous.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, we have many interesting games, and we hope today will start on time. It's very normal for Olympiad, some kind of delays, because imagine how many boards we have, more than 800 boards. Actually, people keep coming. This is what we learn during such events. It happens that some delays, traveling, and we heard that few more teams have arrived today. So yesterday we had fewer matches. Today we have 81 matches in open section and 63 in women. Yes. 83 in women.
I think it's 91 in the open and 83 in the women's.
Sorry, guys.
Which is
It's
shockingly, there are more teams playing today than there were yesterday. Normally people drop out, but in this event, you actually get an influx by round 2. People, I assume, have visa problems. People have some traveling mishaps, and
sometimes it happens.
Yeah, there are actually more teams playing today. We're almost up to the full announced number. We were hoping to get 197 teams in the open.
By the way, this is the shot that I really love about the Olympiad, and it only happens in the Olympiad. You see so many players in the same place. And despite that, you still have a lot of room to walk around, which is extremely important, because as a player, you don't want to feel uncomfortable in the heat of the battle. And they're not. I walked throughout the playing hall yesterday, and there was enough space for everybody.
Yeah, I had the same feeling, yes. Also, you can see captains sitting next to their teams, and many of them, they're reading books, because you cannot stay alert all 5 hours. You will just get crazy watching the games.
Speaking of that, I saw Jan Gustafsson reading his book. I think he was just starting his book because he was still on page 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Maybe he was just faking reading it.
Maybe. Jan Smits actually was reading Murakami. I was checking what he was reading.
Okay.
Which of the Murakamis now? There's at least 2.
That's a good point, Peter. I didn't go so deeply, I was just passing by.
That's
and I thought,
Norwegian forest, right?
That's one. And
one.
there's
That's a
another
famous
one
one,
who is
yes.
a lot more hardcore, actually.
Yes.
Ryu Murakami is supposedly the more Japanese of the Murakami.
We'll find out. I think it's a handshake, and probably the games are about to start or starting.
We're about to get a kickoff. There are some ceremonial moves being made, but
We don't
currently not on our screen.
Yes, if it's happening or not.
Well, the games have started. I don't know if the ceremonial move has
Perhaps
been made,
normal
but the
move
games have
is
started.
on the board.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're still looking for ceremonial moves.
That was a player that you are very much aware of, Peter. You've done a lot of commentary with
Tanya.
Tanya.
Mm.
Tell us a bit about how you expect. How do you see her? Because she's not playing a lot, but whenever she comes to the Olympiad, she performs admirably.
Yeah, I think, and this is what I tell myself all these years now that I began not switching exactly, but I began taking commentary seriously about 10 years ago, maybe slightly more than 10 years ago. And the story I tell myself to justify it, less so now, but definitely, let's say 2013, 2014, was this is a way to keep in touch with the game. This is a way to keep my brain working, to still sort of work on chess when not actually doing any formally recognized work on chess. And I think Tanya, by doing commentary, she actually keeps in touch, keeps in shape, and it's really not a huge surprise to me that he plays well when she has to play for her country.
When somebody asks you, what do you do for a living? What do you say? You're a chess player, chess commentator, chess professional?
I'm a chess adjacent professional.
Chess professional, right?
Yeah. These days, I think I'm honestly more of a commentator than a player.
But still, let's not forget that Peter is 5-time Olympic champion. Yes, just in case. Let's remember that, and probably
very dated information.
Yeah, having played in 10 Olympiads and won 5 of them, probably Olympiad has special place in your heart, Peter. Like, how would you describe this event for you? What does it mean for you?
Well, there's recency bias and informs all of your opinions, and for me, sadly, at this point, the memories I have of Olympiads are of the team I was playing for not winning for many, many years when we were on paper, I think, favorites in, I think, pretty much every single one, at least I played in. These days, obviously Russia's not playing in this one, but these days America would be favorite even if they did play. But in the years I played, we always began as number 1 on paper. And with every passing Olympiad we didn't win, it became more and more painful. So by this point, this is my memories. Yeah,
but so it was like divided for 2 periods,
Yeah.
right? You won 5 and then you played 5 without winning. So unfortunately, this last 5.
But the ones that are closer to today, they are fresher in my mind somehow. And but obviously, it's a tremendous honor to play for your country. I'm pretty sure everybody playing in this event feels very special. You only get to do this every 2 years, and you have to go through the selection process. You actually have to get into the team, and it fills you with. There's a lot of responsibility, a lot of pride as well, and it's a very special event.
Should we get to the games, guys? Maybe we can start with the host.
Sure.
Hungary versus Peru, and Richard Report versus Jorge Cori, because that's quite an intriguing opening sequence.
Yes. Yeah, it's interesting how they are treating these days, because this of course existed forever.
Yes.
This is a line that people played.
Even
I'm pretty sure in the 70s and earlier. I was taught to play Queen takes d4 by a player who did it successfully in the late 70s, early 80s. And the point always was to meet knight c6 with bishop b5, and then you took on c6 after bishop d7, and then you played knight c3, and your plan was pretty much always to play bishop g5 and to castle long. And then you pretended you had something in the center or on the king side. I lost a game like this to Kasparov in one of the Linares tournaments in the late 90s. That was not a fun experience. But these days, and I expect what we will see today if knight 6 is played, which is not a given, by the way. People have been playing a6 and knight f6, I think, is a serious move in this position these days as well. But my point is, if knight 6 does happen, as often as not, people just play something like queen e3 here and say, we are now playing what is basically, I think, an English opening with colors reversed, a tempo up for white. There are lines like this which are currently quite popular if you reverse the colors. And white just wants to play something like h3, the bishop gets developed to e2, or in some cases to c4, depending on what black does. You always castle kingside, you no longer even dream of castling queenside. And you play a positional type of game where I think, I don't know, 50 years ago you would get sort of the usual adage about this is like you would get kicked out of your pioneer's house.
Disqualified. Yes, disqualified for playing like that.
You just immediately get kicked out of your coaching group for this. But yeah, times have changed.
I played this opening because, let's say, I didn't want to study theory too much, and it felt really promising that you just take with queen, you take, it was so clear, yes, you take on c6, you make this long castle, and exactly what you said, Peter, you know your moves for next, you know, next 10 moves.
Exactly.
And yeah, it's interesting approach now that people
I
on the high level.
Being disqualified by your trainer was a very limited mentality that is kind of shifting towards a more open, let's say, mentality nowadays, because everything works. With the help of the engine, everything works, and with the black pieces, everything equalizes. So you're not really expecting to get an objective advantage out of the opening with the white pieces. You're hoping to get a practical advantage by just simply knowing what to do better.
Yeah, you made a very good point there, because I think engines have influenced this a great deal, because from both sides, as you correctly pointed out, not only are you not really expecting to be much better out of the opening with white, you also have looked at many things with black. You realize that, and it kind of frees you.
Yeah.
If you just go in with the full understanding that margins are exceedingly small, it also frees you up to try new things with white, because you no longer feel like you're obliged to play the, quote-unquote principled central lines, which don't give you anything anyway, so why bother?
And of course with black as well, by the way.
Okay, but still, let's not play with knight only. 5 moves with knight, maybe it's a bit exaggeration,
yes. Yeah, referring to what Levon did yesterday.
Maybe it was a little bit too much.
Since we spent some time on this game, should we look at the head-to-head between the two players?
Sure.
Before we move on to the next one. And as you can see, they met only once, it seems. One win for Ricci Report, but again, Jorge Cori, such a dangerous opponent. In fact, I believe at the 2018 Olympiad, the 43rd Olympiad, he was the highest performing player in the Olympic, with a rating performance of 29.25, 7.5 out of 8. Won the gold medal. He's a gold medalist on board 3. So definitely, it just goes to show how dangerous, how strong this player is.
And just we will be showing you this type of a graphic quite a lot in the forthcoming days. And I just want to point out, these are just classical games, just the games relevant to what we're watching. But these are very nice graphics being produced by our team with help of FIDE and their data servers.
It's important also to mention that we have medals for the team competition, but also individual medals. Yes, what you mentioned now, Cristian, that Cori won the golden medal. Everybody is fighting also for their individual results. Board medals. Yes, everybody can have a chance to get one, and it's also very prestigious award.
It's huge.
Absolutely.
It's huge. A lot of people get actually pensions for winning that from their home country, from their governments.
I don't know, how is it in US? How much money you'll get if you
Probably not a lot in the US, but I know some European countries that in fact offer lifetime pensions.
Even
for
lifetime.
Olympic gold medalists or like any medalists, to be honest.
It also depends if chess is recognized as Olympic sport or not. I know that, for example, in Hungary since 1999, chess is recognized as Olympic sport. So for sure, it's a huge thing if you win a medal in Olympiad, even though it's not included in Olympic Games, but we have like our special Olympiad, which is like really prestigious event. As you can see, it's such a huge number of teams participating.
And
players.
it can also create interesting little sub-tensions inside the team, right? Because there are some,
yes.
there are some
Let's
stories.
speak about it a little bit.
Maybe not right now, but I'm sure all of us have stories
We've
about
heard
people,
about it, yes,
about
of course.
people, trying to make sure they secure their medal on the board.
I don't want to play the last round.
Yes, I don't want to play black
against this very dangerous opponent.
Yes.
Just let me get my medal. Let me get my pension.
So what is more important? Yes, to put your team goals ahead or your individual goals ahead. It's always also an issue in each team, and the way they solve it, it's also the part of success. Team spirit, everything. Yes.
As a captain in general,
Yes.
at my university, I usually prioritize team at all times.
Mm-hmm.
And I told my players all the time, you have to prioritize team at all time. Let's move on to the Uzbekistan.
Yeah, this is Uzbekistan playing
versus
against
Egypt. Yes, I have some inside information about this match. To tell you the truth, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, because yes, what happened is like when I was checking this match, I was like, what's happening? Where is Adli Ahmed? Where is Amin Bassem? Because we all know these names, right? It's 2,700 players, very established grandmasters. Like, what happened? So I sent a message to Ahmed, asking him, "Where are you, man? Like, what happened? I'm used to see you at the Olympiads." Like, so he told me that now he became a chess politician. Now he will be the delegate from his country, and he's coming to the FIDE Congress, not to the Olympiad. He's not a player anymore. I mean, I'm shocked completely. Hopefully he will come back one day, but for the moment he's more focused on chess politics, and maybe bright future of Egyptian chess is ahead because of that. But Amin is coming. He told me that in a few days Amin will be here. Just he's still not here right now.
Here to play.
Yes, yes, he'll play. Yes, he'll play. Yes,
that's huge.
He's going to be playing, participating in the Olympiad. Just he hasn't arrived yet. That's what we discussed before. That some players are still having some issues or some problems to arrive, but he will come.
No, I mean,
some inside information.
He's such a strong player, African champion so many times. And
exactly.
Definitely will be a big hit for his team.
Yeah. On the other hand, when your top players decide to pursue other interests in life, it obviously frees up spaces on the bench for younger players. And I think their national championship has been this year won by, I don't want to lie, but I think a 12 or a 13-year-old kid.
I believe you're right, actually.
Yeah. Who
started
the legend goes it was maybe his first rated tournament. And yes, I mean, and Adli were not playing, but there were a number of, let's say, 2350 players playing in the tournament, and he outscored all of them. So we're guessing a very prodigious talent who started playing chess in COVID years, not a lot of exposure to tournament chess. And yeah, I'd be interested to see how that story progresses. We should probably make a note of his name, and if he's on the team, we should be watching his games with interest.
I will make a research a little bit later, and we'll
Speaking
find out.
of prodigies, I just read somewhere on Twitter that some 9-year-old beat 3 grandmasters in a tournament recently. I don't know his name right now, but I will definitely learn it soon.
We need to.
I will learn it
to have these things.
Beating grandmasters, 3 of them in a row at 9. I mean, this is unprecedented, I think. Yeah, and it's a bit sad for us.
For us grandmasters. Yeah.
I found who now the champion.
Okay.
Samih Mohammed.
He's not playing today. Then.
Yes. You are absolutely right. That he's perhaps the youngest national chess champion in the world history. Yes. So yeah. Wow, maybe he's a student of Adli Ahmed Academy, because I know that they also have chess academies in Egypt right now and trying to teach a new generation of players, which is great. We see now American player Linier Dominguez and Aronian was passing by right now.
Levon, I'm guessing it's cold-ish in the playing hall because we saw Levon in the dark polo, and now he put on the official jersey, which suggests. I mean, it's better when it's cool than when it's stifling hot. So
yesterday was a bit warm
when
I was walking by. So I hope that they got some good AC.
Sometimes it's at the beginning it's a bit colder because for the whole night. Maybe C is working. You see,
Yeah.
some players they wear T-shirts.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it depends,
Aha,
maybe,
and,
which part of the playing hall you're sitting. Sometimes
and Levon is actually, now that we have Levon on screen and his board on screen as well, Levon has done something very interesting in the opening, so maybe we could actually talk about chess for a second there. This is a Taimanov Sicilian. He's playing against a player from Singapore who is rated 2397, so obviously a very, very good player. And so we look at the Sicilian. They began by playing the classical Taimanov with knight c6, queen c7. Levon played bishop e3, which is probably the most ambitious way to meet this. After a6, these days I think the move queen f3 is slightly more popular than queen d2. But Levon clearly expected this to happen, because after queen d2, knight f6, long castles, and bishop e7, he very quickly played the move g2, g4, which, I mean, these days you cannot say this didn't exist. I'm pretty sure this has been played at least once somewhere. Most things have been tried at least once, but it's a very striking approach to this position. Normally, this is getting prepared by the move f3, which gives black time to launch some kind of a counterplay on the queen side with b7, b5, and you get, you know, your typical very sharp Sicilian positions. You can play g4 here. You can maybe include king b1 somewhere. Levon instead just gives this pawn up.
Yeah, I'm very curious about this move. What if you just take, yes, and bishop
and,
f4?
Yeah, and this is the position on the board. And what we've done by giving up this pawn with white is we have opened the g file for the rook, and also we are creating a bit of an inconvenience with this queen on c7. And I'm guessing, once again, this is the first time I see this position. My opinions are based on 20 seconds of very brief thought, but I have a feeling the idea is to play knight f5 here.
Oh, yes.
Otherwise, I don't really see why we've done what we've done. If the knight has to go away, obviously we're not allowing black to trade everything on the d4 square. We are currently a pawn down. We're not allowing endgames. And if the knight needs to go away, first of all, the pawn on f2 is now being pressured, and also just moving back doesn't make any sense.
Let's go through that line. So knight f5, let's say I accept your sacrifice, I take on f5, you go knight d5. Now I I continue taking.
Yeah. Honestly, I have not really worked out why this is a fight, because, I mean, the obvious conclusion has to be that we do something like this, and then
maybe the knight just comes out via b6, right?
Maybe, but we have lost so many pawns. Whoops, not
many
this,
pawns.
not this move.
Also on f4, yes.
Yeah, but some position like this, I mean, I can imagine this being good for white, but I can also very easily imagine this being horrible for white.
For example, bishop c7, knight b6.
How
do you defend? Maybe you have bishop d8
this
still,
but this I missed.
Perhaps you have bishop
d8 is a strong
very
move,
strong move, because now was a question how to protect this bishop, but bishop d8 helps solve this problem.
And the point is, if black doesn't lose something in the center and gets to play, I don't know, f5 and h5, support this knight on g4, we currently have 3 for the exchange.
Which is
and
great compensation.
It's more than enough.
Yes.
That's a lot.
You don't even call it compensation. We're kind of winning if we don't lose material immediately. Maybe you can do something like takes, rook g1 followed by h3, and maybe the pawn on g7 falls.
And that's the thing. These are not easy positions to actually assess from afar if you don't actually know what you're doing. And that's what Levon is banking on.
Absolutely.
Right?
Probably Levon knows what is he doing
Oh,
today.
for sure.
Yeah, Levon so far has gained 4 minutes on his clock. He's clearly very much in his prep. For his opponent, all of this is probably fresh things to assess. And it's not very much fun, because clearly the cost of a move is extremely high here. You no longer can coast on just common sense. You need to start calculating and calculating precisely.
But kudos to his opponent that he decided to go for the main line. He took the challenge and he took on g4. I don't know if he had any alternative at this moment.
Well, you can ignore it, but then like,
can you? I don't know.
If white saves a full tempo on not playing f2, f3, it's obviously a huge big deal. You can maybe try doing something like this, but it might not end well for you. Like, that would be my other choice, because I don't think we can actually afford to move the knight away from f6.
Once again, now knight d5 ideas.
Yeah, like knight d5, knight d5, all of these things could just be borderline winning for white. Knight d5 does look actually very, very strong, because if you take with the knight, this looks like a crushing advantage for white. We haven't even sacrificed anything, and we're making so much progress. And I think it applies even more to this position, where honestly, it kind of looks lost for black with this king on e8 and nothing else developed, and the g file open if you end up castling kingside. This looks horrible. So yeah, the options for ignoring g4 were maybe not very numerous. Maybe I can make an argument for h6.
But still,
maybe.
if you try to castle short after the move h6, like it's always a problem,
this is
right?
This is a very good point. Yeah, because now you pretty much committed to keeping the king in the center.
Yes.
You're never castling into the immediate opening of the files on the king's side.
What I want to say about this team from Singapore, they have actually quite young players. And I just noticed that the average age of the team is pretty young. Only I think the last board, the player is from 81. Yes.
Yeah, Kevin is he's been
player, yes.
He basically returned to chess after I think many years of working in the city, and at some point decided to set himself a goal of becoming a grandmaster, and became a grandmaster somewhat recently. So kind of an inspirational story of somebody who was obviously a professional in a completely different field, and then decided that he wants to return to the game he loved as a kid, I assume, and decided to take it seriously and got to the grandmaster title.
How many years he needed to do so?
I'm not entirely sure. I followed his journey a little bit on Facebook and Twitter, but no real details. He is currently the CEO of the Singaporean Chess Federation, and is also one of, or maybe the organizer of the World Championship match they're holding in December. So a very kind of an interesting portfolio of things to
Wow, that's such a great story behind the scenes.
I wonder how many Chess Federation presidents do you know who actually play for the national team, and deservedly so? Like, we're not talking about any kind of nepotism or anything. He is a grandmaster.
Yeah,
that's probably not very many. Yeah?
I know that, for example,
maybe not.
Albanian team. If Erel Dervish is still playing for the team this year, but he was the president of federation, and he was still playing for the team. I know that in the previous Olympiads he did so. I don't know about this year. Maybe he's also registered. I don't know if he's going to participate at the same time because he's also a delegate. But also we remember example of Dana Reznica, who was a minister at this time, and she was still playing for the team. I mean, we have also quite interesting examples, and even beat Hu Yifan in Baku Olympiad, if you remember that. Yes.
Just to give you some background about that position, Levon versus Zheng Yong. It has only been played twice, and the most recent one is a big game between Yu Yangyi and Arjun Erigaisi from the Shenzhen Chess Masters. I believe that was in March, and it continued with knight g5. The question is, dilemma for you right now. If you go knight c5, then the knight on g4 remains there forever.
Yeah, it's not great. Yeah,
it's pretty much out of the game. So you might have some problems with that. Knight g5. Then I can go knight c6. Forces you most likely to take with a b pawn, rook to g1. And now this is a big question. How do you defend that g7 pawn? And the move that Arjun played was g5. Not an easy move to make.
No.
Definitely not an easy decision in this one. You're weakening all the dark squares. The game continued. Rook takes g5 with a complete mess in this one. Which really definitely Levon, has analyzed
this game
deeply at home. So some pitfalls remaining for the player with the black pieces.
The question is, like, I was wondering why not g6, but maybe it's as simple, although
it just looks ugly, yes, a little bit.
It does look ugly, but if you give me time to play maybe f6 and d6, I think I played enough Sicilians with black to sometimes be ready to play ugly-looking structures for, I do have a reasonably solid kind of valuable extra pawn in the center, and I don't see an immediate refutation. Once again, as is often the case, the big question for white is, I can find work for most of my pieces here with white, apart from this knight on c3. And because I can't imagine how to, get this knight to do anything without it, you can play something like maybe bishop g3 with the idea of pushing f4.
But knight f3 is also, like, the moment you play f4 is
I will probably have to include bishop b2. And this gives black quite a lot of time to prepare for it. Like, if we even do something, I'm pretty sure these are not the best moves, but just for illustration's sake, something like this, it's probably not fun, but I wouldn't say it's unplayable, because I do maybe want to play e6, e5 at some point and start kind of putting proper blocks in front of white.
It's a real wall.
And it would be called a Singaporean wall if you play it like this.
We're still kind of solid here. We have this
knight g5 is on.
Knight g5 played. seemingly
Yes.
by the Singaporean
I
player.
wonder if he
No,
checked
this one
this
is going to be
game.
fun. This
Yeah,
one is,
yeah.
is going to be a fun game.
We're
for sure.
definitely watching this one. It seems to be maybe the most exciting game so far in
How's
this match.
one of the superstars doing, Fabiano, who decides to
Yeah.
enter the fray and challenge himself in round 2.
Fabio is playing against definitely the strongest Singaporean player, as is expected, being a board 1 clash, and this is a Gioco Piano, which move orders here can be discussed for hours and hours. We probably shouldn't.
No.
So yeah,
Please no.
Please, take it away.
I'm not doing that. Not doing that. One thing I will say is, in particular in the St. Louis tournaments recently, there was a lot of discussion connected with the idea of putting the bishop on g5 if black doesn't prevent it with the move h7, h6. There were a great number of games played in that line. Ding played a few, Wesley Saw played a few, which should have gone even worse for him than they did go. But this is a quieter approach. Fabi says, no, I don't need to get involved with that, and goes for what is sort of the classical way of doing things these days. And in this position, I think queen c2 remains the most popular move in terms of statistics, in terms of the number of times played, but bishop b2 is also absolutely a possibility here. It maybe is slightly less flexible, because if you do play queen c2, what you're trying to do here is you make a move which you find useful in almost any scenario. The knight sometimes goes to b3, in particular if black plays d6, d5, and there's a square on c5 to aim at. Often it goes to f1 if black doesn't, and the bishop can go both to b2 and to e3. So the move queen c2 is a kind of an attempt to hedge your bets completely and not really declare your intentions for any of your light pieces. Bishop b2 does commit to a square for your light piece, and d5 is a very logical reply there by Tinjanyao, and
b5.
b5 played by Fabi. I assume this might still be theory as well,
Oh, for sure.
but this is now very concrete, because with white kicking the knight on c6 away, you could maybe even start in some positions considering taking e4 takes d5 and trying to play against the pawn on e5. For instance, after knight e7, I don't know if it's any good, but you could consider something like this. Probably isn't very good though, because queen f5 is a good reply. We have, black hits
Queen
the
g3 maybe also.
Yeah, queen g3 as well is a curious alternative, trying to really
It's an
attack the
idea,
pawn on f2.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we have queen f3, but maybe black is just
Yes,
not very
yes.
unhappy with this endgame. I think this is probably a tolerable endgame for black. But obviously, white is by no means committed to this. And something they do in these positions quite a bit, and maybe something that is being prepared by bishop b2, is white just goes c3, c4. And it looks a bit weird to create this potential square for the black pieces on d4. But this is why we push b5. The one piece we absolutely do not want to see there is this knight. And we drove it away from c6.
Yeah.
It's now further away from the d4 square. And bishop d4 we pretty much never mind. We are okay if
Most
that
likely
happens.
you just take,
Yeah.
there's no more c5 as easily, you go e5 probably.
Yeah,
immediately
that
after.
pawn also could become very, very
dangerous,
vulnerable. Yeah,
yeah.
you could just lose it in 3 moves here.
Yeah.
Here it does appear as if it's just getting dropped.
It's done.
Yeah.
Shall we check also the game of President of Federation? Because and also Ray Robson is playing with black pieces this
Making
game, right?
his debut for Team USA, for of course,
Yes,
not
it's-
his overall debut, but
Of course,
for
but
this
this
Olympiad.
time.
He's an
He played-
Olympic gold medalist
Yes,
in
exactly.
2016.
Ray played yesterday.
Did he play?
Ah, yeah,
yesterday?
because Fabi
Ray
was not
won
playing.
a
Oh, he did
dragon.
play
Yeah,
yesterday.
yeah, because
What am I
Fabi was not
I-
Thanks
playing.
for correcting
It
me,
was
Peter.
it's for Fabi.
Sorry about that, but he,
No,
did,
no, that's-
but he did play yesterday.
No.
Absolutely right.
Yeah,
Yes.
and
did.
Ray, let's check where this came from. It came from a Najdorf. I was wondering if it was a Najdorf or a pure Scheveningen. I have a lot of Dutch people around me. I need to pronounce Scheveningen correctly. But white played the Sozin, which is a line which I think gaining some popularity back. It's sort of disappeared. It was famously the line Fischer played against the Najdorf pretty much every single time. He felt this was sort of the way to refute the opening, but it has become less popular since. But I don't think Fischer played a4 in this position. Fischer generally kind of tried to put the bishop on b3,
bishop b3,
bishop b3, and get the pawn to f5 as early as possible and kind of give mate. a4 sort of signals a slightly different approach where white will just develop normally, prevent b5, and play a quieter game here. And we're being told that Magnus played this somewhat recently in 2023 during the European Club Cup against Vincent Keimer. So
I remember that game. Magnus was enjoying this type of positions quite a lot, and in fact, I think he completely demolished Keimer in that one. Something along the lines of 25 moves.
I remember,
yeah,
yes.
I'm now that you said that, I couldn't remember the game at first.
Quick.
Yeah, but Vincent did something suboptimal,
Yes.
and got just swiped off the board. Yeah.
The computer was giving black actually an advantage after the opening. I think something along the lines of 0.7 for black, which is pretty big, significant.
Yep.
But from a practical perspective, he just couldn't handle the attack.
The funny thing is that you remember the game, and I remember what happened before the game. You know, because Magnus
were there?
stayed. I was there, and
Okay.
Magnus with team stayed in our hotel, and he was playing football just half an hour before the game, happily at the beach, and then they ran to the game directly.
To my eyes,
basically.
that's when Magnus is the most dangerous.
Yes.
Whenever he gets his sports in, whenever he's
When
in a
he's
good
in
mood,
a good mood,
Yeah.
and the
Whenever
team
he's
was in a
happy,
good mood, yes.
that's
So
not
they
a
just
Magnus you
crushed
want to
everybody
face.
during this European Club Championship.
Honestly, if we go back to the chess here for a second, this shouldn't really give white very much. My sort of the way I feel about the Sozin as somebody who played a lot of neither with both colors, at least definitely when I was younger, I was a very active player of the Sicilian with both colors. But I never played the Sozin with white. I faced it a little bit with black, and I felt that if you get out of the opening, if let's say by move 10 you're still not getting mated on the king side, you're probably going to be fine.
But he looks very concerned about his position. He was shaking his head. He's thinking for a very, well, actually not that long of time right now, but he seems concerned for whatever reason, and I'm not 100% sure why.
Are we talking Kevin or Ray?
I think
Kevin,
Kevin is-
he was
he looks-
shaking his head. He
Maybe
seemed
he's just
disappointed
bored.
about something.
That his opponent is thinking for too long. You know, Ray, he can really start thinking.
Oh, yes.
He does, right? I mean, so it's already.
He's a time travel addict.
Yes, 20 minutes. He's down 20 minutes compared
That's
to
a
his
big
opponent.
addiction. That's a difficult addiction to
I
get
know
over.
it very well. I'm this type of person. I can start thinking about sense of life and forget about the moves and whatever it's happening.
Therapeutic, yeah.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, but you're absolutely right. Yes, it's his turn now, and he made a move. We can see. For a
He took on
second.
c6, which
He took on
is which
C6,
is
yes.
interesting because he has done it at a spot where you can. Well, I mean, you still can, but you probably don't want to recapture with the pawn because you will need to prove that there is enough compensation for the pawn on a6, and that feels like a gamble you don't really need in your life right now. So
Yeah.
I'm assuming he will take with the bishop. And now the question is, do we need to spend a tempo on something like f3? I would like to play a5. My point here is, it looks like the pawn on e4 is hanging, but we do have the move bishop b6, which attacks the queen and allows us to pick up the piece on e4
How
in
is
the end.
after e4? Taking on e4, knight e4, d5? How is that?
Yeah, that is probably a much bigger issue.
I mean, it always looks like there's some sort of
Mhm.
tactic for white, but where is it? Is the
I don't see it. I don't see it. We can throw in rook,
D1.
any rook to d1, but then
Or
the queen
bishop b6.
probably goes to c8, I want to say, so that nothing can attack it.
And now maybe something like bishop g5, right? Bishop g5 and try to get some sort of an attack.
Let's see if I actually get mated.
Yeah, queen h5, h6 seems to be pretty safe.
And a5 played very quickly by Kevin, by the way, so he is aiming for these types of positions.
Yeah, and now this is a big moment for
Mhm.
Ray because he has to consider this.
And g5 plus.
And if we go back for a second after a4, a5, and this is now the current position on the board, the big question, of course, is, do you even need to calculate all of this stuff? Because your other alternative is you play knight d7, you play queen c7, perhaps you put the bishop on f6, one rook goes to c8, the other one goes to d8. Yes, you generally, in these types of Sicilians, you aren't ecstatic about the pawn on a5, got to a5 and survived, because your structure on the queen side is somewhat restricted. You don't really push b5 anymore. But the white pieces don't really inspire great amounts of fear. You know, this doesn't feel like it should be particularly bad for black. it's a bit passive though. So
yeah, you usually have to contend with a knight still existing on d4, a bishop on d3, maybe some f4, e5 coming along, and you getting checkmated on the king side. That doesn't seem to be the case.
Not really. And once again, for me, the parallel here, and something that I've done quite a lot in my life when I was a kid, are the G3 Sicilians. And if we're allowed to do this for a second, something I played a bunch of are these types of positions where, let's say black goes bishop d7, we go a4, knight c6. It normally comes from a different move order, but this is a very well-known theoretical position. And white gets to play knight a4 and then knight b6.
I have a funny story about the G3 Sicilian involving Ray as well. It's the only time that I defeated Ray. The first time we played, I played this complete nonsense with G3. And after that, he got angry.
I will not stand for that slander.
I think he beat me 8 times after that. He just doesn't want to give me an inch after that game.
You got angry a little bit with you. Yes, like enough is enough. You got your
I hate playing
chance.
against Ray. I really hate playing against Ray.
He's a really, really good player.
He's like the baby-faced assassin. I mean, look at him. He just looks, you know, relaxed,
peaceful,
calm.
Yeah.
Ray, take it easy, and then he just like
I
kills.
know. I saw him playing at the American Cups and the American Championships. He's not an easy player at all. Yes, look at him.
Yeah, yeah.
So
No, it's very strange.
smiling during the game, you know.
Yeah, he's in a good mood.
Enjoying the position.
He's in a good mood.
Yes.
But I think he's just generally in a good mood. I don't think this is necessarily to do with the position he has
Why
on the
to be
board.
in a bad mood? You're playing for the American team. You're
That is a solid argument.
Yes,
Yeah.
for the strongest team in the world right now.
But there's some pressure.
You're
you know?
competing.
Yeah, this is
Yes.
actually probably the
pressure.
Hungarian cap. This is Peter Ach, a world junior champion. I will not name the year correctly. I think I played him once.
Let's jump and check
2002.
actually.
We're being told in Athens, we
yes.
have a great production team helping us with all these
Oh,
important stats. He's bored. It's like, what's happening? Do I take on e4? Do I go knight d7? Do I really need to calculate knight a4, right?
Well, the thing is, if we can return to the position for a second, if you're right, and currently I can find absolutely no fault with the argument, specifically this knight e4 d5 line, it might, I wanted to say it equalizes, but it might even give a bit more. Unless maybe the way to kind of get everything off the board for white would be to just do this. Just to say, I abandon all pretense, I am trading every single piece. And honestly, if black is not very accurate here, you can imagine with the bishop on d6, b6 controlling the d8 square, if you make a few kind of autopiloty moves here, like if you, let's say you, I don't know, you create a luft and you give me time to double on the d file, this could become a problem.
Yeah. You have to act fast. Bishop d8, try to exchange that bishop. That bishop on
So
b6
maybe this is what Ray is considering, because otherwise I really like your idea of knight e4, knight e4, d5. If we get to actually take a bishop and get a bishop pair, that would be fantastic. So I think what white actually does is bishop b6, bishop d3, and maybe Ray is trying to figure out, takes c4 is probably even a mistake. Why are we giving this queen such a wonderful square? We probably want our queen on c6 if this trade happens. So
but
It
it's
does
clear
feel like
it's
one of those-
critical moment, right?
Yes, yes, no,
Even from
absolutely.
his, we can judge from his appearance right now. I mean, it's like definitely thinking like to go for this position or maybe just to avoid it and go for the more quiet
And
plan.
the same dilemma that these higher ranked players have whenever they're playing lower ranked players.
So
Do I
we
do
got a
this?
feeling,
Do
yes,
I try to get something? Because this is nothing for black. It's going to be extremely difficult to outplay your opponent.
Yeah.
It's simplistic, very simple position. Do I keep the pieces with knight d7, but perhaps allow white to get an objective advantage out of the opening? This is the dilemma, and right now perhaps that's why Ray was making those faces. Right?
Yeah. And also team composition. Peter, what do you think about it? Grandmaster playing on the last board, while actually we have, I think, lower rated players on the board number 3.
Well,
Maybe
people-
FIDE master
Yeah.
on the board number 3.
But I think it's a much younger player on board
Yes,
3. Like
exactly, yes.
the,
Yes, you're
the
right.
guy playing against Levon is younger, and I'm sure they have a kind of an internal understanding of who is where in the pecking order, which we don't have, because it's very difficult to understand those types of dynamics when you don't live in the country and you don't really
sometimes
compete
it's
against these players.
because about rating, sometimes about strengths. Like for example, in your team, how normally you were composing the team? Like it depend on results, latest results, or the rating, or
The
when
teams,
Gary was playing?
the teams well, I mean, when Gary was playing, Gary was
It
on
was
one.
clear, yes.
Yeah, Gary was on one, but the rest of the team, there was a tradition because we would generally have like a final training camp before departing for the Olympiad. It would be in one of those places where like we were the least sports looking people on in that building, because there would be like lifters next to us, and like basketball players and football players training next to us everywhere, and like it was kind of intimidating. But the tradition generally was that there was like a team sauna event like 2 days before you depart, where you get this like a traditional tea and cookies and things, and you do that, and in the process you discuss the lineup, and you end up with some kind of a lineup everybody's happy with. But there was never
the tea and sauna to be relaxed and not have any disagreements along the way.
Yeah, but I have to say there were very, very few conflicts about this. Generally, people
felt, yes, who's in a good shape now.
In the 20 years of me playing for the Olympic team, I can remember maybe 1 or 2 instances of somebody insisting he needs to be seated higher up. People generally were just, okay, like if you think I should play 4 instead of 2, I will play 4 instead of 2. It wasn't really a sticking point.
Should we go to the ladies section?
Yes, but maybe just have a look to Gukesh game and Liren. I just thought that maybe it's not a bad idea to check.
Sure. Yeah, let's check those two.
Participants of the match
and
participants of the World Championship match. Now we talk a lot about players from Singapore, and like I got the idea that finally we have the participants.
Yeah, Gukesh is playing black today against a player from Iceland. Which is a Stefansson, but not the one I played against. The one I played against is on board too.
There's 2 Stefanssons.
Actually, yes.
Absolutely, two Stefanssons in the team. This I assume is a younger Stefansson. Yeah, there he is on the screen. Very Viking-looking person, as it should be.
Yes, yes.
A pretty classical-looking Catalan, started from bishop before bishop e7. Oh no, this is a trend I think not many people would have predicted even 10 years ago, of just playing h6 in random positions and saying, let's go. Yeah. But Gukesh is saying, and he's not the only one, and it's not, as we're being told by production, it's not like he doesn't respect his opponent, because he's done this against Vincent Keimer recently. Yeah. So it clearly is something that you can afford to do. If you know what to transition into, depending on what white does. I'm pretty sure if white goes knight c3, we just play d5. But if white goes into Catalans, as his opponent today has done,
which, to be honest, should be the answer.
Probably, yeah. Feels like the answer.
I mean, you're just playing Catalan with tempo up, because h6 sometimes doesn't help black as much.
But specifically, the bishop before bishop e7 lines are kind of designed to support wasting, quote-unquote, wasting a tempo. Because you will be playing very slow moves. You will be playing c6, you will be playing knight bd7, a5, a4 is now something that they do in the structures, as we will see, I think, even in this game. So it's not as critical. And I'm interested, once again, we probably don't need to discuss it very seriously, but I'm interested in whether knight bd2 here might be a stronger reply, trying to push black a lot harder in the opening. Because bishop d2, bishop e7, I can imagine h6 not being such a crime against opening principles. And the game continued in a very usual fashion. Normally it's just the pawn on h7 and black to move here. Instead we have a pawn on h6 and white to move. And players developed kind of normally. And this is a very typical kind of an offloading maneuver for black. When the knight appears on c3, you snap on c4. It gets immediately picked up back by the move knight d2. But black has this one little moment to play knight d5, which does get played. And we have this transition where tension in the center is no longer there. White had to slightly compromise the king side. But on the other hand, you can imagine some play being launched along the g file. And this is why you see this move king h1, because white definitely is interested in something like rook g1, bishop f3, rook g3, rook h g1, trying to put pressure on the g7 pawn. And of course, this knight on e5 is a very beautiful piece, very difficult to challenge. And black instantly goes king h8 in response, once again hinting that, yeah, this needs to be taken seriously.
And we're being told that actually this is something that Gukesh does quite often. Now, he also has a match to play against Deng in just a couple of months. He needs to shield some of his perhaps new preparation.
Yeah.
Right. Peter, have you been involved in any World Championship matches in terms of like training somebody?
I've done some seconding, yeah. I've famously done some seconding for Vladimir Kramnik in his match against Leko. Yeah, and
that's the famous story.
Yeah. So I think this has become less of an issue, and whenever people mention that, you know, with the match very close by, you are not going to see important ideas in games, I feel like you have to actually kind of temper this a little bit, because what happens in top chess these days is that players look at pretty much the same positions. The entire kind of body of elite chess is looking at roughly the same group of openings, and even inside those openings there are fashionable positions that everybody is looking at. So if you actually find an idea and you get to play it in a chess Olympiad representing your country, 20 years ago, you, like Kasparov, I'm sure, would not have considered doing, like, if he has an important idea he might actually get to use against Karpov. He's not doing it anywhere else. But these days, the problem is somebody else will show it next week.
So you better show it immediately, yes, if you have a chance.
You are absolutely not guaranteed to get to keep it. Not only you're not guaranteed to get it against your opponent in a World Championship match, also it's quite likely
somebody else,
some of your close competitors has also found the exact same idea and will show it here in the Olympiad. And then what you've done is just not picked up a full point maybe somewhere with white, and got no benefit for it. So I think it's less obvious that people aren't really showing their prep anymore.
And also, I think for Gukesh also, this championship is also the same kind of important as the World Championship match, in the sense that this team championship is very important for India, and all of them are looking forward to get medals in this event. And actually, team composition is quite interesting as well. Even though Erigaisi has now the best rating in the team, still you can see that Gukesh is playing on the first board, Prag is on the second, and Erigaisi is number 3 in the team, even though his rating is the highest.
Yeah, and they were also involved in some subterfuge, it felt, because they, I'm not sure if it was sort of the official team members leaking the other order, but there was great excitement at some point on Twitter. I saw that somebody very proudly proclaimed that they guessed the correct order with Vidit on board 1. Yes. Which was the suggestion. Like somebody, I think, on a podcast suggested.
We suggested it. Fabi particularly said that Erigaisi probably should play on board 4. And somebody on Twitter, I think Chess by Numbers or something along those lines, mentioned that as well, perhaps even before the podcast, I'm not sure. And then they did submit this new lineup on Chess Results. It did show up on Chess Results, but then they changed it basically a couple of hours before the deadline. So they were playing around with their...
Honestly, I suspect it was just them not really knowing what they want, more than them trying to mislead other teams into, you know, changing their composition, because nobody really changes their lineup trying to like second guess what the Indians will do. I think it's just the Indians having discussions.
I think they were having discussions. You're right. I mean, I spoke with father of Gukesh like 1 week before the Olympiad, and also he had no idea if Gukesh will play on the first board. And he said it's not so important, the fact that it's just a team, and they will do what is the best for the team and what the trainer will decide at the end. Yes, now we see that Prague is not playing today. We see the team composition for today's match right now, and everybody.
I really like this
board.
shot, by the way.
Yes.
This
now we can see everyone.
Four-way shot of all the boards. And yeah, with Team India the way it is, like it's pretty clear, I think, that the top 4, I do exclude Hari a little bit from that list. He would do fine on board 1, but there's really no particular reason to put him on 1. And Hari does feel like a very natural reserve. He will play a lot of games. He's a very, very strong player, but he is somewhat behind the top 4. But the top 4, honestly, you can put them in any order you like, and it will make sense. You can make rational arguments for whichever order they choose. Vidit is slightly behind the group, I think, on rating, but he's a candidate.
Three of them
Yeah,
were
yeah.
candidates,
Yeah.
basically,
I
like a
mean,
few
they're
months
so
ago.
strong, all of them.
And one of them probably should have been a candidate or will be very soon a candidate, Arjun, who
Arjun.
is right now number 4 in the world.
He played also very well in the Branches Tour. His only appearance
He's on
so
a tear
far.
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and before the break, maybe we can also check the game of Ding. So
Sure.
just before the break, and then after the break, we check the women's
Absolutely.
section.
I think that makes a
That's
lot
a
of
good
sense.
plan.
Yeah, and Ding is playing his first game of the Olympiad today. They're playing against Chile. He's playing against Cristobal Enriquez Villagra, a very strong player, rated above 2600, kind of an established grandmaster. Sharp Sicilian on the board. It seems like the Chilean player played the Richter-Rauser. The gauntlet was picked up with the move Bishop G5, which is by far the main move here. And here, interesting, people have started doing this.
Yeah.
Like the queen, like you would put it on D2 in your sleep, even 10 years ago, I feel.
Yes.
Yeah, and these days, Queen D3, Queen
Looks
F3.
a bit ugly. Yes,
Yeah, all of these ideas of, I think specifically what it does is it gives you a very optimal route towards the G3 square, which is a very good square for this queen in a lot of Sicilian positions. So Queen D3 chosen over Queen D2, Bishop D7, long castles. Finally, black kind of has to play 7A6, which is often the case in the Richter-Rauser positions because you can't really taunt white with the idea of playing knight DB5 forever. It will at some point start winning material. So A6, F4, Queen C7, and now we have a choice. We can obviously play Bishop E2 with some G4 ideas. We can take on F6, but to my eyes, Queen D3 doesn't connect really well with Bishop takes F6. Queen G3 is a playable move. They also, as we have seen yesterday, Prague won a game against the Richter-Rauser where he took on C6 quite early, allowing black to take with the B pawn, and then played this structure. He played it with Bishop F6 GF as well, but with the queen on D3, I think maybe something like Queen G3 here straight away, trying maybe to push for some E4, E5 breaks makes some sense. So I'm curious how Ding follows this up. It's a fresh approach, not something I've ever looked at.
But this is another game that illustrates the very fun factor of the Olympiad, where we see a lot of sharp openings. We see a lot of Sicilians because if you are Cristobal Enriquez Villagra, you're probably mostly playing open tournaments. You don't need to stay compact in every single game with the black pieces like the top players usually do if they play the Grand Chess Tour, the candidates, things of that nature. You can play Sicilians, you want to score points. You're playing in open tournaments, you want to score points. And you're not going to change your approach. You're not going to learn completely new openings just for the Olympiad, just in case you're going to play Ding.
Liren, yes.
So you have to follow up with your usual stuff. And that's why we see this type of very sharp and very fun openings.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's
for
a good point,
Ding, it's, I mean, he's maybe not the most obvious example of this because he plays a lot of the internal Chinese tournaments where he plays against non-top 10 opposition, maybe more than any other member of the top 10. Because I think if you look at what the calendar looks like for somebody like, I don't know, Fabi or whichever member of the current top 10 you choose to name, they do play a lot of these close round robins against more or less the same bunch of people. Yeah. Which does get very claustrophobic at some point, and you do get the same openings over and over again.
I think we had, at some point out of the first couple of rounds, 8 out of 10 Italians.
Yeah.
Everybody's trying to get an advantage with E4 nowadays with the white pieces. Yeah. Everybody plays E5, and then it's the Italian.
Yeah, exactly. So, but what I wanted to say is, for some of the players in the top 10, when was the last time you actually faced the Richter-Rauser?
Yeah, that's a very good question.
You forget.
From this side as well, not only is it maybe a slightly unnerving proposition for the Chilean player to play this objectively risky line of the Sicilian against the top 10 player, it's also a little bit unnerving for the top 10 player because generally your stakes will be lower. Generally you will be playing against ultra solid openings where you're probably not as much better out of the opening as you maybe are here. But also there is a lot less risk.
The obvious answer to your question might be Ariaki and Caruana.
Yeah, like you see those occasionally when like somebody has a must-win.
16? Yeah. That's a long time ago.
A long time ago.
Of course, I'm sure there has been
there has been
Richter
some,
Rouser
yeah.
after that,
Yeah.
but that's a very high stakes one that I can remember right now.
Yeah.
By the way, it's like probably the last tournament with classical time control for Liren before the World Championship match, which is going to be in November. Same probably for Gukesh, if I'm not mistaken. They both mentioned it in their interviews before Sinfield Cup. So this event is, of course, very important event for them. They're both playing for the national teams, but of course it's part of the preparation for a very important individual event, World Championship match. And yes, we will definitely keep our eyes on their games. Yes.
And I think on that note, Anastasiya, it's time for our first break. And
yes, exactly.
Stay with us. We'll be back in no time.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
In the heart of Europe lies Budapest, a city known for its bridges that connect its rich past with the future. This September, Budapest becomes a bridge itself, connecting nations from around the world. Are you ready? After a journey from Chennai around the globe, and in the year that the World Chess Federation celebrates its 100th year anniversary, we will step it up a notch. From September 10 to 23, all eyes are on Budapest for the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. As the bridges of Budapest unfold, so too do the connections between nations and cultures through our beloved game of chess. More than 1,800 players will represent their country in the most prestigious chess event in the world. Watch live or join us in Budapest for the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad and be part of the game that connects us all.
Dear chess fans, welcome to day number 2 of the World Chess Olympiad. We continue the games, checking the games, and we don't have Cristian here with us because he jumped to the board.
We're trying out a new thing, which you hopefully will see in a moment. Exciting times here in the studio.
Absolutely. And we promised you that we're going to come and check the women's section. I don't know if we have it ready. Let's have a look, but first of all, let's...
We do.
we do
indeed. It seems
Yes.
like I'm already live, so I'll take it away. Knight to F3. Take a look at this one. We're following the ladies section. India versus, I'm not 100% sure who they're playing
Czech
right
Republic,
now.
I
Czech
think.
Republic. There we go. India versus Czech Republic. Teresa Rothstein, the wife of Rothstein, Maxim Rothstein. And take a look at this one. Knight to C6 was played on move 2. This is a very provocative approach by Black, and of course immediately invites the idea of C4. If you take on C4, then D5, and your knight is in big danger, because knight to B4 just simply doesn't work. You're losing a piece after queen to A4. So already after knight to C6, C4, it's a very dangerous situation for Teresa. But obviously she knew exactly what to do, because we have bishop to G4, take on F3. But she's not out of the woods yet, and this is where we stand. Take queen to D6, queen to B3. Everything has to be done at tempo for white, because your pawn structure is not amazing. What you have to do is focus on the king. You need to get the king. You need to utilize your 2 bishops. Open up the position, open up the center, get this bishop from F1 into play, get towards the king, and that's going to be a decisive advantage if you manage to do so. Rook to B1, B6, creating the weaknesses along the light squares. King to B8, and this is, I believe, what we have right now. But to be honest, I'm looking at the position. I see a pawn up. I don't see a way for Black to open up the position and get to my king. That's my only weakness in the position, as white is the king left in the center. And if I just simply come back with a queen to C4, I just simply don't see the compensation. Do you guys see the compensation?
I'm not sure. What I'm interested in is how quickly Black got to this point. This is a very classical way of playing the Chigorin. This is
Yes.
the Chigorin defense, and it looks bad for Black. But it also seems as if Vantika Agarwal is spending a lot of time navigating this with the white pieces, whereas Teresa is, I mean, she hasn't blitzed all of this out, but close to.
Close to, yes.
She
yes.
spent 15 minutes getting here, which for a position which is frankly not forced, is not a lot of time to spend to get to. So I'm curious if there is just a feeling, and Chigorin is inherently a very, very risky opening. You are supposed to run a lot of risks when you do this with Black. And maybe she feels that she just has some sort of, spiritual compensation here. I'm not quite sure what.
I like that spiritual compensation. But where is that spiritual compensation? I go bishop to G2, maybe I go F4 at the right moment. The best thing I can see for you is try to block me with E4, of course. If this diagonal opens up and you don't block it, you're in big trouble. But I have 2 pawns on the F file. So I go F4, you go E4, for example. Let's just make a couple of moves to illustrate that point. Let's say you go rook to E8. I go castle.
Yeah, we can
I'll make
castle.
some funny. Yep. You go F4. Suddenly, if you block, I can continue trying to open up that position because I have a second pawn on the F file. And right now, you don't have your F7 pawn to defend with F5. This diagonal is going to open up. Maybe you're going to be able to keep the knight on E4, but not for long. And this one is going to be a decisive advantage for white. And where is your attack? Where is your compensation against my king?
We should ask probably Alexander
doesn't exist.
Morozevich, no? Because he used to play this line with its opening successfully for many years. And I mean,
And he really was the only one who at some point tried more or less successfully to resurrect the classical Chigorin in top level play, and did have some success with it. But as I said, it's a incredibly risky and committal opening, because you generally don't have much margin for error. If you go slightly wrong, white will punish you, because white has such a presence in the center, as we see on Cristian's board right now. This pawn group in the center, starting from C3 and getting all the way to the F file. It controls so many central squares that launching any kind of an attack in the center is becoming very difficult very often. So, yeah,
And guess what? If you try to go something like knight to a5, get out of this diagonal, and you also have to stay on this side because I have the a pawn ready to open up on the queen side as well. So you need to keep the knight here to blockade that plan. But the problem is, you put the knight on a5, I go queen a6, you're not really solving any of those problems. You still have to contend with this pin, defend the knight on a5 somehow, maybe king to a8, but you don't really want to put that king on,
not really.
on that diagonal.
I hear big concern
Dangerous.
from both of you about this opening and the whole setup. So you wouldn't recommend to play it, yes?
It's a very dangerous
for
position,
players.
You need to know what you're doing.
Yes,
Yeah,
you need
it's
to know,
it's not unplayable. Nothing really is completely unplayable these days. But you have to really know what you're doing. And so far, the only thing that kind of stops me from confidently stating that white is much better, maybe close to winning, is the clock situation, because black generally doesn't get to this position this quickly without having some sort of an idea on how to proceed.
I'll let you guys take it away with other analysis while I'm looking around for more interesting games.
Let's take a look at some of the top level pairings.
And maybe we can go to Harika game because she's playing on board number 1 against Yulia Movsisyan, who's wife of Sergei Movsisyan. She's playing on the top board right now, and I mean it's very important match for them. Yulia is really good player, despite the gap in the rating. We all know that it's not going to be an easy walk for Harika today.
Absolutely not. It's just that I can see that game on your screen, but for some reason
it's not here. Yes.
Hang on. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be giving you very many moves. So maybe we should.
Yeah, we should go to some. We will
Hang
come
on.
back.
Let's check. Yeah, this match is somehow way behind for me than it is for you.
Yeah, happens sometimes. And
I can maybe take the moves from your screen if we
Yes.
want to do that. Can you?
what I should do to have the moves? Let's go.
So yeah, we're talking about the Harika game against Yulia Movsisyan, and it began with a mix of everything. It could still be pretty much any opening, but very soon it became pretty much a classical reti. D5, D4 here is a choice which definitively switches us to the reti structure. So Harika played D3 here, bishop D6. Yeah, knight A3, black castled. We took with white, knight C2, E5, and B2, B4 here, rook E8, rook E1. This is, I think, the current position. Honestly, these types of positions, they are incredibly concrete. I think structurally, now that the pawn is already on B4, and this is obviously tactically justified by the fact that the black pawn on E5 is vulnerable and white immediately wins the pawn back if you take on B4 with all of your pieces. Once we've achieved that, because often if you, let's say, if in this position you make some kind of a quiet move like rook E1 and black gets to play 7, A5, this I think is completely fine for black instantly. But now that the pawn is on B4, black needs to find a way to deal with the threats of B5 and C5 in some order. And I would need to calculate, if I had this position with black, I would try to figure out if I can maybe include E5, E4 somewhere. It's a very, very committal choice because this breaks up our own pawn structure. I'm currently struggling to make that move on my board for some reason, but that would be something I wanted to calculate, including E5, E4 here. Nope, board is really
a bit stuck, yes.
yeah, I think the board really dislikes the idea of playing E5, E4 specifically, I think.
Have to refresh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we have
magic.
A few moves.
Magic. And in fact, black has decided not to do anything forcing in this position. E5, E4, as I mentioned, after D4, you need to have an immediate justification for it, because otherwise your center is now broken, the pawn on D4 is now weak. I was wondering if I can do something like this, but you might as well just like it could just be lost by force after
No, but maybe you
e4,
take
e5.
on c2 and then bishop b4.
Yeah, but that starts looking like you're really asking for trouble.
You're trying
There's bishop g5.
get
There's,
to
if I want to be boring and materialistic, I can go rook d1 takes
Yes.
d4 next move, I guess. So maybe it's understandable that Yulia Movsisyan decided not to do this. She went a6, but now the pawn on b4 is protected. h6 is useful here because white actually often wants to play bishop g5 takes f6. Preserving this knight and not allowing this trade to happen is good, but white is achieving a lot of progress here on the queen side. And once you get the move b4, b5 in and move away the knight from c6, the center starts creaking for black. It starts becoming difficult, I think, for black to maintain balance. I guess what you want to play is something like bishop f5, and if white continues with b5, you take, and maybe you play knight b8, and you dream that you have enough time to play knight bd7 and knight c5. But my suspicion is something will happen in the center that will not allow black to make all of these moves. First thing to consider is now knight h4 attacks the bishop on f5, attacks the pawn on b7, so maybe we have to make a kind of an ugly looking move, bishop c8. There could be other problems as well. I'm expecting bishop f5 here. I think nothing else really fits the bill. Black does need to start getting some pieces into the game. The bishop on c8 isn't really doing very much. So I think this is a very kind of a logical starting point. But I still quite like this for white. It feels like white should be able to find a way to play for a serious advantage here.
Exactly. It seems like a big fight is ahead. Maybe we can check. Cristian, do you have something for us?
Sure. I
Yes.
think we should move on to the match of another favorite team, and that is Georgia. They've been at the top for so many years, and all of these players that they have right now on the roster are extremely experienced, including their board four, Melia Salome, who was around 2,400 not long time ago, right now under 2,300, so definitely not playing her best chess, but she's still such a dangerous fourth board. And she's facing some challenges against Nikolina Kolyevich from Montenegro. This is a big match already. Take a look at this. So we have, once again, another Richter-Rauser. We've talked about this opening quite at length so far because we don't see it very often in top-level events, but at the Olympiad, you're going to see a lot of this. a6, castle, bishop d7, f3, and just to highlight some big detail in the position, g4 is really bad in this one for the simple fact that you will see this diagonal cannot be weakened. Now, for example, if you play just a normal move such as h4, d5 doesn't come with major consequences. I can just simply go e5, knight d7, then I go f4, and it's very important that this queen can now pretty much move freely. d2 or d3 is going to get attacked with bishop to c5, but then that will not come with a lot of consequences. In the game position, and this is a big difference. And why is that? Because after bishop to c5, queen d2, take, this pawn on g2 basically stops black from going d4. We have the game position right now. I'm trying to get to it. And the board is a bit less responsive. e5, knight to d7, bishop to e2. For example, right now, again, you're facing the same dilemma. How do you defend the pawn on e5? You know what's coming. Is bishop to c5, and I'm going to try to displace this queen from d4. Not only that, but I'm also going to go queen to c7 next. I'm going to continue putting pressure on e5. If you go f4, which would solve all of your problems, unfortunately, right now, this just simply loses. Bishop c5, you go queen d2, I can go d4, open up this diagonal, sacrifice the pawn, and that's going to be coming with tremendous consequences for white. So you cannot do that. What she did was bishop to e2, but after bishop c5, queen d2, the exchanges, and queen to c7, f4 came, but d4, and right now it's looking pretty good for black. Sure, you have some compensation if the knight comes to d6, which it probably will. Nevertheless, it's an exchange. Your attack is not that dangerous looking on the king side, so I'm seeing black as the favorite to maybe win this one, and this would be a huge surprise.
Absolutely huge surprise, and also take into account the rating difference. Yeah, I mean, of course,
260 rating
yes,
points
difference, yes, right now, and Salome is playing with white pieces. Still, I mean, of course, it's not over. It's a team competition, and it all depends on how your teammates are doing as well. But of course, it's really unpleasant surprise when
Just
one of your teammates has worse position. We'll definitely check what will happen later, but
it seems like a close match. I took a look at the other three boards in the match, and the team from Montenegro has decent positions. I think Nana Zagnidze on board 1 has a very, very good position with black, but on 2 and 3 there are very playable positions for the Montenegrin players, and as Cristian has just explained very concisely, Nikolina Karlovich on board 4 is definitely ahead against Salome Melia, so a decent chance there for a very, very strong team, a team with a very proud, very long-standing tradition, maybe potential stumble in round 2 here.
Everything is possible, of course, and still big fight ahead, and perhaps we can check some other matches in women's section. Today Alina Kaszlinska is playing for Polish team. I think maybe it's for first game.
I think she skipped yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah,
she didn't play yesterday. Yes,
already queens off the board, but white is better developed. Looks like a very pleasant position for Alina. Poland is playing Brazil today, and it began as a kind of a triangle Slav, but after e4, d4, and knight takes e4, the Brazilian player decided not to accept the Slav gambit, which begins by with these moves and positions starting from here, they get extremely sharp, and you do need to be very, very well prepared. So it's maybe a good kind of a semi-bluff by Alina to go into this and say to her opponent, are you sure you know enough? Are you sure you're prepared well enough for this incredibly tactical line? And
if not, I will just get a better position.
Her opponent goes c5 instead, but that doesn't really fit the bill properly. I think it's definitely a concession, and you don't equalize on the spot. Bishop b3 is an interesting choice here. I don't immediately see what's wrong with just taking on c5, to be honest, and I will play knight d6 check next. Feels like a playable option as well, but bishop b3 is fine. cd4, bishop takes d4, knight c6, bishop c3, and we get this endgame where obviously this would be okay structurally for black if black were slightly better developed, but with the knight looking very much at the d6 square, the black king side being difficult to develop for now, with the bishop on c3 very strong, looking at the g7 pawn. I would be maybe looking to play bishop b4 here, just to offload some material. I don't think it equalizes, but I think we are actively searching for ways to trade some pieces off the board. Instead, Kathy played e5, Alina countered with c4, c5, which now rules out the move bishop b4. It no longer is a legal
really
move.
Nice move. Yes,
yeah, and also we want to play maybe knight d6 check and put a passer on the pawn on the d6 square. And there is an additional important thing that we've freed up our f1 bishop to go to an active square. Feels like black kind of has to play f7, f6 to my eyes, because, well, e5 is just very simply hanging because of the pin. So you want to play f6 and then hope that maybe you have enough time to play knight h6, knight f5, perhaps play king f7. Perhaps you want to trade a pair of rooks with rook d8, and you're not that unhappy about knight d6 check. You will take. If c takes d6, I think black might just be completely fine, because there will be a very nice blockading square on d7, maybe even immediately. Then I go knight h6, knight f5, I go rook c8.
But can I take with the rook?
Yeah, I think you should. But then I want to play king f7, and I want to pretend that I will have some compensation if you do this.
If I take this pawn?
I go knight e7, and I have a very nice d5 square for either the knight or the bishop. a2 might actually start hanging in some positions, and suddenly black is
I'm a little bit
exactly. Suddenly, for some reason, black is actually enjoying a lead in development. So from the white side, I would not be looking to play knight d6 straight away.
Probably I would like to finish compensation first, maybe develop my knight.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have time.
Something that I'm interested in
thinking
here.
About it too, but if I'm on time to do it, like if you just take what knight
breaking apart this the move like such as f4 does two things here. First of all, black has this very nice looking pawn structure, which restricts my bishop on c3, which is something I dislike if I'm playing white here. I want this bishop to have more freedom to operate. So breaking apart the structure is something that I'm very much aiming for. And also, if black takes and I go knight e2, and it works out that I get to take on f4 with a knight.
Because there is no g5. Yes,
Yes.
f6 will be
Exactly.
hanging
And
right
this is why I was trying to lengthen this diagonal.
Yes.
Exactly for those reasons. It also gives me squares for this knight, because normally, like an autopilot move you make in a blitz game here maybe is a move like knight of 3. And then some
But
moves later,
where
you
you
ask
go,
yourself,
yes,
you
with
ask
this
yourself,
knight,
what are the prospects of this piece? Where is it? Maybe you can claim that you're developing it towards the c4 square, but
Maybe it's too long way
Exactly.
to go. Yes, maybe.
and this is why I wanted to go f4 and knight e2.
I like this f4. It
And
looks really
if we get to take on f4 here, we are like, for instance, if once again king f7 is a bad move here, but if it does happen, this looks winning for white suddenly, because I will castle kingside now. All of my pieces are on very, very good squares. There will be actually potentially a mating attack against the king on f7.
There's a knight
Strange
g5 coming
yeah,
as
exactly.
well.
So looks like Alina is doing quite well. Both of them are thinking quite seriously about their options. This is only move 11, and they're both down to below an hour. So clearly a very new position for
Peter,
both
I
of them.
really want to go back to that
Sure.
final position that we were discussing.
Okay.
Which one? This one.
Let's go something like rook e8,
Okay. Castles. Yeah.
Ah,
castles. And now let's say a6.
Yeah.
I just want to show
let's
this cute
go.
mate.
Let's go.
Knight g5, knight takes c6, king takes c6, let's say, bishop to c4, king e7, and rook
It
f6.
is very beautiful. Yeah.
I really had to
Definitely.
play rook e8.
Yeah.
to
It
make
is-
sure that the square is
Yes.
taken, yes, by the rook.
It is honestly a little bit cooperative.
Yes.
Okay.
Black did need to help white a little bit along the way.
Not that
but
far away from reality.
Not very far away, no.
But yeah.
And it is a very beautiful construction, this
Yes.
final position. Yeah, I absolutely agree with Cristian. So this
This
is
is what you can do when you're on the commentator seat. You can sometimes develop
got
such
that.
kind of
I got
paintings,
yes.
just to make such paintings during the broadcast.
feels a little bit like it's an epaulet mate, but it's not. Yeah, it's close, but not quite.
Yeah. What do you think about the idea to jump to the American match? Because
Sure.
I just see that Alice Lee is playing today. I'm really looking forward to her participation. And of course, as all the others, very strong team from US this year. I think there will be, as we discussed before, they will be trying to compete for the medals.
Absolutely, yeah.
Begim is playing on the first board. I think they won the match 4-0 yesterday. And today, I think Alice is is having really great position right now.
And you were a bit
But-
surprised that Begim is playing on
I was
board
a little
one.
bit surprised. Yes, we just discussed it with
But look at the
Cristian.
ratings of the top three. 2380, 2386, and 2384.
Yes, all of them have
They're extremely close
basically
to each
the
other.
same rating. Yes.
Basically the same rating. It is Irina Krush, also who is sitting on this one, and I believe she's over 2400.
Yeah.
At the same time, they're all very, very close. And they think that Begim had a good performance in India in
He did.
2022, and she did.
She did. She played very well.
She certainly did. She kept board one quite well, and she defeated, if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to remember who against India in the last round.
So it could be Humpy or
Humpy.
Yes.
Humpy, yes, she defeated Humpy, so that was a huge result.
Yes. No,
Once again,
of course, she's absolutely capable to be on the board number one as all the others. I think as Alice, who also played for
Yeah.
the board one in the World Championship, World Team Championship. Just, I mean,
It is
we
a
were
bit surprising.
discussing.
No,
we
of
were
course, it
discussing
is a bit
and,
surprising.
I'm sure she said, "I'm ready to play on the first board." We spoke about it before, but really, I keep my eyes on Alice Lee as well because we all know that she is young, she is talented, and she's progressing very quickly. She also took part now in the Speed Championship and playing against June.
she
This
won
match.
the American Cup.
Yes, she won the American Cup, crazy
defeating,
final
Irina
against
Krush twice.
Arena Crush. Exactly. So, what about the position?
Well,
Coming back to chess.
this was a Benko attempted by Alice's opponent, and Alice said, "I'm not getting involved with the mainline Benkos here in 92," which is a move. I'm not entirely sure, but my feeling is that the way to deal with 92 is to say that now that you put this knight on such a strange square, I can actually close the position down with b4 and then d6, bishop, g6, bishop g7. I have a feeling this is how, although that may have been Queen C2, there was a very famous, I mean, famous in my headcanon, maybe it's not that famous, but in the World Cup in 2001, which ended in the Ivanchuk-Ponomarev match, in the very first round of that tournament, there was a game where Vishy Anand lost with white in a Petrov to a French player pretty much none of us has ever seen before. And Vishy was faced with a must-win situation with the black pieces in game 2. He went for Benko, and I think they very quickly got this structure, which at first when I got there, I thought, how are you supposed to play this for a win? It's extremely closed. But what it does is it keeps a lot of pieces on the board, and eventually his opponent started making mistakes, and Vishy won.
Symmetrical structures as well. When I want to also play for victory in this simuls, I also choose Benko. Cristian knows in Poland I'm trying to play it also against bench players.
And my larger point is, what happened in the game here is Alice played 92, her opponent played Queen A5, Alice played Queen C2, and now Black decided that, I mean, it's a Benko, the B file has to be at least semi-open. And then you get to positions like the one we have on the board right now. I will fast forward through what happened next. White gets pretty much complete control. There is really no counterplay on the queen side. I would have maybe included A2, A4 somewhere, because
just to stop any
just to make sure that
A4.
files don't get opened any further. But even the way Alice is playing,
this looks dominating.
Actually, yes. I mean, it's her style. Position is her style. She's such
we
a
go
positional
A4.
player.
Let me put some moves on the board. If Black plays knight B6, we have a very comfortable square on B5.
You can even give that bishop.
We can also allow this trade, but we can also be slightly picky with it. Yeah,
yes.
slightly picky about it. And then eventually we will prepare and push E4, E5,
Yes.
and something will collapse in the center.
Yep.
And
Depressive position to play with black, I would say.
You just get the roots on the D, maybe even the E file, knight to F3 or knight to C4, just go E5.
I would
position
look
plays
for a
itself.
way to play A5, A4 slightly earlier, but it feels like maybe there was no particular moment where it worked, because if you do it here, it will just get to A5 and you will never actually win it back.
Yep.
It's just so solid on A5, supported by the bishop on C3 and then later by the knight on C4.
And one thing you really don't want in this position as black is to exchange stars with it, because then you just simply get checkmate.
Yeah,
So
so
go knight F3, E5, open position up.
seems like so far Alice is showing kind of a superior understanding of this structure, and yeah, this is a very, very pleasant position to have out of the opening in the Benko.
And also generally, you play knight to D2, you choose this move if you know exactly what you're doing. So perhaps for opponent with black pieces wanted to surprise, it seems like she surprised that.
I would play maybe more E6 to get a little bit more space in these positions, like trying to a little bit distract this.
E6?
Yes.
Yeah,
What do
you
think
can
about this
try
move?
playing these types of gambits, but I think
E4.
yeah, I
E4,
think
yes. Maybe
white
this-
is not really allowing any kind
Take
of a
in
Blumenfeld.
E6. I don't know, sometimes like a little bit more space with black, because otherwise you really get this type of position and you suffer for the whole game. Like,
I think this is
maybe.
a very playable reply to a line which is like a spiritual sister to the one we're discussing. Against knight f3, you can definitely imagine playing e6, and these are very, very risky positions, but you do get a lot of freedom to play
Just
tactically later.
to
Like
have something.
this bishop goes here, this bishop goes here, and you hope to at some point start pushing in the center.
You're very spiritual today.
Yes, I am a
Spiritual compensation, spiritual opening
I'm in a-
sister. Yes.
Yes, I'm in that kind of mood today, seemingly. But against knight d2 specifically, because it allows white to play e4 against e6, it doesn't seem like it does very much. We haven't really with black to shake the white structure off, and this I don't particularly like.
Yeah.
Where else do we go?
Maybe check American team
Sure.
quickly. Let's see what's Begim, how she's doing. Like
Sure.
how the match is.
Begim on board one has this position, which seems, unless white actually gets to win the pawn on d5, which I suspect isn't the case, black seems to be completely fine, frankly.
What queen is doing on d2? That's just my first
Yeah.
question.
So if we do this, I don't think we can take, because after rook a d8 followed by
C4.
e7 e6, this pin will cost white a piece.
Yes.
And if you can't do that, I guess the way to try to do that would be
You can take on
to
E7,
take
but-
with the bishop and then queen.
Yes.
But there will be, feels like there should be good compensation,
The
right?
bishops.
Maybe take rook c8,
Takes, rook c8, we go c3,
rook c5, maybe.
rook c5, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This feels like there should be very decent play for the sacrifice
Knight
pawn.
e3.
Maybe
I think
take rook
I think
takes
I can
c5.
even go rook e5
Ah,
right,
yes,
using
you're
using
using
the
the
pin.
pin.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So Begim is not better. And to answer your question, why is the queen on d2? Is this was a very classical queen a5 Scandinavian, and then White developed her pieces this way. I don't quite know why this was the choice. I guess it sort of prevents you from needing to know any of the forced lines after knight f3. Generally speaking, if you like first principles, this knight belongs on f3 here.
Yes,
It needs to be aimed at the e5 square.
I'm surprised.
There
Normally you're
is a
happy.
lot of theory there after knight f3, bishop f5,
Yes.
or even bishop g4. The old theory still exists.
I think this is probably what you wanted to avoid.
Yeah, but it's a square which is much less ambitious, and it does give black time to finish development this way. And somewhere on this point, you start remembering the famous quotes which the Danish players always trot out. Yeah, like the Scandinavian is just an improved Caro-Kann and all these kinds of things, because it does look like a pretty healthy Caro-Kann at this point.
It is
Bishop
pretty
is
good.
still
Yeah.
It is looking pretty good.
get out.
So,
So let's go to the final position just one more time to make
Mhm.
sure that we're not missing anything.
not that I can see.
Maybe take on d5 and then b4. I'm not sure
With
with
knight?
what. Probably with knight first.
But
But
then-
you can just take on. Sorry.
no, but queen
never
is
mind.
knight
Yes.
Yeah,
seven.
and importantly, knight
Yes.
e7 doesn't really do
Doesn't-
anything because you immediately lose the
Take
pawn
on
on
e5,
e5 back.
yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
It feels like, yeah, Begim is not better. I don't think she's worse, but I don't think she is better. I think the way to maybe play for something would be to get to this position and just play bishop d3 and play this endgame. Because you can imagine, let's say, if black is slightly asleep on the job here, and you get bishop c3, bishop d4, you get f2, f4, and then you get a bit of a pull, right? It's not nothing, but objectively speaking, this shouldn't be very much. I think maybe even just starting by trading off the good bishop on d3 straight away, and then playing e6, f6, trying to.
But it's still something.
It's a little
still
yeah.
something.
From the things we've named so far,
This
I
is
think
probably
this is
the
probably
best
the best.
thing you
Yeah, yeah, I think this is the best. Elsewhere in the same match, let me get to it again. Carissa Yip on board 2 is playing a Benoni type structure, which was a King's Indian to begin with. Wasn't a Benoni at first. It was a classical King's Indian with knight bd7 played instead of knight c6. Something I used to do in the late 90s without any enjoyment, and I gave up pretty soon.
But I think her position is quite good. I think she's about to play b5 in the final position, no?
So
like that.
rook e1, rook e8, bishop f1.
This is actually was played very recently by Ali Reza against Magnus in the Split Chess Championship. This particular knight d7, I think he played it the first game, got a completely losing position, managed to win that one, if I'm not mistaken, and never played it again. He started playing knight c6.
Yeah, but they played a lot of King's Indians in that
Yes.
match. Yeah,
Mostly related with h6 as well.
yeah. E4, knight d4. I used to play knight g4 in this position. That was the way I felt this position needed to be treated. But once again, this is not a lot of fun, and you have to defend. Maybe it's not exactly here, but you have to defend all kinds of positions like this, which I have a feeling there should be c6 included somehow, but I can't work out how, so we'll ignore it for now. Instead, Carissa played a6, f3, c6, knight b3, queen c7. Oops. Queen c7, bishop b3. Whoa, this is how we.
95.
It's quite unusual,
Wow.
actually. This is an unusual way to get to a Benoni structure from a King's Indian structure.
Quite
White
an
has
interesting
a-
transition. Yeah.
Yeah, White has
So-
a pawn on c4 hanging, but this tactic, which you often see in like Marutz's, but not in these types of positions.
That pawn comes on d5 from e6
That's why.
Yeah.
with a knight on c6.
Yes, exactly.
It's a very
The point, of course, being that this X-ray along the C file will win the piece back with d6. So Carissa took with the bishop, played c5, understandably, a4, rook a b8, a5. Yeah, I'm
preventing
guessing
the
we're
fight.
playing. I'm guessing we're playing b5
Still,
anyway.
we're still playing b5, right? in this
Well,
position.
we are very, very worried with black that we will allow some sort of knight g2 and then either b4 or perhaps we get pushed away with f4 and knight c4. All of this needs preparation from white, but
So b5, but definitely white will just
b5,
take.
yeah,
on
white
b5.
takes. What are we recapturing with?
I think with
I would say
rook.
Yep.
We want queen.
No, I think rook is fine.
Put some
And-
pressure on b file, on b2 pawn.
Yeah,
Look, I
This is
feel this is a position that generally Carissa enjoys playing.
yeah.
These are type of kings Indian positions. Maybe objectively it's still fine for a white, maybe even better, but Carissa excels in these type of positions.
But hard to understand what white will do. Like f4 will never be an
Yeah,
option.
you
it
need to
seems.
always waste a tempo on
Yes.
h3 because f4, if you're allowing knight eg4, f4 is not going to go well for you.
But also e4 it becomes very weak.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you cannot
Yeah.
play it at any
Yeah,
time,
but
even with
yeah,
h3.
even if you do
Yes.
this, let's say black makes a move of some sort
Yes.
and you drive the knight
What
away,
about
but then
e4, yes.
your pawn is very, very vulnerable.
You do have to be very careful.
And,
when you
and
play
black
yeah.
has clear plan, right?
Yeah.
On the queen side. So probably she transferred the position thinking about the fact that black actually will achieve the goals, which normally they have in this position.
Yeah,
Play
seems
b5.
like a pretty healthy Benoni. The more I look at it, the more I feel that this is a pretty healthy Benoni for black.
And
Should
the
we
last
go-
game we have one
Okay.
Zadonskih. Yes,
Okay.
the last one, and
Just
we
complete
jumped open.
the
Yes.
American
Yes,
portion.
yes,
Yes,
just to check it and see what the match is.
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Irina Krush is not
Whoa.
playing today, but
What is this? What is this? Let's take
How did we get?
must
here?
have been okay. This is a okay.
so it's Anna Zadonskih with black
what?
pieces.
Reverse Alekhine with Niger. Okay, this is like just to explain what I
Yes,
mean.
sir.
Don't think I've ever seen this.
Yeah, I mean
Ever-
this actually
ever before.
exists as a kind of a
Yes, I remember even
semi
Magnus
joke, and I
played
think
it.
Magnus
Yes,
did this once, right?
I remember that. Yes, too.
As a
Yes,
he-
as a
I mean,
joke.
Yeah, he does things as a kind of a joke.
Yes,
Yeah,
like gives you a couple of moves and then
yeah.
okay, try to win. Yes,
yeah, says,
welcome.
I think
says,
it's called the Norwegian Rat. Is that the name of this opening, or am I
possible. Yeah,
Norwegian Rat?
Yes, so it was
based obviously on the
red.
great album by the Stranglers.
Nice.
Showing off my age there. Anna's opponent is doing the same thing with the inclusion of the move.
Yes, I remember
C2,
there's something
C4
like
and
this.
colors reversed. This should not be good. let's put it like this. This should not be good.
Look, usually knight d4 black equalizes.
Yeah.
Knight g1 black is probably slightly better.
Yeah, so black is playing a very normal kind of a English or Rossolimo, where white has given them a full tempo. For the movie 5e4, white played queen c2, Anna played queen e7, knight b5.
Knight b5, threatening knight c7.
Threatening knight c7, black played d5, white played a3, and interestingly,
Actually, you cannot play bishop b5.
yeah,
Can you?
mayhem intensified here because
Yes.
Anna played c6. Now players are kind of daring each other to take something.
No, wait. Let's just to clarify that bishop a5 or bishop c5 would be met with b4, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yes,
Yeah.
just
I mean, if you wanted to run away with the bishop,
Yes.
it's probably to d6
yes.
because then it doesn't get caught. It gives itself an additional square on e5. I'm guessing Anna didn't want to allow something like this,
Such
and then
exchanges, yes.
I mean, still, like, what is this guy doing on g1? I understand we have some problems for black to decide on, but yeah, this looks playable.
But Anna is doing Anna things.
Yes.
And what I mean by that is she's burning all of her time.
Very normal for
28
her. Yes,
Below
Yes,
half
right
an
now.
hour, yeah.
Below-
Oh, she's
And this is move 7, by the way.
she's very addicted to time travel.
Yes,
Unfortunately,
it
this
was
is one of
always her
downfall
trademark.
right
She
now.
was always playing like that, yes.
She has grandmaster norms. She's very capable. I think at her top she was around 25 plus.
She's
Rated
a winner
there.
of the last Cairns Cup, the previous Cairns
But
Cup, yes,
the
but
huge problem she has, it's her clock
time
management.
trial, yes.
Yes.
And yeah,
Absolutely.
it's becoming really wild because, as I mentioned, this is hanging, but her opponent correctly says, I can continue introducing more chaos into the position by reminding you that there's this pin along the c file, meaning that you cannot take my knight because
yes.
it instantly loses a lot of material.
So she cannot take,
Yeah,
so she
and
has to
even
move the bishop.
Knight d5 ab doesn't look particularly promising because you still cannot take the knight.
Yes.
So Anna castled here, And now my question is, what is she going to do after dc6? Is the plan just to go b takes c and
so.
say
I think so.
Yeah.
and say we are, far ahead in development?
So just to sacrifice a pawn, right?
Yeah, we're down a pawn. We also ruined our structure on the queen side for, I would say, no particular reason.
Yeah, she's banking everything on the fact that that king is going to take a long time to get it to safety.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
because
The king
look,
only won.
let's
Because
be
of the knight on
concrete.
G1.
I guess we go knight
Yes,
knight
knight c3 is a good move, because if you would have taken this bishop, then probably before pawn would just
Yeah, I think I'm immediately a lot more optimistic here
yes.
with black.
exactly.
You
so
do
you
need
don't do
to
this.
find a good reply to queen c5, but there will be a good reply to queen c5.
Probably
queen somewhere.
yeah.
And then knight
You don't want to
d7,
exchange the queens, of course.
No,
But
queen d7, bishop b7, rook c8,
c8.
knight a6, all of these things.
Yes, yes.
I think knight c3 is just stronger. And now the question is, do we go bishop c5 or bishop d6, or do we take on c3 to
try to
remove?
gain another tempo.
Yeah, gain tempo.
But the problem is, I played d takes c3, and it feels like I'm getting some help.
No, I would move the bishop. I would never give this bishop.
Choose a
How about-
square.
Good question.
d6.
D6.
Let's
no,
just try
D6.
not to allow.
I don't want b4. Yes, I don't want
Okay.
b4. So I go to d6.
I want to start by putting this pawn on e3 just to exert some control. I am dreaming of maybe going knight e2, knight g3.
What about bishop by 6 ideas to?
But
Or
bishop
knight
a6 I
e6.
take, and it feels like you're giving me some tempos. That's the
You
problem.
are right, but I was just hoping maybe to gain
To get the knight
this
d3.
3, but
Yeah,
maybe
like,
I'm too
if
optimistic.
if we take, it gets to
Maybe
d3
I'm
quite
too
quickly. But
optimistic.
So
Yes.
I take, and then I go b4. I stop you from
Yes,
any sort
before.
of dreams of getting that knight
Yeah.
d3.
You don't allow me to dream today.
No dreams. No, sorry.
What's going on? Yes, so it's probably too slow. Yes.
But
slow
maybe
idea.
we
No,
can find a
it's still a
spiritual
mess.
journey.
It's
for
still
that
a
knight.
mess. I can.
I mean, what I want to say that if even white will develop knight e2 and do castling, we still have some ideas with queen e5, knight g4. I mean, still black has sort of an attack, right, on the
Yeah,
king's
something
side.
like maybe knight c7, knight g2, a5 for now. If you want to go ba, rook a5, I will claim that
One
this is
more
now,
piece
yeah,
will join the
exactly.
party,
Like,
yes.
I'm trying to swing it over to g5 once the king appears on g1. No, this is, far from game over, but
Yeah.
considering that we began here, black is experiencing kind of more problems than I would have expected against knight f3, knight g1.
It's really all about the clock.
But sometimes you know what's happening, why you spend so much time. You think that you have to punish your opponent and you have a short way to do this. And then you start burning your time thinking that, yeah, I will find this move 1, 2, 3, and I will finish this game. But you don't see it so quickly. And time is running, you don't see it. And this is what happens at the end. You don't have time and you still have to do the move. So the advice would be just try to play natural moves and see how it goes. Easy to say, difficult to do.
Yes.
When
And
you have...
in a way, this feels like an interesting kind of experiment there by the opponent of Anna's, because in particular, if she knows who she's playing against, if let's say rumors of Anna's time management reached her, doing this, like by move 3, you're giving your opponent plenty of scope to burn a lot of time, because like every single move here makes some sense. c6 makes sense, knight f6 makes sense.
This is Ukrainian school. It's always was a competition between Anna Zatonskih and Inna Kaponenko, who will think longer. So I remember some stories like Inna played some game and it was like move e4 and her opponent played move like b6 and she spent half an hour thinking what to play next and the coach was falling down out of his chair. So there are some stories like that, and both of them were always competing. We heard them since I was very young, and I know them. I'm also representative of this school. Just I was never on such a high level, so my rumors didn't go so far. Yeah, but this is part
Let's
of
go
the
to
game.
the open.
Yes.
Sure. Let's go to the open
We
section.
see Sanan Sugirov right now.
I
He's
do want
playing
to
for the
start
Hungarian
with the
team.
pairings first.
Yes.
Just kind of refresh for everybody, see where we stand, see who's playing who in round 2 in the open section. And perhaps we can see that graphic right now. There we have US versus Singapore. We've chatted about this one quite a lot. Hungary versus Peru. Iceland, India, China, Chile, Egypt, Uzbekistan, and Netherlands versus Belgium. But the next match is the one that I feel it's extremely contested. Canada versus Norway. Why am I saying that? Because Magnus is not.
He's not playing.
Are
I don't know why.
any of the bras playing?
No, they're not here.
What they're doing?
What is more
What are you doing? What is more important than Olympiad?
Yeah,
Yes.
what is more important than the Olympiad?
Maybe some streaming. I don't know.
My guess is they're partying.
That is always a pretty safe guess.
I think one of them was not eligible, Aman, because I do think they have a requirement of games played in the previous year or in that year, and Aman hasn't played in a long time. And
yeah, this is
I
very
am actually serious
fresh-looking
when I'm
team.
saying that he's partying. I think Eric had a wedding to attend.
Okay.
Come on.
Like an
This is
important
very
wedding,
serious.
like an important wedding, and he just couldn't come. Those are just rumors. I'm speculating. I was talking to Raja Panjwani on the way here. We met in the airport, and we were discussing about this as well.
Yeah, so that's why Magnus is not playing. I'm sure
I'm a
if
bit
it was
surprised though, because this
one
is
of
a
the
very
bras,
tight match.
he would have played.
To my eyes, this is one of the closest matches out of, let's say, the top 10 boards. Because if we take it one by one, Tari on board 2 did not have a good day yesterday. He needs to come back. He managed to make a draw,
He did,
but
yeah.
he was completely lost against the 2200 level player. Christiansen on board 1 for Norway is a very strong player.
Whoa.
Yes.
Whoa. I'm going to start making sounds here because
Exactly.
yeah, because
Yes.
that is, I think, an appropriate reaction to seeing this on my screen.
Yes.
And yeah, I feel like the I was not familiar with your game quote here is very appropriate because I actually do not know this player playing the white pieces, but he is rated 2509.
Oh yeah.
And judging by this picture,
He's a very decent player.
very serious player. Yeah,
No, he's a
because
very
this is
decent player.
I don't know how we got here. Actually, I'm very curious to just see how we got to this position. But this is clearly a game being played in the right spirit with white. White is 2 pawns down, but white has potentially a very, very serious
Strong
attack
yes.
against the black king.
Look at this king and
Yeah.
look at the
So let's
queen
take
on
a look.
c3.
So this began as a French.
For me, visually, that looks winning already. I don't know if
Yeah,
it is.
I'd be
objectively.
so scared with black. I don't know if it's lost, but yeah, I'd be panicking with black. So knight g2 so far, like kind of humble beginnings, but after c5, e5, queen takes d5, knight gf3, cd. In this position, what Sean has, this is very clever, by the way. This is playing on the psychology of the individual, as Jeeves would say, I think. He went g3 here, a move which was, I think, virtually unheard of when I was growing up. Like everybody absolutely automatically played bishop c4 in this position and went from there. And now ideas of playing something like g3 here have become very serious. Knight c6, bishop g2, and I will now show what I meant about the psychology of the individual. Queen b5, a4, queen a6. We cannot castle kingside. We would very much like to castle kingside. So we go bishop f1, queen a5, we go bishop g2. They repeated a couple of times.
Okay.
And he is, I mean, he's clearly a good player, but he is rated 2509.
And he says, I'm ready to take a draw.
Johann Sebastian is rated 2661. He doesn't really want to make a draw.
I think this is the biggest difference in terms of rating between
Yes.
these two teams. So
definitely
Yeah,
he wants
so-
to have a game.
yeah,
Yes,
so
just to play.
Johann instead goes for e5 castles. And now that
Allowing
white
castle.
castled, you will have to be solving problems on absolutely every move. Right now, what you would like to play is knight f6, which kind of loses probably on the spot to a very simple little tactic of knight c4, knight e5, and you can only take once because taking twice will lose a lot of material. Knight c4 is just a threat here, which needs to be addressed, which is why Johann Sebastian goes bishop e6, white goes c3. I'm honestly not in love with the idea of accepting this pawn sacrifice. I think if I had this with black, I would actually try to kind of minimize the damage and try to castle kingside as quite quickly as possible. I guess the threat is cd4, ed4, knight b3, which makes me wonder if I can maybe spend a tempo on rook d8. And then my next 3 moves, hopefully, are knight f6, bishop e7, and castle short. But I guess this is not how Christiansen plays, because instead he's done this. And honestly, I would have stopped analyzing here.
yes,
Like,
yes,
this is just so outlandish to me. We're not a piece up here. We're only 2 pawns up. We are like a degree of magnitude behind in development.
Basically,
And we're
you're
also
forced to castle.
castling.
What a
we're
brave
castling-
decision.
Yeah.
What a brave decision.
Well, brave, but like, what are your
You're
your
forced.
choices?
yes, no,
Yeah.
you're
You
forced
you
to
can't really allow rook takes b7
Yes.
because it's not just the pawn. it undermines your knight on c6. It will become very vulnerable.
Normally, what you do, you close your eyes. Yes, you just say whatever happens, happens. Like, but I have no choice.
Yeah.
And you
Well,
do the
here
long
maybe you don't have
castling.
a choice.
Which he did.
But he had a choice here.
Yeah.
Is my point.
You could just keep developing, right?
Yeah, this is a very brave decision. So he goes long castles, gets met by knight g5. I like this move because we would like to have access to the b3 square. And in general, lengthening the diagonal and just making the bishop on g2 stronger is something we very much like. And I very much like the move a4, a5 here. This is a very good move.
Like,
Give me one more move, I play a6, the game is over.
Yeah, or queen a4.
Yeah.
What it does is, if white had a problem here, it is that basically we win the game if we attack the pawn on b7 with the queen. It feels like the moment this queen supports the rook in attacking the pawn on b7, the game ends.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't actually end immediately, but it feels like it does. But currently the queen on c3 is taking away some very important squares from our queen. So we play a5. As Cristian said, a5, a6 is a crushing threat. But also there is now an additional square for the queen we can aim for.
Okay, the big question, what happens if you take on a5? Queen takes a5.
I thought queen
Maybe even
queen c2, queen b3. I think queen b3 maybe. Yeah.
queen b3, first of all, is double attack, so
Yes.
you might as well
No,
hint at getting your pawn back.
Yeah, like unfortunately, rook d7,
Even
you,
bishop c6,
you
yes.
immediately resign.
That's
So
right.
I think the only move to even make here is queen c7.
Yes.
But this looks, honestly, this looks lost.
Lost, yeah.
I mean, if this isn't lost, everything, like my life has been a lie. Like my entire life has been a lie. I don't know. Even something very straightforward. And I'm not doing this because I like this pawn. I'm doing it to stop knight d5 from being a very good square for the knight on f6. And then eventually I will play bishop b2 and rook f c1 and the game will end.
So
Just
let's
bring
go
all the
95.
pieces to the game, yes.
Knight d5.
I need to at some point try to shift that king
Yeah,
to a8,
knight b6, king b8 or something.
king
Yeah.
a8.
No, but bishop b2, still king b8, yes?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to run as fast as possible, yes. Not sure
Yeah.
what
I
I
mean,
would
maybe
start
I'm
with,
overstating it a little bit. There is still like I'm not finding the immediate end of game decisive
But
blow.
Peter, you start with psychology, yes? Psychological aspect of this game, this 3 times repetition. I think it's also played some role here. After he deviated from repetition, he kind of wanted to prove that he is kind of better here. There's some kind of tricky games, mind games, right? Which were happening here. So he had to prove that actually he is playing for victory, and that's why maybe he started to take these pawns. I don't know, have you ever had this kind of situation when because of the team composition, because of the situation in the match, you had to play for victory, and the position didn't require and actually didn't have this
Not even in team competitions. If you decline a draw for in some way, you know, declining it and then making a solid move which leads to equality feels kind of stupid.
Absolutely.
So
you feel stupid yourself,
right? By avoiding a threefold, he maybe actually kind of painted himself into a corner a little bit because he feels like he needs to follow through with ambitious play. But this is not ambitious. I
think I found a nice idea.
Go on.
So once you go this queen to c7, take on e6, queen d7. Again, I'm just trying to follow up with your idea of not allowing knight to d5. Queen b3.
This is clever. This is nice. Yeah, I like this. I like this.
That's one. I was actually thinking bishop h5, but bishop h3 finishes the game. Yes.
It actually is a threat.
That's a threat.
That's a threat. Yeah.
Oh, this is nice.
Queen b3 is much stronger than queen c4.
So now you probably have to go king b8, right?
But then, I mean, now
knight c4.
I no longer need any help here. Yeah, we're getting there.
By the way, I just want to mention that we are not using any engines here.
And this is
pure brains.
I wanted to actually do a little bit of a quiz. We have a position after a5 on the board, and yes, this is not the strong. It's currently off. Full disclosure. It's currently off. It will be on in 20 seconds.
Okay.
I want to poll the commentators, myself included, on what the evaluation of this position is after letting it run for 20 seconds.
Ladies first.
I should start, yes. So let's say, what is the evaluation? Yes.
We'll switch it on. We will let it run for 20 seconds.
Okay, I would
instinctively.
I would say +2.
Okay. I'll go with 1.5.
My feeling is it might actually be above +2. So yeah, I don't know. I'm leaning more. Honestly, I'm leaning more this side than that side.
Very well be.
Yeah,
very well be.
I'll go with.
Let's see where the bar jumps.
Yeah, well,
What's the important one?
I'll go with
Imagine if it's
maybe
zero, as usually.
I need to temper myself a little bit. I'll go with like, I don't know, 1.9.
Wow.
Okay, okay.
So it starts at +2, but we need to wait 20
Yes,
seconds.
yes, yes. Okay.
2.09.
It's
Okay,
important.
you
We have
were
a
very close.
competition.
Yeah,
You were
yeah. I
very
shouldn't have tempered myself. I was just.
So what?
yeah.
I won?
Yeah, I think you win. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once again, not the strongest engine
Yes,
in the world.
I know, but
it
okay.
says basically Queen D3 is the only way to continue that doesn't lose immediately.
Don't minimize my victory.
But
No.
I'm guessing the point being
Yes,
that
it's a
you
point
can
down.
meet Queen A4 with Rook D4, I guess, and we've taken away the B5 square. Otherwise, we would have just immediately lost to Queen B5, but now Queen B5 is not a move. The Queen has to go backwards, and then maybe we finally establish some kind of a blockade for this bishop on G2.
This is
But
bad
yeah.
news for Norway, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how the other games are looking.
Imagine Magnus now watching the match definitely and rooting for his team and like
Yeah.
with
This
popcorn.
might end well. Like you still have to play well from here. It's not a position that you win absolutely by hand. Like Sean still has to calculate at some point.
Absolutely. Of
But-
course, it's not over.
But yeah, white is 2 pawns down. I wanted to say there are no direct threats, but that's not true. A6 is a very direct threat. And the fact that the computer starts at +2 here, I think, is a very good indication of just how critical this is. And every decision from now until more or less the end of the game will be do or die for Johann Sebastian.
Yeah.
One mistake here, and you just like
And you're
get
done.
blown out of
That's
the
it.
water.
That's it. Yeah. Let's take a look at the other games because this one is
Sure.
really important. Let's go
Sure.
down the road. Raja versus Aryan. Aryan versus the Raja Panjwani.
Yeah, this seems okay-ish for black, I guess. If this knight was on a good square, if it wasn't on h6, if it was already on c6, I would maybe start preferring black. But
You do have to contend with knight a5 or knight c5. basically. That's your only
and,
problem.
maybe in some positions e5, e6. The question is, do we want an endgame here, or do we want to keep queens on in some way?
Let's go with the endgame just to see.
Yeah, so if we
How it looks
take,
like.
are we taking on b3? Probably we are, yeah.
It seems like you cannot allow knight c5.
Yeah.
Everything kind of comes.
Yeah,
with tempo.
and then my problem is it's just very far from where it needs to be, and you can play knight f5, but it will get immediately driven back. Unfortunately, you're not in time.
Huge problem with
Yeah.
that knight actually.
So maybe we close our eyes and we go e6, and we try to get it to the e7 and to the c6
And if I go
square.
g4, you go knight g8.
I go knight
right?
g8 instantly. Yeah, I need this knight on a decent square
Yeah.
as soon as possible. The issue is we might just straight up lose to something like this, followed by rook ac1.
So h6.
I want to try. I want to try this. I guess it doesn't quite work. Yeah, maybe I'm a little bit
It's a very interesting
over
sacrifice.
ambitious. Yeah,
It's a very
because
interesting
knight g5
sacrifice.
there is even bishop h6. Annoyingly using this
Yeah.
pin.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm trying to win by force. I'm not obliged to be as harsh as this. I mean, I have knight g5 here, which forces the knight back to this horrible square, and then we can maybe spend some time improving our position.
Right, and that knight on g5 actually is a very
It's
powerful
a
knight
very
because you
annoying
don't have
piece, yeah.
rook hc8 either.
Yeah.
You're losing the h7 pawn,
Yeah.
and it doesn't look like an important pawn, but it's actually a crucial.
Yeah,
pawn
it's an
for this
endgame. Yeah, every pawn is going to count here.
Yeah.
So
one. Some pressure.
I
for
guess,
Aryan.
yeah, after a minute of talking about this position, I think we settle on some pressure for Aryan. I don't know if it's a lot, but it's some pressure.
And again, there are some problems with the clock for Raja. 23 minutes against 42. There's going to be a time trouble situation. with this.
On board 3, Elham Amar is playing a kind of a normal-looking knight or fee type position with black. I guess much depends in these structures on whether white can establish like full control over the d5 square or play knight d5 in a way that does something.
And for me, this was one of the most dangerous games for Norway because Elhan is a very good player, but it's also a bit unpredictable. Like he can win against the best players, but he can also just lose against 23, 24.
And he has a very interesting story as well. I think I spoke about him with with Simen. I ran into Simen somewhere, and Simen Aglestein, obviously a person who is an absolute legend, like the giant of Norwegian chess before Magnus came along.
And football as well.
Yeah, also played for a national football team. Yeah, just just an all-round Renaissance man and a person very instrumental in getting Magnus to his first heights. And I think he was taking a great interest in Elhan's future. And if you know more details than I do, I don't like lying to our viewers, and I might get the details wrong, but my impression was that Elhan was somebody who sort of just suddenly appeared with almost no schooling, no openings, but just an amazing natural gift for the game.
He's an internet kid.
Yeah.
He played a lot on the internet, played against the best players on chess.com. And yeah, he's very active also. He plays pretty much nonstop. Mostly blitz, sometimes bullet, but extremely instinctive player, as you just mentioned. With not a lot of training. I think there are some instances and some examples of this type of players. But again, he can be unstable.
Yeah.
And Răzvan Preotu, he is a very good GM. 2451 might be a bit misleading in terms of rating. This was a 2530 player just a couple of years ago. Right now he's going to school. Obviously he has other assignments as well. Nevertheless, he's a very dangerous opponent for Elhan.
Romanian roots?
Huh?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes. Romanian, living in Canada. Obviously, I think he's first generation Canadian, Romanian. But now going to school at UT Dallas, I think he might have, he's a college kid in the US. And we were discussing about this topic yesterday. But I know him very well prepared player. He works a lot and he can beat anybody in the world.
This is why I asked. I felt like you might have some insight on the player playing the white pieces here. And on board 4, Nikolai Naritsyn playing black against Urkidal. Yeah, this looks like trouble. This is like the one really bad position Canada has in the match. Just down a pawn for, honestly, not very much.
That's very good news for Norway right now.
Considering where Johann Sebastian's position is, having
Yes.
one
It
solid
balances out.
position.
Yes. So at the moment it's like more 2-2, right?
Yes.
For the moment.
Yes.
Can we jump to the board number 1 of the match
Absolutely.
between US and
Let's go.
We haven't seen Fabi.
Yes, actually, so that's what I wanted to bring
King.
your attention to this game, because I think his opponent just blundered.
Yeah, something very
And,
strong. Something
yes,
very
and
strange
Fabi
happened
found the move, the best move, I think, in the position. So let's keep an eye like what happened. After we left, I think we left at the moment he played b5. Remember, d5, b5 was on the board.
We actually gave this entire
Yes.
line on the board. After d5, e5, queen d5, c4, queen d3, knight f5, pretty much forced up to here. Now queen f5 is the best move. Queen f3, as expected. We briefly discussed it with Cristian on one of the breaks. I think the engine was suggesting c7, c6 is the best move in the position, but it really isn't a very natural move to make. I think your hand kind of refuses to make it to a degree. I think rook d8, the move that Jin Jintao chose, is
Much
a more natural move here. Knight b3 chosen by Fabi. It feels like white's pieces are somewhat vulnerable, but actually the knight is protected by the queen, so queen c2 we can simply play rook e1, e2, and nothing is falling. It's an important detail otherwise, because I mean, it looks like this is a very shaky construction on the queen side, but
queen is protecting, rook is protecting.
rook
Yes,
e2,
nice.
rook e2 does do the job here sufficiently. Black finally played c7, c6 here, and Fabi went c5.
I like the c5 again. Very nice move.
Very ambitious play by Fabi. And here, I suspect there was some miscalculation involved, because cb5 is a move that, as we are about to see in the game, if this goes wrong, it goes wrong disastrously.
Yeah, it was like crucial mistake. Mistake, it seems. What I really like that Fabi made a big break here, and he didn't intend. You know, sometimes you just want to take the pawn automatically, right? So it's very important not to capture pieces immediately, and just take a small break and think about alternatives. Yes. And,
First of all, you should check the alternative, and secondly, I'm pretty sure he kind of, when he was playing c4, c5, he thought, okay, c takes b5 is unplayable because this seems to lose. And when your opponent, who is a very strong grandmaster, as we pointed out, does it anyway, you absolutely do double and triple check, because
maybe you miss something. Yes.
Your first instinct is, he wouldn't have made a losing move. He must have some idea against what I'm planning to do. But it seems like it is just a losing move, because queen takes b7.
What do you do?
Bishop is hanging, and also knight b3, d4 now is a massive, massive threat.
Yes, I don't know, what did he miss? Let's try to figure out. Like, if you take on a4, yes, knight d4, right? It's not
94
possible.
is just crushing against
take-
anything. He played queen c2, and I think he played queen c2 quite quickly as well. So that was the
This was
intention.
probably his plan.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
queen
then
c2.
94 anyway. And I mean, queen b2, knight takes e6 is a very, very simple loss. Just things collapse. You end up losing a bunch of materials. So
Pushing it down already.
he took on c5, knight e6, he took on f2, but I'm assuming Fabio will play king h1. This looks lost. I am struggling to figure out what could have been missed, because it's not like black has an attack against the white king. Even the pawn on g2, let's say, is protected, so rook d2 doesn't even create a single threat.
Yes.
The problem is you're rook down.
Yeah,
Yes, at the
you're
moment
going
you
to be a
just
rook
rook
down.
down,
Yeah.
right?
You
This-
can
let's
take
just
on
calculate.
e6.
Yes,
take on
take on
e7.
We'll
e7.
take on e7. Okay, you can play rook
Rook
d2
d2.
here, but
I mean, at least you have queen f7
Let's take
or
on
queen
e6.
e6, yes.
Just for good measure.
You want
I
more,
feel
yes,
like
you
I
want.
should take that pawn. Maybe I should.
I actually kind of liked queen f7 because I would
Maybe I
like
should.
to play.
Yes,
I
maybe
wa- I
we're
wanna
too
put-
greedy, yeah?
I want to put it on
I'm
g6.
greedy.
G6, this
yeah.
was my intention.
I want to
just
put it on
put
g6,
it on g6, protect g2.
I guess the only
But-
way to continue here is to play king h8, because if you play king h7 and you allow me to play queen g6 with check,
Yeah,
then
it will be
I'm just a
strange,
rook
yes.
up.
And rook f1, rook
Yeah,
f6
I
even,
mean,
no?
just
Sometimes. Rook c1.
yeah.
let's give mate. Yeah,
Yes.
let's give mate on the other side of the board.
Doesn't look nice.
Yeah,
Yes.
No compensation. You have to go king
you
h8.
have to play king h8, but this never works.
Yeah.
Generally, it never works. First of all, I can go knight g6,
Yeah, we can
knight
get
f8.
we can get the knight over to f8, and
I
then
don't know if it helps. Probably not.
maybe I don't know. I mean,
But now I have ideas of queen g6. Yeah,
queen g6, and then knight takes
Rook
e6,
f1?
and
rook f1, rook f6.
f6, yes.
well, I mean, I like creating.
Oh,
mate-
that's
mate-
good
Mate
also.
stress as well.
I did blunder knight h5, but I have a. You see the mate here? It's very cute, yeah. I mean, it's not mate.
Ah, yes,
Yes,
knight
yes,
f8. Oh, no,
I thought
This one.
I thought this is even
This one.
even
Nice.
cuter.
That's
Yeah,
beautiful.
luring the pawn to
That is
g5,
very
and now yeah with rook 8. to
Rook
come.
8. Mhm.
Yeah. No, I mean, but honestly, it just kind of looks lost. Normally when you see a player, and this is once again, let's restate, it appears to be a massive mistake, but this doesn't really change our opinion. This is a very strong player.
Absolutely, five-time champion of Singapore, grandmaster. There is no doubt this player is really strong. Yes.
So when you see a player like this miss something this big, you normally think for about half a minute, and you are able to pinpoint what was missed.
Yeah.
But I'm struggling here.
Correct.
I really am struggling here. I don't quite. Did he think he was okay after fe6? But he doesn't look okay.
No.
Your position is in ruins, and I can probably spend a
You have
tempo
a
on
pawn
something
for
like
an exchange. There's
yeah.
not much compensation. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like you have the most active pieces. My queen is getting trapped on b7. No, still your pieces are under attack.
Yeah.
And you only have a pawn for the exchange.
I really,
There's no compensation.
I really don't see, because like the entire line seems incredibly straightforward. By playing c6 takes b5, you've opened up this diagonal. So white uses the diagonal to attack everything, basically. Bishop is hanging, knight d4 is hanging. You cannot play bishop b8 because knight d4, rook takes d4. I can even include queen takes
yes, rook
b8.
d4. Yes, I thought about this,
Yeah,
but yes,
I
it's
can
not
even include queen takes
working,
b8
yes.
first. You're down a full
Maybe
rook
this
again.
was what we missed. Maybe.
Check, but it's.
These are not difficult.
By the way,
No,
just pay
exactly.
attention. He spent a lot of time compared to Fabi. Fabi has like 48 minutes. He has 17.
This is a mysterious
The question is
one.
when he spent it.
Yeah.
Because if he spent it after
After.
queen takes b7, then it's just spent to try to find a way out, which doesn't exist.
I have a
Yeah.
question for you, Cristian. Are we going
Yes.
to have podcasts about this game today?
Uh-huh.
You know, C-square podcast with Fabiano and
uh,
Cristian. Are we going to have some explanation of
That's
what happened?
a very good question. If you
Yes.
can convince him, send him my way. I have it ready. Obviously, no problem. But it's going to take some convincing. This is a serious tournament. Fabi is
Yeah.
in
Yes.
serious mood. He just wants to play well, represent the
His
United
country,
States,
yes.
and win the gold medal. I mean, look, the goal is simple for the US. They're the favorites in terms of rating, very closely matched up against India, but still, the goal is always to win the gold medal.
Yeah, that's always a point. You are playing in such a competition, you want to devote all your time, all your energy to really perform well. And I'm asking these tricky questions because, yeah, we know that many players now, they're streaming these days, but I mean, you can be accused a little bit later that you didn't devote all your energy, right? So it's always a tricky moment, like how much time you can spend for other things and what else you can do.
He actually streamed.
He streamed before the
the title
tournament.
Tuesday.
Yes, but it was before. It
Also
was
because he
allowed.
wasn't playing the
he
next
wasn't
day.
playing the next day. Yes.
He missed the first round.
So-
So
Hikaru would definitely do it.
Hikaru does his recaps all the time. I mean,
Yeah.
20 minutes after the game ends, the
Yeah.
recap is going to be up.
Exactly.
Weirdly, I was, I think, one of the first people to ever do it. Nobody really knows
Yes,
that because
I
it was
remember that.
it
No,
was
I
behind the
remember that.
paywall for some reason. I did this in the super final in 20, I want to say 16. I played a
And by the only one, you mean one of the only top players.
Yeah. At the time, it was a very strong round robin, and I pitched this idea to Chess24, which was still a thing that existed at the time, and they said, yeah, sure. And I remember by the end of the tournament, I felt drained,
Yes.
and I felt this probably impacted my performance more than I had hoped when I pitched the idea to them.
Yeah.
Even though it feels like you, and I was doing it, I tried doing it in the most sort of natural way possible, meaning that I would come back to the room from the round and I would try not to even switch the engine on.
Yeah.
Just to give sort of as close as I could remember, just to give my thoughts exactly as they happened during the game.
Yeah.
Like first impressions. Post-mortem, yes, but no checking with engines. And those were like 25, 30-minute videos. And yes, somewhere around round 7 or 8, I thought, this is actually doing things to me. This is not easy.
I think
I think
Hikaru
that's
is
always-
maybe the only the only one that can actually do
I have
it
tremendous
effortlessly.
respect for him continuing to play at an extremely high level. I mean, he's
It
done
doesn't
in- yeah.
impact it. It really doesn't. At least not in a negative way. In fact, it might be a positive thing for him because it's kind of like a venting mechanism, right? You can just give your unfiltered thoughts after the game. And, you know, we used to have the postmortems with the other player. And some people were staying for hours trying to figure things out, trying to find the truth. Right now, those are kind of obsolete because you have the engine, and the engine is going to tell you that you're an idiot, more or less, for the most
That's a
part.
problem, yes. We are not using engines now. I wanted to bring your attention to the fact that Anish Giri has better position now.
Okay.
Suddenly. And just we haven't checked this
Suddenly.
match yet, and it's a match between Netherlands and Belgium, countries, neighbor countries.
Yes.
And I was just I just wanted to draw your attention that Anish is playing today against a young player from
Daniel
Belgium.
Darda,
Do you know something about him? He's like pretty young, only
Very strong
17, strong, but very strong
European
player.
champion.
Yes, at the
Yes,
moment.
I
And
think so.
also he's
Not for this year, but he got the gold medal, if I'm not mistaken, in one of the years. Very
youngest
recently.
Belgium champion ever. Yes, so I think it's a really interesting personality. And originally he's from Albania, and his father is also a chess player. So like he's coming from a chess family.
That gives us a very interesting segue for later in the show, I think,
Yes,
because
right.
we have a story on that topic. But yeah, for now, if we bring up the position, Anish, I think, is enjoying a very nice advantage, not because of the broken up structure on the queen side, because it will be very, very difficult to attack those pawns, but much more due to the fact that black pieces are, in particular the queen is kind of stuck on the queen side, and you are about to be under, I think, a very serious attack. It feels optically that there are not enough defenders on the king side against what is about to come.
Yeah, the problem is knight h5 is coming, and if you
Oh,
try
yeah,
to defend against knight h5 with bishop f7, you're giving me those squares that you just highlighted. Knight
Yes.
f5, knight g4.
Something like this. And
Everything is
black is still locked out. The biggest defender, the most useful defender you could have here is locked out on b7. The rook on a8 is also very difficult to include in your defense. And eventually it just feels like it will crash through. And I mean, maybe the inclusion of e4, e5 somewhere, or maybe the switch to g3 with the rook with some knight h6 sacrifices.
Yeah,
down
it
the
looks
line.
really nice.
Just correct myself. Darda did indeed tie for first
He
in
tied, yes.
2023, but Caruana got the gold medal on tie-breaks.
Still, it's a big achievement, yes, for a young player.
He got a medal, but it wasn't gold.
It wasn't gold, yes, but tied for the first. Yeah, great
Which again,
achievement.
for a player from Belgium, which doesn't really have a strong chess culture, it's incredible. It's an incredible achievement. He's definitely the strongest player of his generation coming from Belgium.
Yeah, nice.
A very, very promising player. I played him in Samarkand in the Rapid and Blitz, and we
yes.
played a kind of a wild game, which, I mean, it was a 20-move draw, which doesn't sound very wild, but the way we got there was quite spectacular. This was a Rossolimo. Anish played bishop b5 against the Sicilian. Daniel chose e6. And Anish actually did something in the structure which I have not seen a lot, because often white tries to either play h4, h5 very quickly to restrict, because this knight often goes to e7 and g6. So you push the h-pawn up, you try to get this knight to go to maybe slightly worse squares. There's also quite often the idea of moving the knight away from f3 and trying to play f2, f4.
Yeah.
What Anish has done instead is he basically allowed black sort of...
This idea is also quite popular, right?
No, but what I mean is, generally, I think the understanding is if you allow all of these things, and in particular, maybe if you allow the move f7, f5, black is just quite healthy. And looking at this position right now, I'm wondering why f7, f5 wasn't played. e5, bishop takes f5, let's say knight g3, I play maybe bishop g6 or e6, or maybe e6. And if I get the time to play knight f6 on castles, it's difficult for me to imagine why this would be particularly bad for black. Maybe it just doesn't work out move by move.
Yeah,
rook
I played it with white and absolutely agree that it's something what you don't like to get.
Maybe something like this followed by f4 just doesn't work for black move
maybe
by move.
Maybe d4 after knight f6.
Yeah, so Daniel kind of gave up on the idea of pushing f5 immediately, and then it was no longer allowed. But Anish is not really, it's not like Anish is making great progress elsewhere. But it's interesting how he approached it, because he allowed d6, d5, and he immediately stopped everything.
C4, yes.
This is a very kind of a cute-looking structure by white.
What I know about it, that you stop it in order to keep this pawn on c5, and later on you try to get it. I mean, maybe not immediately, but later on it will be weak.
I think even more importantly, we're stopping c5, c4, because I think
c4,
black very much wants to play c5, c4 here to break apart your structure. So he played c4, and then he stabilized a little bit with rook b1, and eventually he did.
I like queen e1.
Yeah, queen e1 pushing the rook back to a8 is by using a5 as a weakness is pretty cute. And now we see the outlines of the position that we began discussing at the start of this little episode. So rook e3, Daniel goes bishop f8. I'm expecting knight g4. Importantly, I think black maybe would have been kind of okay if you could play this, but unfortunately for black, you cannot take with the rook, because this pin will cost you a pawn, and if you go fe5, you just get mated along the f file. Like something.
The difference between the knight and the bishop is insurmountable at this point.
I think, like, if I could get here with black, with the f file closed, I feel like I'm probably surviving.
You're still worse, but you're somewhat surviving.
But if you have to take with the f pawn, you know you're lost, because you're just never going to be able to balance the complete domination over the f file with both rooks and knight h5 coming in. You're just going to get mated very quickly. So I think because of that, we can afford to go knight g4. I don't particularly want to go knight f5 yet. It's playable, but I'm reluctant to give black trades. I feel like I probably just win this game by a mating attack eventually. So the reason I am not dead set against it is black doesn't control the e8 square. If rook e8 was a legal move here, I definitely am not doing this with white. Because rook e8 is not a legal move in this position, we will never give up control over the e file. It still looks fantastic, to be honest. Even this looks fantastic.
Knight f5.
Knight f5 played, okay. That's...
Anish is definitely enjoying this position right now. Maybe we can check the situation in the whole match, just the positions, current positions on the board.
So yeah, Anish is better. On board 2, Jordan is playing an endgame which is around equal, but I think my general feeling is the better player normally wins these endgames.
I'm looking at the time right now.
Yeah, and that
7 minutes against 51. That's not looking good.
Yeah. And honestly, you can even lose these types of endgames on the board quite easily. Like black gets to play e5, king e6, maybe you miss a very good moment for black to play b5, and you suddenly find yourself in a genuinely worse position, which will be very hard to defend on 7 minutes. So this is board 2, looking pretty good for the Dutch today. This is board 3, where Max Farmadam is playing against Sim Merivort. This is a kind of funny looking position. Kind of a reverse King's Indian being played here. Seems quiet so far, but it clearly sharpened up wonderfully for Max later on. Still doesn't really look like it should be very bad for black, but what do we think about this position?
Looks good. Looks good for white. I do like the pressure on the b file. Obviously, you have to contend with this f4 coming along, and maybe that's going to entomb the bishop on d2. That's something that you have to be careful, but also comes with consequences. You're giving me all the light squares after.
Feels
that might
like,
be a problem.
honestly, feels like a position where the next 3 to 5 moves will very much decide if black actually gets out of it with a decent position, because it's important that we got to play g6, g5 here, because we absolutely cannot afford, we're not developed enough, and our king is not safe enough to allow hg or to take gh. So getting time to play g6, g5 is very important. And if you imagine black, I don't know, playing c6, bishop b6, queen d7, rook b d8.
That's why I
wonder if white can play at a certain
this
moment
guy's
g4.
hanging.
Oh, d3 is hanging.
And you're going to take
right.
it. I know you're going to take it.
I think I am taking it, yeah. Not only because it's just a healthy pawn, I also want to kill off the bishop on g2 by
such an
playing
important
e5,
pawn.
e4.
Yes.
Such an important pawn.
Yeah.
And the thing is, queen b3, bishop b6 is the problem. Okay, this is actually a very concrete position.
Yeah,
right
I'm moving away from my initial assessment that Max is doing
That's
very
what I was
well.
thinking. And also, like, do we have a plan with white sometimes maybe to play move like g4 and get e4 square? I'm just wondering if we...
I think I'm actually going to let you
want
play
to do
f4, because I think you want to play f4 anyway. You will get the light squares. White is probably going to be a light squares.
The position is quite interesting. That's why I'm not sure. Like, I think it's double-edged.
Very double-edged.
Yes.
Yeah, the
more
more I look at this, the more I think this is maybe the Belgians' hope in the match so far. This is a very sharp position still. You can imagine even some scenarios in which the pawn on h5 could become a target. Like if you imagine the bishop coming over to f7, then the pawn on h5 could become vulnerable, and your king side, we keep on mentioning the idea of playing f5, f4. It's definitely, at some point, will become a topic.
But also e4, as you just mentioned. For example, I was trying to figure things out with queen b1. Defending the pawn on d3. And by the way, we have a move, I think d4 was played.
d4. Really?
Huge decision. And perhaps the best one.
Yeah. I was reluctant to allow e5, e4, but I guess he has the immediate f3.
No, but let's check this line if you take on d4, just to show to everyone.
I think you're going to throw queen b3, right?
I mean, I don't know. So
probably.
Rook e8
just because everything comes with tempo. Like I will take on e8, I will go rook to e1.
Yeah, that is good.
Yes, maybe it's important move. Yes, some intermediate moves.
We are continuing not to allow bishop b6.
Yes.
I really don't like opening the e file for black with this piece still stuck on the queen side. I would like to not play d4. My first choice is e4, and yeah, the issue is, do we have a good reply to f3?
Yeah, and I think the same idea after e takes f3, just queen b3, rook e8, rook e1. I need to stop you from, I think so.
Oh.
Even this looks pretty good, but yeah, stopping bishop b6 is important.
But now you have d5 also.
Yeah, we do have d5. Yeah,
it's a much better version.
I like d4. This is a good decision by Max.
If you saw this from before, maybe he kind of estimated his position differently. Yeah.
And finally, before we go on a break, I think we should look at the box game in Bakhol.
Yeah.
I was expecting a less forced laugh, Anastasiya.
What about
this was not a bad one.
Yeah,
Fabi won.
This entire line actually came onto the board with knight g5 check. Yes. The line I showed earlier. This entire line has been played onto the board, and Fabi accepted a handshake there. So Team US goes 1-0 up.
Big way to start his campaign as the leader of the US team. For Fabiano, obviously not with an easy game, but with a very strong performance.
Yes.
And to be honest, after the match yesterday, a lot of pundits were questioning, hey, is the US in the best shape? Levon was losing. Wesley
made a draw.
I mean, this could have gone wrong early on in day one. But right now, with Fabi coming back to the lineup, it looks pretty decent.
Yes. So yeah, I mean,
let's
coming back to your joke.
for a second before we go on a break, because we do have to squeeze in a break before the time travel situation starts.
Yeah, so we're looking at a position where the structure is somewhat symmetrical, but black has sort of by far the more active pieces. The bishop on e6 is, I think, much better looking than the bishop on g2. The bishop on c5 is nicer looking than this bishop on b2. It's still not going to be easy for Bach to get this to a big advantage, but I'm picking black, I think, every single time here. Ideas of maybe playing a5, a4 here to kind of remind white that there's some vulnerabilities on the queen side, they come to mind. You have to watch for some counterplay with c4 putting some pressure on the e5 pawn. You have to kind of constantly watch for some ideas of knight g5. I guess this is maybe the one quote-unquote active move white has here. But yeah, black is definitely to be preferred. The question is how much. And this is, if we go back to the opening, and this is a topic we discussed, I think, both in concrete terms, using some games as examples, and also in purely theoretical terms. This is a typical game of somebody who is somewhat lower rated against somebody higher rated. And this is how you really should not be playing, I think. I think this very rarely ends well.
Yeah, you better take some risks, you play some aggressive game, but
yeah,
you don't do this to yourself, yes? You don't go torture yourself in this ending.
We might be proven wrong, and he might actually, the Belgian player might actually make a draw eventually, but more often than not, you end up not enjoying life very much when you just kind of declare from move one pretty much that you are just trying to trade every single piece.
Yeah, it's a psychological advantage you're giving your opponent, basically, which is not a good idea. With that being said,
let's go for the break and see you on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back soon.
2023 saw the start of a battle. Now, witness the next move. This is Chess Amplified. Every move is a statement. Every sacrifice, a strategy. And every win, a declaration of power. 6 teams, 6 icons, 24 superstars, 6 prodigies. The world's biggest mind game, Global Chess League, coming soon.
Bobby, dude, your chessable course is taking forever, man.
What are you wearing?
Dude, I always wear this.
Well, why are you wearing it?
Dude, I'm going on Piers Morgan in 5 minutes.
You mean that Piers Morgan?
Wait,
Hans is on right now.
what? You interviewed Hans instead of me? God.
Waves are off, his clock is ticking. How will he respond to Econom's first move already
Who's gonna swing across the channel? I'm a strong swimmer. Who's gonna swim across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say a lighthouse. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
And welcome back, chess fans. We're on the day number 2 of the World Chess Olympiad, and it's already, we have 3 hours after the start of the games, so it's like a culmination of the games right now. Let's jump to the match between Egypt and Uzbekistan. Egypt is playing with the winners of the Olympiad in 2022, and it seems like Uzbekistan is doing pretty well.
Yeah, today
right
they're having, I think, a much easier day than they had yesterday. Yesterday, I'm sure Vladimir Kramnik was experiencing some heart palpitations some way through the round. But it all ended up nicely for them, but they were in trouble. Today, much less so. The position you see on your screen is board 1, where Nadirbek Abdusattorov seems to be firmly in control against Adam Fuzzy. You want to give mate with bishop takes h3 if we start talking about the position, but you need to start calculating rook b7 check. It probably still is winning. I guess the move is king.
Bishop d7?
Sorry, yeah, bishop d7 is decent. Mate in 1 is...
Actually, very easy to miss, yes, because you have check and you think of where to move the king, but nice.
Nice beginning to this commentary session, not seeing mate in 1 after thinking 15 seconds.
But bishop d7.
I am very proud of myself. This is an achievement.
That's why we have 3 commentators, guys, here, you know.
And there you have it, bishop takes h3,
Yes.
about to happen on the board.
Yes.
I guess you have to play knight f3 then, in order not to get mated straight away.
The idea is to prevent it with knight h2, but if I play bishop... yes, and also queen is hanging right now.
Yeah, but queen
yes,
g3, queen g3 should win. Queen g3, you have to probably try to take... whoa!
Do you have rook d2 here?
This is so beautiful.
Oh, rook d2.
This is very, very nice.
Because if queen takes, then queen f3.
Yeah, and then we will walk to the h3 pawn and take it with checks. Yeah, knight f3 played, and I'm guessing this entire line will get played onto the board. Yeah, because this is... If you don't play g8, you resign. Like, if your best move in this position is rook g1, it just isn't very interesting.
Yeah.
Black wins with pretty much any kind of normal move. Bishop g4 wins, bishop takes g1 wins, whatever wins.
Queen g3 is on the board.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure he will go gh. And in fact, if not for rook g2, the game sort of continues. If you have to go for this position, yes, you're still better with black, but you can absolutely imagine misplaying this and actually having problems in converting this into a full point. But yeah, rook d2 just ends the game on the spot. You can throw in a kind of a spite check with rook b7, but both king h6 and king h8 are very comfortably winning for black here. Yeah, this is a very, very beautiful shot.
Yes,
the idea, of course, being to distract the knight away from the h2 square. And
why is king h8?
Why king h8 is not good?
So far?
Let's try to find out.
What's king
h8? Knight g5.
Okay, yeah, but I think king h6 does.
He's gonna see.
Does look more logical. Yeah, and rook d2 blitzed out by Nadirbek. Yeah.
Nadirbek is, and
but
he's
by the way,
screen,
knight g5 is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very beautiful thing to miss, and you have to do this, and then after bishop b6 you have to take the perpetual, because bishop takes e1. Queen d4 check.
Small check,
is a bit unfortunate.
Yes, and queen g7 check.
No, it's made.
It's made already. Yes, I mean, guys, I keep missing things, but yes, bishop. So this 6.
Yeah, Nadirbek was very emphatic in blitzing out rook d2, and it's always just a very nice feeling to make moves like this onto the board. Like it's a kind of a thing you see when you're solving your daily ration of puzzles.
Yeah, but knight g5 is easy to miss. You know, like you still have to be really careful after rook b7.
Is a natural.
Yeah, I think you avoided by.
Yeah, but now knight g5 you take with.
Yeah, we can take the queen. This is not mate, right?
Problem.
This is rook h7 is no longer a mating threat. It's just
knight f7. The problem is knight f7.
We will run away.
Run away, yes. You run away. That's what I thought.
No. Oh, you are.
I am, yeah.
You are running away. It's a dangerous walk.
It is a, yeah. Many of these moves will be the only legal moves in the position, but eventually it gets to c5, and from c5 it will be
you are running
completely safe.
Yeah.
Okay, so Uzbekistan about to go 1-0 up. What's going on elsewhere?
Yes.
That's not their match. Hang on a second.
But isn't board 3 worse for them right now?
I see also we have one result.
Yeah, and they already won on board 4. Let's briefly show the final position of. Oh, that's also a very
Beautiful.
Nice diagram. Yeah, Shamsuddin Vahidov absolutely breaking through on the king side, of course. He probably took
just queen is
he took something on
the
e6,
game, yes.
and now everything comes in. So seems like a bit of an opening catastrophe.
By the way, I
there.
thought about bishop g7 instead of queen e7.
Probably also wins. Yeah.
Well, you know, I'm checking twice, but maybe I'm wrong.
Knight g4,
Yes,
king h5, and
maybe no checkmate. Yes. Cute.
yeah, actually mate in 6.
Yeah.
Yes.
Queen.
Yes.
Force. Almost.
Because
with just remove.
you can try throwing some things in, but
Yes,
even
it's still
there
like-
the king gets chased down and mated on f5. So
Nice. Beautifully played,
Yeah.
Peter.
so this is actually a line I thought it was something like this. It's a line which has become somewhat fashionable because this idea of playing knight g7 against the Spanish has been tried. Nakamura has been doing
Yes.
this very consistently. Prague himself did it quite a bit. There's a bunch of these lines which are now
Popular, yes.
playable.
Yes.
If you really know what you're doing, you can actually play like this. And
Yeah, the new engines basically went from what used to be perhaps close to a +1 advantage for white to basically, if you go far enough, you're going to get the zeros.
yeah, you're probably saving the game.
0.2
Yeah,
something.
yeah, you're probably saving the game. It's not like you're going to enjoy it very much against a well-prepared opponent. Against a well-prepared opponent, you're still in trouble here, but you are supposed to not lose.
And that's exactly, and this is what Nakamura said after his SEC match against Alireza. He lost the match, in his opinion, obviously because Alireza was better, but also because he didn't remember exactly what to do in this night. And they turned sharp, and he got in trouble in every single game he played this knight g7.
Yeah, and he was playing a slightly different one. He was playing just to be more truthful to. I think he was playing this one, right? And now knight g7.
Yes.
There are different
And
possibilities.
this is kind of not what we're discussing right now, but
It's probably a better version, but the same kind of vein.
But yeah, at some point Alireza started playing knight takes e5 here, and remembering exactly what to do in this position is kind of important. And it did not go well for Hikaru starting from a certain point.
Just on this, I wanted to tell you that it's already 2-0 for Uzbekistan because Nadirbek won the game after
Nadirbek
rook
also
d2. His opponent resigned
just
immediately.
resigned,
Yes,
yeah.
so we were right.
So
about rook
on
d2.
board 2, Nadirbek Yakuboev, who had a rough time of it yesterday, he was under tremendous amounts of pressure. Today he is enjoying a very pleasant position. He is down a pawn, but the knight on d4 is just so much better than the bishop on e6 that it's not really being felt very much that you're
This f6 pawn, yes.
down a pawn. And
It's not
he is
that important right now.
quite far progressed in the idea of creating a passed pawn on the queen side. It's just a lot more pleasant to play with white. It feels like he probably ends up winning this game, even though I suspect the computer defends this with very precise play. You suspect it's probably still within the margins, but in practical terms, it's just so much more fun to play with white. And on board 3, Sindarov is, and that's his first game of the Olympiad. He was rested yesterday. Sindarov is in some trouble against Hamid Wafa. This was obviously a Sicilian. Let's take a look what kind of Sicilian. So this was a Najdorf, a bishop g5 Najdorf, where the move queen f3 was played. Another kind of a modern invention where people used to just absolutely automatically play f2 f4 here and not really think about it too much. And now all of these weird queen moves have become very serious, just trying to get the queen over to g3 as quickly as possible, and then playing your normal f4 ideas. So Sindarov replied in a kind of a logical fashion with g5 and rook g8, which if it works, it is a very logical thing to do.
I have a feeling it's probably still some sort of theory.
Very possible. We would like to see the timings here. Without seeing the timings, you never really know whether players are still in book or not.
Yes.
But somehow, here it seems like the engine is like in severe disagreement with how he's treated this position. He must have done something wrong between let's say here and here, because the engine is screaming that white is better now after the very simple move h2 h4 knight h7, and the Egyptian player here chose knight f3, but even king b1 apparently is quite strong. So knight f3 was the choice.
It's like white keeps the pawn and asking where is compensation.
This is apparently completely lost. The point being, I guess, is that you need the king already on b8, and it will be very difficult to cross over.
Yep.
If you play bishop takes g5 after king b1, all kinds of pins are becoming
b7
very.
rook h5,
I guess rook h5 just wins on the spot, right? Because you are
f6 rook h7,
provoking f6, putting the rook on h7, and then black kind of never really escapes all of these pins and actually gets mated on the queen side now with all of these problems constantly being. It's just unsolvable. And the bishop on g5, it looks like a beautiful piece, but it does absolutely nothing. It needs to be somewhere here. Instead, Norway played Sindarov played bishop d7, but now after g6, long castles and g7, this pawn is actually surviving.
This one went all the way to g7.
Rook d8, queen d8.
Maybe we should just show why f takes g6 doesn't make any sense, why you cannot accept that pawn sacrifice.
I guess after rook h7, yeah, you will no longer be able to castle.
You're freeing up the 7th rank, the king stays in the center, it's all about keeping the king in the center.
Yeah, and so we get here, and here the player here playing the white pieces made a massive mistake, which is, I think, inexperience mainly, because you need to understand just how winning your position is. Yeah, he took on e5, which still gives them...
Which seems to be like a
he's still better.
But you're opening up the bishop.
Yeah, and also you're giving up on g7, because after bishop d6, maybe he thought bishop f6, queen c5 is forced, and he will continue attacking on the queen side. But after bishop d6, queen h5, rook g7, this is just such a massive improvement for black, because suddenly there is no passer.
You don't give this pawn for e5 pawn, right?
Yeah.
It has.
And the reason it's such a big mistake is that you actually need to start playing on the other side of the board, because black absolutely has to deal with the pawn on g7. There is no way black can do anything while this pawn is still alive. The queen is tied to the back rank, because allowing rook h8 will be immediately lethal if you allow rook h8. And this gives you all the time in the world to just blow up the entire queen side, and then you can include starting a mating attack to the list of your achievements.
He was probably worried about bishop g5, bishop f4, something like that.
Yeah, but the thing is, all of these positions, they start collapsing. It's very similar to the one we discussed earlier, where
the bishop on f4 is just completely useless.
Yeah, it's out of play. The moment we do something about the pawn on b5, this knight will become an attacking piece.
Now the queen is also transferred to the a7 square.
Yeah, all of these threats are... Yeah, it's just completely lost.
So Uzbekistan right now is winning 2-0, but this game is shaky. It's not clear how it will finish. What is the final position?
It's become
Let's
better,
discuss the final
What
situation.
we have on the board right now is this position, which is still better for white, but it feels to me that this probably gets saved.
But with 3 minutes on the clock, you're still a pawn down. I still have some bishop f3, 5 ideas. You might save it, but you're still fighting very hard to do so.
So big chances for Uzbekistan to win this match. I really want... What happened?
This didn't happen. But
they didn't happen, but
this didn't happen. Nice. But that would be a way. Oh, okay. And his opponent actually traded everything. This will be a draw now.
Just with the draw. I want to draw your attention to the game of Levon. I mean, because something is happening there, and his opponent has less than 1 minute. But look at and probably
Levon is winning now. But
he's winning
it was a draw, but
the situation was not that great. Maybe we can just quickly check. It may finish soon.
Sure. Yeah, we should stay with this game, because Levon is about to give mate.
Look at this position, yes. But I think he went through some difficulties before.
He was slightly worse. He was never actually completely busted. He misplayed a good position, was in some trouble, but probably within the drawing margins. And then his opponent, who was very, very short on time, made a big mistake. And
but just look at this. Like black has extra rook in the position.
5 seconds. Will he make it in time?
Yes, he did.
Queen f3, and now I guess. Yeah, I'm trying to find a way to play h2, h3. I just want to play
pick up the queen.
Yeah, you can win the queen. And this is what you should be doing, I guess. Yeah, and Levon is going to do that, and the game is going to end, because this is just a very, very easily convertible position with the queen up. Yeah, king g4, and I think he probably resigns after knight e3, because there's really not very much hope. And I think in the end, Levon will be quite satisfied with how this has gone, but he did let his opponent back into the game there at one point.
So 2-0
Shall
right
we
now
say-
for US.
Potentially see the handshake.
Yes.
We do have a
Let's
few,
see the handshake and
I think this
remember
is move
what's going
38.
on.
He's probably going to make it to move 40.
In 2 other boards of US,
No
like
particular reason. Yeah,
position.
there we have it.
Yes.
No particular reason to continue from here. You just can't save this position.
We could somebody was a trainer, yes. Of,
Yeah, probably captain,
Singapore, yes.
consoling his player there.
2-0 right now for US, and we have Linier Dominguez and Ray Robson still playing.
Yeah, Linier is just playing a he's playing a game as if he's playing in Sinquefield Cup, basically. Like, he doesn't deviate very far from the quote-unquote correct chess.
By the way, against a very strong player as well. This is a newly minted GM. I think he's very young, about 15 or 16.
Yeah, I think we're watching him on screen right now.
The president of the Singaporean Federation was very high on him. He really thinks that this is the next talent coming from Singapore.
Yeah, if we are to talk about this position, I'm wondering if I can create a scenario where Black starts playing for a win. If you allow King c5 and b5, are you in trouble? Maybe you are, yeah?
A little bit, yes, because then you cannot really take on b5.
Maybe you are. So I think we go King d4, I guess. Yeah, and we provoke c6, c5, and then we lock out those ideas completely.
Good
and
point.
If I go b5 right now...
If you go b5 right now, I am not sure what I'm supposed to do. This is still a bit tricky, honestly. I can actually imagine
Can I go
this.
c4, maybe?
Yeah, I was calculating the exact.
Oh wait, c4
okay,
just
yeah,
loses. right?
probably
Diamond.
not. Yeah, just BA here. Or
Yeah,
something.
that's just a pawn. No way.
Yeah.
No.
So
c4
how
doesn't make any sense.
are we dealing with this?
I guess I just sit. Let's say I sit by playing.
Yeah, King e3 doesn't lose somehow.
The thing
but
is, I
King
don't want to go
d3
g5.
does.
I don't want to go f5. I don't want to push any.
Okay, so this is actually this might be a position of mutual zugzwang. Because judging by the evaluations on my screen, this takes King c5 actually loses.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so you need this, like this position needs to be, for white not to lose, black needs to be the side to move.
And I think it's important to show that it loses because if you do go f5 right now, first of all, let's start with h5 actually. Because h5 you can just simply take and lose a tempo.
Yeah, then we go f5, yeah.
And that's it. You allow me access to c4, it's over. But if you do go f5, then I have to tackle you from the other side. Now I take, and then I go king d6. And you go king d4, but then I get c5, king d5.
Yeah, exactly.
It's another
so
weakness.
king d4 has already been played, b5 has already been played. And apart from king e3, you can also make a draw by playing something like g5, which is not a move you particularly want to make, but it also kind of makes sense to continue forcing black to play c6, c5. What happens if
f5? King e3 or what? What should I play?
Yeah,
I play king d3 maybe?
King d3 loses again. Yeah, you need to be able to meet king c5 with king d3.
With king d3, yes.
This is always the motif here.
But isn't this like a very dangerous move to make g5? First of all, not because of this necessarily, but you give me access to f5, so I can start with take on a4, c5, king e6. It looks dangerous, right?
Yeah.
But
so
then you have access
king
to
e3 is a
c5.
draw, g5 is a draw, everything else loses.
Yeah, not easy.
Yeah,
not
I think
easy.
king e3 is the easier choice of the two. I think you don't particularly want to touch anything on the king side here because it feels risky-ish.
Yeah, but suddenly the sending turned out to be not so simple, right? So his opponent has to show some technique in order to
Maybe I was
keep the balance.
a little bit too harsh on Linear, but he did take a very minimalist approach there to the opening. He went for this line, and after knight c3, if you look at the opening, like you can play something like knight d7 here, which maybe doesn't equalize immediately, but does give you a game. And instead he played this line, where I think there's a lot of theory now starting with knight takes g4, but Linear instead just played bishop g6, where pretty much everything got traded off the board.
I do
straight
believe
away.
the king is on e3.
Yes,
so
let's see if he made the correct
he's
move. Yes,
on
king
the
is 3, yes.
right track. Right
So
now.
I think he will make a draw here. Let's see what Ray is doing right now. He's in
thing
the
is,
rook ending.
if he found king e3, it means
I think
he
he
kind
calls
of
from
got
here.
to the core
Yes,
of the
he
position.
knows.
I
He
think
knows
he calls
already.
from here,
Yes,
Yeah.
he knows what he's doing.
Really feels. And by the way, Kevin Go-Ming is probably going to make a pretty safe draw here. It's hard to imagine how. I mean, you can sort of imagine Black going king f5, king e5, and then f5, king f4, rook a2, and you start getting scared. But generally speaking, this of course isn't a very difficult draw. You shouldn't really be in any kind of trouble.
Yeah, still good news for American chess
But
fans.
Ray's going to try.
At
Of course.
Yes.
No, but this is a
I've
risk.
seen this type of positions
Yeah, yeah.
being lost quite a few times. Yes.
Yes. How can you lose this position, by the way?
Well, let me pass forever.
Yes.
And give you absolutely everything. Yeah. So we do this, and then this, and then we do this, rook a2, and you play king g1. And now maybe you have come close to losing, because in this position now you have to contend with the idea of e3 followed by fe3, f3, f2, and so on. Yeah, -2.
I can see.
Yeah.
So just to have
Maybe we actually lost already.
Yes.
Yeah.
So of course, if you play king f1 to be able to meet king f3 with rook b3 check, and you don't give Black the e2 square, you are not going to lose.
Yeah. But
But
still, you
yeah.
should show some knowledge. It's not that easy in this ending. Yes, I mean, I could lose easily this time.
And also, it's completely risk-free for Black.
I've seen people lose in this one. Yeah. So still, it's not clear. But what is clear for sure that America is winning at the moment. And maybe we can jump to the match between Hungary and Peru. I can see that Richard Rapport, by the way,
he's already
won his game against Jorge Cori.
Yeah, that was a. Yeah, we actually saw something that we described as a concept in the opening. There was this weird setup with the queen went to e3, and then, as you can see on your diagram, went back to e1 even. And it doesn't really look very threatening, and also doesn't look particularly sharp. But if we fast forward some moves, it does start resembling a kind of a proper Richie Rapport game, with pieces jumping and white sacrificing much of his queen side to make progress in the center, and eventually he prevailed. Yeah, like completely unrecognizable landscape from 10 moves ago. Somehow there's a pawn on f7 and you cannot get rid of it. Not clear how that happened.
At least he made cusp in this game. Sometimes it doesn't happen.
Yeah, and then queen takes a4 apparently is a massive mistake, and now after bishop b6 everything collapses, because I guess the bishop eventually will land on c5 and there will be no defense. And very simply, I guess e5 is hanging us, which I didn't even realize at first.
And I do want to say, is this the first game for Richie in about 10 years for Hungary?
For Hungary,
I think 2014 was the last time he played in Tromsø, if I'm not mistaken. I might be way off on this one.
I had a feeling he will represent Romania this year, but
yes.
Then he moved back. Yes,
we've seen some switches.
Many things happened at the time. At the moment,
but
Hungary
it's a big
is
moment
leading.
for Hungary.
Yes, the team is leading 1.5 to half. There was one more draw. Berkesh, yes, I think made a draw right now.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Berkesh drew. Glidura is completely winning with Black on the last board, I guess, because rook a2 just picks up material, I assume.
Some pins.
This probably is what it is, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, rook c4 feels a little bit oblivious here, because, I mean, you're not going to enjoy this endgame, but you might have some drawing chances here, because once again,
rook a7?
There's a lot of pins, and it's not clear how Black is going to solve this without losing the b7 pawn. Yeah.
Can you take on c5? Bishop b6,
Bishop, we're not taking any of this. Yeah, and it's a very beautiful geometrical idea, because rook b4, rook a5 is these types of,
which is still a draw, but you're going to suffer.
But it's very beautiful to see these types of 4-rook standoffs where whatever you take, the other rook gets picked up by your opponent. But unfortunately for Black, White just ignores everything and goes bishop b6 and wins material. But yeah, rook c4 clearly is just White missing rook a2, and weirdly, rook d1, king h2, knight d5, the machine says might be even stronger, because you actually lose to the mating attack on the king side. The pieces are on such horrible squares that basically rook a1 is still a threat, and if you play something like bishop d8,
what's happening?
After rook b2, you just get kind of mated.
Rook b2.
Yeah, because the pawn on f2 is impossible to protect.
And if you play like f3, immediately rook d2 comes, and you just get out. This knight on d5 is also controlling the 4 square. Yes, really dangerous position. And then we have the last board. Sanan is playing with black pieces. I think he also has good position right now, which looks really good for Hungary, for the host
Yeah, Sanan is
Team.
in control there, I think, because these rooks are not very active. The pawn on d3 is vulnerable. You can also, I guess, provoke g3, g4. If you play rook f6, I think white pretty much has to play g3, g4, which further weakens the king on g1. He will still have to find a way in. This is not an automatically winning position, but it's a pleasant position to have. And
Sanan changed my life.
Really?
Yes.
Tell us a bit about it.
So I defeated him at the European Championship. And because of that game, my coach at the university invited me to pursue a scholarship at the university.
So
I
it
moved
completely changed your life.
from Romania to the US because of Sanan.
If you would
And
have
he
lost
doesn't know
this
it.
game.
He doesn't know it.
Oh my gosh, that's interesting. Maybe you have to buy a drink to him today.
I don't know if he changed it in a positive way, but I guess
Maybe no.
you
Depends
never know. Yeah?
what do you
never
think
know.
about this? I think we can proceed with the match
let's
Iceland
maybe,
India. What
Sanan's
goes on?
opponent has 13 seconds,
Ah, yes.
so let's maybe stay there for a second. It
Good
might
idea.
end. It might end at any point. Queen
Yes.
e5. I think Sanan probably goes rook d5, takes f5, and then goes back to. Yeah, there we have it.
Let's remind our viewers we have 30 seconds increment after each move. That's why
Yeah,
it's
Hungary
not.
will win comfortably today, probably 3.5.
I remember Sanan is a very, very dangerous player because he is the one who has really good score against Magnus, right? He, I think, defeated him in one of the Olympiads, I think, Hantum-Matsiyski when starting from that times.
He's a very strong player.
Very
Peter,
strong
you
player,
probably
yes.
know him quite well.
Yeah, I played a bunch of games against him in the Russian Club Championship. I won some, lost some. Yeah, he's a very dangerous player.
I mean, last year I believe he reached his peak somewhere around 27-30. So obviously he's a very capable player.
This is yet another game finishing in the Uzbekistan match. I want to say looked like a draw.
Yes,
Yes.
that was the game that we were discussing on board 3. I believe it's Sindarov.
Oh yeah, where
his
yeah he really got away with some liberties there. He was more or less completely lost, and then his opponent went for a conservative route, traded all the pieces, and the resulting endgame did not look like anything but a draw.
Where should we go, Anastasiya?
I think we should
go
check
back to
India.
Norway for a
Yeah.
sec?
Because
Okay.
I want to check.
India
One
is
game
probably
is
a great
over already. Arjun Ergasi won his game. No, wait a second. Arjun played with white? Yes. So he won. He won the game.
We haven't looked at India.
A little bit.
For-
We
for a
checked
long time,
Gukesh. We checked the game of Gukesh at one point. We discussed the opening stage, and maybe we can see what's happening right now.
By the way,
But-
this is one of the players, Arjun, that really dodged the bullet yesterday because he was completely lost out of the opening.
Oh yeah, he
At around move 10.
he went for a very strange bluff with the black pieces there, which I really couldn't understand what he meant. But I guess he kind of judged his opponent correctly because the bluff was immediately successful.
It
Wasn't
somehow worked.
yeah, it wasn't called.
Yes.
And there was basically a specific point around move 10 where Arjun was a full piece down, and if his opponent doesn't panic and just protects something without giving any material back, the engines were screaming that he's completely lost. But his opponent instantly returned some material, and from that moment on he is still better, but it's unclear, and you kind of knew that Arjun will come out on top. And yeah, today he played a London, and looked like a quietish London until you see white immediately launching the h-pawn down the board, and black did not deal with the h-pawn particularly well, and as you will see in a moment, there is a lot of stuff.
A lot of
Yeah.
What happened to the position? Pawn is on f2,
Yeah.
on c7, and like who comes first?
Yeah,
The problem is your pawns are a bit too extended.
Yes.
too
So
overextended.
this is move 16.
Yes.
Currently, there's a lot of pieces on the
Yes.
board. Black goes f7, f6, and then we have a sequence of 1, 2, 4, 8 captures in a row, seven of them with pawns, which is an interesting kind of a thing to watch. And also there is this motif in the studies, which is called Excelsior, where the solution involves a pawn progressing up the board by capturing stuff. And you see both the pawn on d4 and the pawn on f6 engaged in their own personal Excelsiors here. as you see
Unbelievable,
them
yes.
as you see them climbing up the board and getting to almost the promotion
It's so
square,
funny
but
that you
not quite.
don't actually take the bishop. On
Yeah,
B6.
Yes.
C
You
takes
take the
B6
pawn
is it's a
B6.
Yes.
minor capture along the way. Yeah,
Yes.
this is quite striking. Yeah,
The question is who calculated better. It seems,
Arjun, I think.
according to the
Yeah.
outcome of this
Yeah.
It's
game.
given by the result.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, rook e7, and for now we go rook c6 to force the rook away from f8, and then we just liquidate
Start collecting.
into a very easily
those
winning
pawns.
rook ending and win that rook ending.
That's why it's very important to calculate as far as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And this had to be calculated very sharply. because
Yes.
You missed tempo.
Perhaps
you
until the
lose.
very end. Yes. I don't know if he had to calculate until this ending.
Well, the problem for black is that you
You're
cannot
stuck.
play g4 because it gets picked off. So white has absolute free reign to push as far as white wants on the queen side, and black kind of blinked first, gave this capture to Arjun, and now let's say after king c6, the easiest I think is just to go a7, king b7, I guess c6, king takes a7, king takes a6, and it looks like the g pawn is queening, but the c pawn is just queening much faster, and probably with check as well.
Yeah.
Yes. Then.
So yeah, that's a very nice victory for Arjun. So it's yeah, yesterday wasn't as convincing. Yesterday definitely wasn't as convincing. What
But
else
he's
is
one
going
of the
on?
players.
Gukesh
that
is still
it's-
playing. Let's jump to his game. I'm sure all chess fans looking forward to see
Yeah, that's
him playing.
We were talking about the G file potentially being used by white to launch an attack. And
What's
it's
going on?
probably going to be an attack by black. Also, the A pawn got misplaced.
Do I
somewhere.
have ideas of rook g5?
Oops.
Whoa.
Rook g5.
There's no mate.
Queen
in the
it-
end,
There's
yeah.
no mate.
No,
yes.
because bishop is still closed. Yes.
But
So
I'm getting close. I don't know.
But also, I was looking at even very simply
g3
doing
and rook
this
g3.
and saying to bishop b4 or something, and
Like you want this bishop to join the
Yeah.
game, yes, somehow, but how to do it? Yes, you're ready to give the rook even by playing rook g5, but
Yes.
your opponent will not take it,
yeah,
it seems.
and it's interesting to see how we got there. So we stopped round about here.
Mhm.
Somehow switched from this declared plan of going rook g3, rook g1, and for some reason decided to switch to queenside play, which we do not endorse.
By the way, g3 is on the board.
Ah, really?
g3 has been played, yeah.
Yes.
So white, yeah, I don't like this. I think if you play this line, you're kind of supposed to at least pretend to be playing on the king side, and the a5 pawn is probably not important enough to give black so much freedom. This still doesn't look immediately obvious to me that black is doing so well, but my guess is they continued shuffling, and then at some point Gukesh's opponent the knight away from c5 and then playing g5, g4 at this moment when the knight on d3 is not protected by the knight. Black gets to play g4 because if you take twice, black very simply takes on d3, overloads the queen on d1 and wins the piece. And once this pawn reaches g4, you're just in so much trouble on the king side.
Yeah, like
All of this is on the board.
And you were right, it's black now has g file.
Yeah.
How do you defend? How do you, I mean,
What is the threat?
the knight on b3
I
doesn't.
think rook g2,
play
bishop b4 is
any-
probably winning.
And
Yeah,
I have a
bishop
feeling
f4,
it
yes.
probably wins if you allow it, yeah. I'm
Knight
not
takes-
entirely-
It looks sad.
I
this
guess the
position.
biggest threat currently is a bit of a. It took me a while to find it because I hate the idea of giving up bishops. But the biggest threat, I guess, is bishop takes
d3,
d3,
yes.
queen d3, and knight takes f4, or bishop takes f4 using the.
Ah,
Go queen f2 and try to get some more defenders next to the king, but unfortunately,
Bishop
knight on
knight
d3
just
is
drops
Hanging,
just
yes.
drops a full piece. Yeah.
I think
Your
it's a
knights
winning
are
position
really
for
in a bad
Gukesh right
position.
now.
Yeah, I don't see how you save this. You just don't have enough defenders. This guy is way too far. Even let's say if this knight was already on c1, if I could play let's say knight c1 and then queen f2, maybe we would have some hopes. It still looks bad. It still feels like something like this probably crashes through. Yeah, like rook g1. I go, I don't know, takes. I include queen d1 check, and then I go, I don't know, queen d2, and it probably collapses, right?
Yeah.
It feels like it collapses, but at least maybe you would have a shot.
A hope.
Yeah, but the way it is, he played e3, e4, and now I think it does become some kind of a puzzle rush.
First of all, rook takes
exercise.
d3, knight takes f4, and
Queen
then
f3, and you have to find a way in. I mean, maybe you just go queen h4 and you win.
Just
Honestly, this does look kind of winning, because knight g2, like if you play e5, killing off the bishop on b8, I can just take on g2 and you cannot recapture.
Yeah.
Because e1 drops. But maybe there's something even cleaner.
let's try to find it.
Yeah.
Let's try to find it.
Yeah, we're trying
There has to be something, right? It just
exercise our
feels
brains
like
here, which is
there
never a
has to be
safe bet.
Maybe.
Honestly, I'm very
First of all,
lazy.
you're not
I'm kind of
threatening
leaning in the
anything.
direction. Yeah, there's
Queen
no.
h4 also, just
I just increase the
pressure.
pressure. Yeah,
Pressure.
increase the pressure. Yeah.
because you
I
take on
guess
d5, I take on d3, and you're losing a
Yeah.
couple of knights.
Yeah, we do that. But now rook g2 bishop b4. Yeah.
Yes,
And then everything will fall. Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, queen h4 is a good move. And also, it's just such an annoying move to face
Yes,
in,
actually,
in,
yes.
in time trouble.
You just play a move as you can. Yes, and
Knight
it's really
takes
hard.
f4 is threatened. If you go rook
Yes.
ef1, you lose the e4 pawn to rook takes g2. You cannot
Yes.
touch this rook. And the pawn cannot really be protected either. Yeah, I think this
Yeah,
is probably
great move,
the solution.
Cristian.
I like this, Cristian.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, great
this
move.
is good.
So it seems like good news for Gukesh, and I see also that Vidit
But
is
Gukesh
also
is
doing
down to
well.
his last minute.
It's very normal for him. Come
He's
on,
gone.
he's
ah,
always playing
okay,
like
so
that.
he's
No,
gone rook g4. Ah, okay, he's done another of those.
also nice
Yeah,
idea.
like-
Rook h4, yes.
Wait, that's a check.
If this rook was protected on g3, he could play queen
He could go
h2,
queen
but
h2,
but
yeah.
unfortunately it's not. If we had third rook on g8,
Yeah.
it was possible.
No,
Yeah.
he's asserting dominance.
Would you
Yeah.
like to stay on this game for a while to see
For
how
a
it
bit,
goes?
yeah. I
Yes?
think
The handshake,
Yeah.
basically, because it's coming. There's no deal.
You can see the pressure of the game, and his opponent is trying to find the resources, but it's really hard.
By the
And
way,
the threats are really, really huge.
I do believe that Vidit is also winning, but we'll
Yes.
get to that one in just a second.
it's a bit trickier. I thought it was, yeah, but it probably is just winning. Yeah, I was trying to calculate, and yeah, I think he has enough. So Vidit is winning. To pick apart what looks like an attempt of a fortress, but yeah,
Seems
these
like
types
India
of
is winning secure
very
victory in the
securely.
match.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Ding drew.
Yes, yes. First draw for the world champion.
With the
And-
white pieces.
And
This is
actually,
big.
China.
This is really, really big because Ding was not expected to make a draw, especially after the opening phase. Look, we get this is not a good look, especially
Mhm.
for the world championship match coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, China is doing really well though. They already won on boards 3 and 4, and
Yes.
UNE on board 2 is probably going to win as well. So
Maybe he just decided
won
to
the
make a
match.
draw in
They've
order to
officially won
fix
the
the
match.
victory in the match. It's also possible sometimes when you see that your teammates are winning their games, you kind of secure the victory by making a draw, and you are sure that everything is under control.
yeah, there you
And-
have it. We we did not get to see the handshake in that game, but this is
Yes.
the board where it happened. He was playing by far the strongest player in the opposition team in the match. Somebody rated
Until-
above 2600, and I think he was rated even higher at some point. So not an easy game at all for him, but yeah, a somewhat disappointing start to the Olympiad. You start by playing somebody you outranked by quite a bit with the white pieces. You get a very playable Sicilian. You kind of expect to do better.
Yeah. You can see that Gukesh opponent is suffering on the meantime. He already spent like 2 minutes out of 3 and looking for some defense, which is really hard to find.
I don't think it exists. Yeah, the
Yes, it
problem is I just don't think it exists.
Yes. So we were discussing that Gukesh doesn't have much time, but look at this, guys. Because
Maybe we
two
can
times
actually
more.
see them, the
Yes.
players. Maybe we can go
Let's
back to the
switch to Gukesh.
Lukesh camera.
Yeah,
just
this is
to
the
see.
Yuanyi camera. Yeah,
Yes.
Yuanyi is going to
we do like to
win
see the
this end
suffering.
game. Yeah.
Yes.
Occasionally.
Gukesh, Gukesh. Yes, here we have it.
There we have it. Yeah.
We have it.
Yes.
The thing is, you're running out of time. You're running out of moves, and
players from the World Championship match, because also they're watching each other. And of course, Dink will pay attention that Gukesh is in a good shape right now, at least after this game, and which shows that he's playing very powerful chess. While Dink didn't show great results at the moment, yes, and it's very important for any player to gain this self-confidence before important events and show. I mean, simply win a couple of games. So
yeah, you just want to taste this victory to
by the way,
better.
Queen to E2 was played.
Yeah, Queen E2, Knight F4. Yeah, now
just,
you don't even need to sacrifice anything.
You're crashing through.
Knight F4, Bishop F4, and there's just an unstoppable threat of.
Queen
finally, this bishop joins.
Yeah, Queen H2 probably is a mating threat now.
It is.
I would assume. Yeah.
The rook on G3, and we were discussing how do you get it protected. That's how. Queen H2 is a checkmate in 2
By the
moves.
way, where are the upsets we were promising of yours?
Should we go to Norway at some point after this one? Maybe we should see the
let's see the handshake here. I think it's down to
It really is coming.
10 seconds, I think. Yeah. Knight
Yes,
takes
H2,
F4,
Bishop
takes
F4, yes, and like.
He will probably play Bishop F3. Gukesh will reply with Rook takes F3, and this is where you.
Oops, Rook F3 is nice move, because if Queen F3, then Rook G1, or Queen H2 also is a nice, is decent alternative. You see, I want to win the Queen while we have mate in 1.
Yes. No, I think he's probably going to decide.
Yeah, once again down to almost 10 seconds. So this game is not long for this
I
world.
think guys, how much you can you're looking forward for suffering, right? You don't change the screen.
We
please.
like the
Let's
handshakes.
Stay.
We like the
Handshakes.
handshakes.
It's suffering. It's suffering.
Yeah, Bishop F3 as expected. I think Rook F3 is.
It's not. I mean,
There might be
like
other ways, but why look for other ways when this is just instantly
It's too simple.
winning?
Too simple and too efficient.
Yeah.
Rook F3. Once again, pay attention that even top grandmasters, they don't play moves immediately. They just check once again if they didn't miss anything. It's a really great habit to have. Sometimes we're blitzing out the moves, and then
we'll continue watching this, but I just want to extend my apologies to Mr. Ovanesyan, who plays board 4 for Belgium. He did make a very comfortable draw against Benjamin Bock after I declared that this is not how you're supposed to be. Not how you're supposed to be playing chess against a higher rated.
Yeah, the Rook F3 is on the board, and of course, Gukesh is going to win really soon.
Yeah, I think this is the end.
Yes, it's handshake.
There you have it.
You have it, guys. No, we have it. We have handshake. Yes, a victory for the challenger.
3-0 up for India, and yeah, Vidit has won in the meantime, and Harry is likely to win as well. So probably a clean sweep for.
What about Norway?
Yeah, let's
Should
go.
we
Let's go
back
take a
to
look
Norway?
at that. Yeah.
Because,
wow, this kind of is still going. I'm assuming White is still much better. This is the game, of course, that we were talking about in quite some detail between Sean Rodriguez-Lemieux and Johann Sebastian Christensen.
No checkmate, yes.
I'm taking White, but yeah, we do not see White actually delivering the checkmate that we were expecting.
I'm not sure it's that convincing
Black
anymore.
managed to survive.
I wanted to go through, but there's just too many moves to cover. Let's go back to the card.
This is, by the way, the last move before time control.
Move 40.
So Black makes a move, gains another minute, but it's an important move.
So it's an exchange.
Yeah,
for...
Bishop G. I don't quite understand why we're driving the king to H3, but there must be a reason. This also creates an idea for White of Queen takes C5. I really don't like this move. Why have we made this move? Maybe he wants to play Queen E3
or Queen E5, maybe.
Or Queen or Queen E5. Yeah, Queen E5 maybe is the way. The issue is I want to play Queen F7 anyway, and my problem is I don't think these endgames are holdable. Like if you have to play some kind of an endgame like this, I don't think you hold it. Because another kind of a very useful rule of thumb for these types of positions is if you add a rook to Black and a rook to White here, Black's survival chances increase dramatically.
Exponentially,
But with only one rook completely dominant over the empty board, unless you can play something like Knight E3 and just start running the a-pawn down the board using the fact that the bishop cannot really be on D5 for now. Yeah, that's.
By the way, that king is kind of stuck on H3.
Well, I mean, H7 is going to fall. Like I'm probably, what
It's
I'm
a
doing
race,
here
yeah?
is I'm
So
going
rook
rook e7, probably forcing you to take. I'm also winning a tempo
Bishop
here.
d4.
Bishop d4, rook h7, a5.
Let's go.
But these types of races, generally the rook wins them quite convincingly normally. But this maybe is the best chance because, yeah, king h3 played. Now both of them have half an hour. What else do you do? Like you can try queen e3, but white might say no to an endgame altogether. Like after, hang on, queen f7, bishop f2 though, yeah?
Some
So queen
threats, yes.
g4 perhaps?
Maybe queen g4, yeah.
But knight f6? Wait, knight f6 is a problem.
Queen b4.
Maybe it's not a problem. Yeah.
Not a huge problem. It's a solvable problem.
Yeah.
No, white is still in control, but yeah, this is less than we expected. In particular, because I think the best move was not played. We left it here, and the engine was very insistent that you have to play queen d3. Instead, a6 has been played, and this should have been made somewhere. Yeah, the engine, but you have to be very precise though. The engine says specifically rook b3 with the idea of queen a5, and then giving up our pride and joy.
Yes, and
playing
just
queen
ruining
c2.
the structure. Yes,
Yeah,
the pawn
and
structure.
here, I think you can believe this
No,
collapses.
I believe that
Yeah.
you're ruining the structure and you just started
But
attacking all the weaknesses.
instead Sean played queen a4, which is a very understandable move, but it's actually a move that gives black some hope.
Some time to
Yeah.
bring all the pieces.
And once again here, I think a very kind of instructive moment in this game where black has the option of playing queen takes a5 and saying, you either play this endgame, in which I will now probably not get mated. I have 3 pawns for the exchange, and I have legitimate chances. Like in all of these race-type endgames, like if you imagine white making some progress, maybe the e6 pawn falls, but black stabilizes. I don't know. I just want to make some moves here, which maybe kind of illuminate what I'm trying to say. Like something like this, yeah. Let's say rook takes e6, bishop takes d2, bishop takes d5, and we go king c7, and we put the bishop on c3. This is anybody's game.
Yeah.
This is absolutely anybody's game because black will have a lot of runners. Yes, you might have to give up the pawn on g7 after, let's say, we trade and you give this check on a7. But black will have a bishop on c3, the a pawn will run, the d pawn will likely be on d2 in 3 moves time. This is just very, very sharp. So this is one option, and the other option is what he did in the game, which is the move rook d3. And after knight g5, we're back in getting mated territory because our position is collapsing everywhere. And yeah,
it's horrendous. How did he survive this?
Yeah, it's a miracle that
he did.
Exactly,
Yes.
did he survive?
Okay, queen a4 is +6 here, which is honestly not a shock considering we're threatening queen e8. I guess he
Also,
didn't
it's
want
not a very difficult move.
he didn't want to allow this, I assume, but it's still mate after queen e8. I guess maybe what he missed is how completely winning queen f7 is here.
Ah, yes, and the rook is hanging, queen
everything,
b7.
everything is hanging.
Yes,
Yeah.
everything.
What he did is also winning. He played rook takes b4. This is also pretty decent. Bishop takes b4, knight d3, and bishop b3 +4.5. King
Still not so
b8.
bad.
Still not so bad. No mistakes. Okay.
This must be some sort of a blunder.
Yeah, bishop b6 is just not the move.
Rook b1?
Yeah, the engine
Is that
says rook
just
b1 is completely winning, but queen e4 is the strongest. Queen e4 with the intention of maybe playing rook b1 now, but also just collecting. Like knight c6, we take on e6, we put the queen on the 7th.
I mean, even visually, just look at these bishops and queen and everything. Yes, it looks really winning.
He played bishop b6. I guess he thought maybe he is delivering mate with queen c7, queen b7, but knight c3, rook c1, rook c8, and yeah, this is a massive improvement for black. You finally get some pieces close to your king, and knight g5 is not great, but finding rook c6, I assume neither of them had very much time at this point in the game, so knight d5 is once again not the greatest move in the position, allowing bishop a7, and
here we go. I mean, still,
here we go.
He has actually still winning chances in the final position, but the match looks quite good for Norway. In any case, Aryan has good position. We can maybe switch to this ending. This rook ending looks pretty good for Norwegian player. Also, they have one draw on the board number 4.
No,
right now?
no, Norwegians
Yes.
won on
no.
4.
Oh, sorry, one. Yes,
Yeah,
they
Norwegians
won.
won on 4. Frode
Sorry
Orkidal
for the
beat
mistake. Yes, and so they're
Norwegian.
leading.
Yeah, Tari is seemingly completely winning
Winning,
against
yes,
Raja
exactly.
Panjwani. Yeah.
And then we have board number 3. Just maybe have a look.
Oh yeah, this is, well, the match is actually quite sharp. We could see a draw in the match with no draws on any single board.
Yeah, maybe it's 2-2
Yeah,
at the end of
because
the day.
This was the game that I
Mhm.
told you guys at the beginning. I was very worried about Norway. I
yeah.
did not understand why. To be honest, if I were Magnus, I would have analyzed this one. I would have been, look, I need to play this one just to be sure. It's not going to be. It's going to be close.
You
It's
mean
going to
that
be very
it's
close,
close
yeah.
match, and it's not like Norway is like big favorite.
Yeah,
This one.
I
no.
briefly had the engine switched on in our board 1 clash between Sean and Johann Sebastian. If Johann Sebastian plays precisely from here,
Yeah.
it seems like the engine is holding his position more or less. But he does need to start playing
Like
kind
really-
of better than he's been playing so far, if we're honest with ourselves.
And if he
Even-
doesn't survive that, and
Imagine
it comes down to this,
Yeah.
Imagine that you refuse to repeat the position and you have to suffer for all these moves and all these hours in the end to make a
Yeah.
draw, to fight for the draw.
and then you
I
have
mean-
an angry Magnus.
Magnus might have,
You at the hotel.
Magnus might have opinions about it.
Yes. No, but by the way, happened to me once. I played in Bundesliga and my team, they really didn't like the short draw situations. And I played with black and I had to also avoid repetition and I ended up in a bad position, suffering 6 hours. And everybody was so happy that I made the draw at the end, while I could do it after 15 moves, right?
Yeah.
So it happens sometimes. What we know for sure now that Norway has really close match. Nothing is clear right now. But what I propose to do, we have an interesting match also Belgium against Netherlands.
We've
It's
been-
unclear
I
what's
just
going
want to
on
say,
there.
I sort of agree with you, but on the other hand, we've more or less completely ignored the women's section for,
Yes, you're
I
right.
think, more than
Yes.
2 hours. And
Yes,
that's
it's not good.
That's
Not
not right. Let's begin by the craziest game we've well, and okay, okay.
Oh, she won.
Okay.
No, but you started well. I mean, it was
Yeah.
really one of the craziest game because it started really funny
Yeah.
with this move e4, knight goes to g1, and Anna also spent a lot of time there, but it turned out, as we could see at the
Yeah.
final position, was winning.
By the way,
for
I
black.
have not switched the engine off, but apparently after b takes c6, the engine loves black.
Ah,
Just says advantage in development much more important
Yes.
than whatever else you're trying to quote at me.
Surprising, at least.
Yeah, I know it's probably enough, but it says -1, which is honestly a bit of a shock to me. But b6 wasn't even played because Anna was in no mood to try to like restore any kind of material balance. Who does that?
no,
Like,
but that's why maybe she spent so much time trying to
Yeah.
estimate this position. We didn't have so much time thinking
Yeah.
about it, but she spent it. She probably realized it's a really good position, and okay, give
She
a
doesn't
pawn.
have that much time either.
so she's gone bishop c5, and then yeah, if the reply to bishop c5 is e3, then of course you prefer bishop c5. Because of course you would much rather take on 6 with a knight rather than the pawn.
We were trying to get that knight to d3. Now
Yeah.
we finally can get there via e5.
I am
Not anymore.
I am not sure. I think I would have snapped taken
Yes.
on
And knight
Basan
e5,
here
right.
and played knight e5, and I would have been quite happy with my position. But that wasn't the choice. She went bishop b6, knight e2, bishop d7, knight g3, rook a c8, knight c3, rook f8, bishop e2, bishop c7. And interestingly, even these types of positions actually, I think, offer black tremendous compensation. As long as you hold on to the pawn on e4 with all your strength, because eventually I will have to castle somewhere.
And then I go h5.
Yeah, and if you castle kingside, this pawn is on h4 in 2 moves time, and if you try to prepare and castle queenside, the c file is already open.
Yeah.
So let's see how her opponent dealt with this. For the time, yeah, I don't like before. I don't like undermining the pawn, the knight on c3. I feel like if we're not castling kingside here, and we probably aren't because we are going to immediately
go on the other
get faced
side,
with
right?
h5, h4.
What you would do
Bishop
the long
d2,
castle, yeah?
Try to go long castle maybe.
Yeah, I would try
the
to
king to
prepare long
b1.
castles, and at the very least, I want to preserve the illusion that I might castle long at some point in this game,
Yeah.
which the move before just destroys on the spot. Like once we've gone before, we are never castling queenside.
Can I try sacrifice again? So let's say you go bishop d2, I go h5.
Yeah, I think it's good, but
You're probably going to try to stop me with h4.
I think I know what you want to do in response. Yeah.
I don't have an
Probably
immediate plan.
something
Fine.
like this.
Yes,
Yeah.
let's go for it.
Something like this.
Trying to use the fact
Yeah,
that
and now I close my eyes
Bishop
and I
just
castle
three.
queenside here, and I'm probably losing, but if you give me another tempo to play king b1 and I'm still not dead,
yes,
maybe I somehow I feel like
maybe.
yeah, I feel like 95 or 94, sorry, 94 or 95 probably wins on the spot, but yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but before it just doesn't feel right. And Anna reacted very energetically. She's gone with a5,
Wow.
b5, knight b4, takes,
I love it.
very nice.
Yeah, and from here there's just no hiding for white, because the play along the c file is extremely strong. You would like maybe to go knight ce4, but unfortunately for you, after bishop g3 and queen takes f6, your queen is hanging, and somehow your pawn on f2 is also hanging, which is not something that should be happening, but it is.
Position.
So instead she's gone knight a4, bishop takes g3 and queen b2, but now material is equal, black is massively better developed. No surprise that it didn't end well for Ruel. And it looks like black is dominating positionally, but in the end some kind of a mate was given anyway.
Let's bishop h2, is it game over? Yes, and rook h6.
Pretty much.
What does that mean for the US?
Yeah, it means already that 2-0 for US. US is leading. Alice Lee also won her game, and still two games are in progress. Maybe we'll jump.
Begging that was having some difficulties out of the opening.
And she's still playing.
She was not having a better position.
Yes.
No, it's still not. I mean, this has to be a draw, but I mean, I'm sure she wants to win. I don't know if there is
the same situation, basically.
Yeah.
Maybe a slightly better position because you have ideas of king c5, but
king c5. But I think what we do is just we do this and we remind white that there is an outside passer.
That's the problem.
It's actually very comfortably stoppable on h5 because we can go knight h3, knight f3, knight h4. But then how do we win? The knight will be on h4 for the rest of the game. How are we supposed to win this position? Is the big question. So it feels like this probably ends in a draw. Yeah.
Yes.
And Alice Lee is, sorry,
she won.
Carissa Yip is also probably breaking through somehow. This feels like this should be made, right? G takes, yeah. And if king g3, king f3, we go rook g3, and we at the very least win all of the materials. Yeah.
Looks really dangerous for
all
white.
Of the materials will be won.
King
Wait, so who's to play right now? The position that we have right now on the board.
I think the live position is this. I think the reason GF hasn't been played yet is they reached move 41, and Alice is making sure, because this really isn't.
Carissa is playing with black.
Yeah, yes. Rook f3 exists. Now I can understand.
I take on g2. Let's keep going.
Rook f2.
Knight g3.
King f3.
Rook takes f2. You don't have queen f1.
No.
My goodness.
And yeah. This is what she's trying to calculate.
And then I'm in trouble. Yes.
Yeah, this is what she's trying to calculate. Otherwise, GF would have been snapped onto the board. So rook f3. Do we have other options after rook f2?
By the way, black is rook down, right?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Rook down, but has a bunch of checks.
Yes.
The compensation is there.
If.
Hang on. Knight g3, king f3, queen h5. But king, unfortunately,
nice. We should show it. King g2.
Yeah, this is a very nice motif.
At least one checkmate we have to show.
I force you to take away my rook, and now I have this mate. Which
Two rooks. Actually, it's beautiful situation.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
but what about king takes f4?
Yeah. So what's happening?
Where's
here?
the mate?
King
takes e5. You go back to f3, and it doesn't seem like I haven't.
D. Only square is e3, queen g5 check, only square is f3.
Can we go back? Maybe it was knight e2 and queen g4, no?
Isn't queen f4
was it knight?
No, it's not.
No, it's not g2.
No.
Wait, somewhere there instead of...
You wanted to go knight e2, right?
I'm not sure, but something like this. No, yes?
It could work.
I mean, some ideas, but I'm not sure. Yeah.
Queen takes, maybe?
No, yes, queen.
Because I take away the g4 square. It might be important, yeah?
Your idea is basically if you take with the c rook.
Okay, I think rook g4 was actually made. No?
Rook g4, queen g5.
4 and then queen g5.
Yes, so there is at least one mate, but it doesn't work because of queen.
But I think queen takes e2 stops that.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, and we do apologize to the viewers because I refuse to switch the engine. And I'm sure the answer is pretty obvious, but it's not obvious to us, and we're trying to do this properly by engaging the brain.
So let's come back. If not knight e2, actually we are not obliged to give even check because no. We're actually...
So let's take.
We can win the queen, but I don't know if we win the resulting position. The line I was showing, d5 forces king e3, queen g5 forces king f3. I can go e4 check. And now after king takes g2, e takes d3, I think I also win the exchange because this discovered check.
I have a silly idea.
Okay, where?
After king f3. Can I just... No. All the way after king f3. d takes e5,
oh, sorry,
king
yeah,
e3, queen g5, king f3.
Yep.
Can I just say that you don't have any moves and I go rook g1? Queen f4 is a checkmate threat.
Yeah, this is a threat. I like this.
Silent moves.
I like
from
this.
Cristian.
And there's no checks for white whatsoever.
That's the thing.
I like this.
And queen e3, queen h5. That's it, right?
Whoa. This is very cute.
I mean,
did you have this? Yeah, silent moves is your topic today. Yes, this queen h4. Remember before, and now
this
it's
was
like
very beautiful. And I think it's correct.
Yes.
I think it's just straight up correct. So
yes. And e4 is also a threat, right? Even in this position.
Yes. Queen d2, e4 is a mate.
Yes. Wow.
Oh yeah. We should show this.
Wow.
So I think we ended up getting there. Wow. Yes. So we do play g takes f3 in the current position for Carissa.
Then but she needs to find it. It's not that easy. If you don't see this rook g1.
Okay, let's make sure this is completely forced.
Yes.
Rook takes check.
So rook takes g2, rook f3,
check.
knight g3.
Yeah.
You can take on g3, but
yeah,
you're lost.
Resigns. Yeah. Check. No, sorry. I need to promote the correct lines.
Queen h5 first. Really beautiful move.
Because you cannot take on g2, queen h1 checkmate. Yes. So the only move is
take
on the 4.
d5, and this... only legal move king e3.
Yes.
Only legal move king f3. And now we don't do this.
We do play rook g1.
No, but this actually is a beautiful tactic from start to finish.
If she finds it, this is going to go in like collections.
Some sort of
it will go into collections of tactics, and it will be
one of those A-guard positions. You spend 30 minutes as a GM and try to find it.
So
for us, it was easy. We were moving around.
Yeah, these are not our pieces, and also we could take stuff back.
And you could see that we made also a few mistakes.
And she hasn't actually played it. She played.
She still thinks.
Yes, she did. She played fe, queen takes e3.
And
now with the d3 square available to the king,
somehow it feels like. Also, probably still h6 is a problem.
Yeah, like this is maybe now. I'm assuming she wants to go g takes f3 anyway, but you have to calculate all of this stuff, right?
At least now the material balance is
restored.
Restored, yes.
Yeah, queen d1, rook d2, queen f1 maybe is winning.
F1.
Yeah, this is still
looks dangerous.
Still winning, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it is winning because rook g4 check exists after king d4.
Yes.
So maybe nothing really has been lost by not finding that very beautiful line.
Yes. Oh, good news for US team so far. It seems like maybe 3.5 to half they're going to win this match. Let's just check a little bit. India is winning at the moment the match.
Tanya made a draw.
Yes, only one draw. Yes.
Yeah, Tanya made a draw. Vantika won, Divya won, and Harika is still playing against
the only game.
Julia Mavsesian. This is the position. Harika is white. If this knight was on a normal square, I think black is just completely fine, but it is on a4. So you obviously prefer white, but maybe it's not that much. I can go, I guess, knight b7 and knight ac5 straight away.
And block this pawn.
First of all, we block the pawn. Secondly, we rescue this wayward knight on a5. We start hinting at pushing our own passer. This doesn't look like much. It's still probably a bit better for white after something like, I don't know, knight e3, knight c5, knight c4, and our pieces are more active, and we still have maybe some pressure, and getting the king over to c6 is not that easy because you have to figure out how to not blunder the g7 pawn first. But
what is clear that India won this match,
but
so
they will win. Yeah.
We can move. Georgia is actually has 1-1.
Georgia had some
You're
problems.
right. The Saloma lost this game. It seems, right? And for Nino Batsiashvili, I think she won her game with white pieces, and we still have 2 games in progress. Nana Zagnidze is playing.
Nana is completely winning the position on the board. Yeah, this is board 1 of the Georgian match against Montenegro, and Nana is 3 pawns up in the rook ending. This is not going to be very problematic for her to convert.
Yeah.
And on board 3, Bella is not better.
But
probably not worse either. She just needs not to lose. The match is currently tied at 1-1.
Yes. If Nana wins,
Nana wins. I mean, Nana will win the position with 3 extra pawns. So for Bella, the task here is not to lose.
Somehow this feels like the only player that can win it is white.
Yeah, but 96, 95 happens really, really quickly.
But King
e4, 96, this is what I was calculating.
And I don't have bishop takes f4. Yeah,
exactly,
right.
yeah. Bishop f6, 95 check, you have to take, and then the king gets to c4, and black is not going to lose this.
Yeah. No, this makes perfect sense.
Yeah, so it seems like Georgia is going to win this match. Poland already has won 3-0 against Brazil, and one game is in progress. Alina Kashlinska.
Look, I'm going to call it. Poland is going to be a medal contender.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And they are, you know, they won so many medals in the past, and now also with Alina playing on the
For
first
me,
board.
they're very impressive.
Yeah. A bit of an upset in the match between Lithuania and Ukraine, where on board 1, Alena Martinkova beat Yulia Osmak.
That's a big
but Ukraine won on 2 and 3, and Ukraine is better on board 4, so they should win the match, but not as cleanly as maybe you would have expected. And also,
I think it's good to mention that Ukraine is a completely different team without the
Muzyczuk sisters. Yes, absolutely.
A big miss for them in this competition right now.
Yeah, and I want to like a brief shout out, because for the Lithuanian team on board 3, I see a very familiar name, somebody who I think I played in the same Olympiads with Kamila Baginskaite in the 90s. And yeah, this is somebody I may have even played a game against her at some point in the 90s. I can't remember exactly, but I think I played her in some open. A very, very strong player, and also somebody who I'm afraid to even sort of guess at the number of Olympiads she's played in her lifetime.
There are some players.
Let's stay with the ladies section. You were mentioning that segue. We should go to that one.
Yeah, let's try and find that match. Where is it? The match we're talking about, of course,
Sweden
is
match.
Sweden. Yes,
because we have a quite intriguing pair of mother and daughter in this one.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out if there are any cases of parent and child actually playing in the same Olympiad. I'm not even sure there are very many parent and child pairs playing in different Olympiads, let alone in single one. But yeah, I'm still scrolling. Where is it? Give me my Sweden match.
Yeah, for sure we have
the Kramling.
Yes, both actually Pia played and Anna played today, and look at this result. Both Pia and Anna won their games.
How far down do I have to scroll?
Yes, that's a good point. But
why are they, I have a feeling I've already missed them.
No, but the good thing is there are many teams participating in this Olympiad, and we have 83, if I'm not mistaken, once again women teams playing, and that's a really great number. So that's why you have to scroll so far.
Yeah, I have a feeling I've already missed it, and I don't know. Now I'll try scrolling up, and maybe I get better luck.
And we generally have a searching feature, but unfortunately it doesn't work for us right now.
It refuses to cooperate. I have a feeling it's me kind of mistreating it in some way, but.
But what we can say for sure that it's really nice to see first of all Pia playing for her team. Every appearance of Pia is big news for chess fans of hers from all around the world, and of course Anna Kramling is very popular, one of the most popular streamers, chess personalities, chess promoters in the chess world. I mean, we're very happy to see her as well.
And I love their leaning into each other. I've seen Anna play her tournaments and Pia actually commentating.
It's unbelievable.
Which was not happening before, but she managed to
bring
her mother into the mix, which is very, very cool to see.
And during Norway chess, it was the other way around. Pia was playing, Anna was commenting on her games. She was rooting for her.
Like legitimately a very wholesome story, and Pia is just such a legend. She remains one of the best players in the world, and she's been one of the best players in the world for, once again, for best part of 4 decades, question mark?
I don't want even to
think
about it.
I think that probably is correct.
Yes, she was my also hero, of course.
On the other side of this, and
she's playing Gotham chess in a match later this year. Official predictions for that one. I'm going to put you guys on the spot.
I'm taking Pia. I'm not even thinking too long there.
Pia.
Pia?
Yes, we are rooting for her first of all. I mean,
Look,
it's not about
I'm going to take Levy on this one just because
just
I'm taking
yes. And we'll see,
Still
we'll
beat me
see.
2-1,
yeah,
but
I mean,
we'll see.
my jinxing powers are very strong, so maybe this actually kind of turns the match in Levy's favor. But without that consideration, I'm taking Pia any day of the week. And on the other kind of end of the spectrum, I wanted to, and I think by this point I've scrolled past it 3 times, and now I will not find it.
I think we should give up.
Hang on,
Yes.
no,
Give
I'm
up at
not
this
searching for Sweden anymore. I have a feeling this one was on my screen. Yeah, there it is. I wanted to show this board in particular, and it looks like today she's not having the best of times, but we have playing for England on board 4 today. This girl called Badana Sivanandan. She's, I believe, 9.
Yes, she's
rated
exactly.
almost 2200.
Incredible.
She is legitimately very, very good at chess.
Yes.
I've seen her play. She is an incredibly exciting prospect. I know some people who are trying to help her with coaching. So she has a kind of a structure around her, which I think will help her. But even without that, and that is extremely useful, and having people in your corner is fantastic, and all the best to her. But even without that, she appears to be like a genuinely tremendously exciting talent, and we wish her all the best. But the Olympiad, of course, is not easy, and
it's that extra pressure.
Yeah,
Of course,
extra
but
pressure.
It's great also that team decided to take her. I mean, it's important to have this chance to play for the team, and as you said, huge pressure, but such experience will only help for such a player to feel strengths and to get this important confidence for the
Very good
future.
point,
Yes,
very good
I'm
point.
very happy to see her here, and our social media, feed of social media covers this story from all possible angles. So please come and check social media accounts.
yeah, today it seems like she probably will end up losing to her opponent. This doesn't look like a very promising rook endgame. Shouldn't be very difficult to convert from here, but
we will come back. Yes,
yeah,
and check.
we will check up. We'll
Yes.
check up on her.
Should we go to the open section
Yeah.
once again? I do
Yeah.
think we have some results. We should update those in Netherlands versus Belgium with 1 game pending. Only 1 decisive result. And that was
Jordan won
won
his
his
game.
game.
Hero of the day. Yes.
he could be the hero because Anish had a tremendous position, tremendous advantage, but I'm not
later-
sure he still has it.
Yes, I told you at one point that big news Janish is better, but we know that it's
Yeah, this looks like it might be closer to a draw than anything else with the position I have on the board right now. This is Anish versus Daniel Darda. He clearly did not succeed in giving mate to the Black King. The Black King lost a lot of the defenders in front of it, but somehow survived. And Black, in simple terms, you want to play knight b4, knight c6, knight e5, knight takes c4. And then, if the entire queenside disappears, you probably are not going to lose 2 against 1 on one side. This being opposite color bishops, as long as the knights are preserved, it's actually, I think, trickier than you think, because even with such limited material, let me just put something on the board as an illustration.
Yeah.
Knight
Knight
b4,
bishop
let's say
b6.
bishop b6.
But you can
I think
go
the correct
knight
move here is
d3
king
also.
f4.
But
Yeah.
you can go knight d3, which covers c5 and f4.
But my larger point here is some position like this, you legitimately might lose.
Yes.
Because in particular, if your pieces are slightly far away, as they are here, the knight on c4 is not where it should be. It's kind of difficult to get it over to the king side.
h6 I have to play maybe.
Yeah, you probably have to play h6. But let's say I go king h4 and I try to get my king to
Yeah.
h5 and I try to attack
Great.
your pieces.
I see a
You
king already on h4.
Yeah.
How did we get there? So king g3, probably knight b4, king h4. Is that what was played?
Yeah, this is very strange because this is the current position on my screen, and it clearly isn't the current position because the king is very obviously on h4.
No, I think
on
it's
the
king
video
g3,
feed.
knight b4, and king h4.
Probably.
Those
yeah.
were the moves on the board right now.
King h4, but this basically allows. No, he wants to play bishop c3. Yeah, he wants to play bishop c3. This is why he didn't play bishop b6. He wants to put the bishop on c3, taking away both a5 and e5
But can
squares.
I go knight c2?
Let's check. Knight c2. Yeah, this probably wins the c4 pawn because you can't stop both of those things.
But he's basically trying to do exactly what you said. So probably bishop b6, knight e3, bishop takes c5, knight takes c4, and knight e4. I think this is what we're going to see.
Yeah. And now you have to contend with ideas of knight f6, bishop d4, or king g5, king h6, for instance. And it's going to be awkward for Daniel to hold this. I'm sure the machine holds this very easily, effortlessly.
Yeah.
But we're not machines, and he will at some point, I think, get down to quite a low time, because you have to think about every move here.
So probably knight e5. Let's try to go.
Knight e5 and bishop f7. Yeah, let's go knight e5.
I just don't want to allow bishop d4 somehow.
And maybe you can start speculating on this idea. Yeah. No, this doesn't work because there's a fork on f6. Yeah, this doesn't work.
Crazy, yes.
Yeah, this doesn't work at all. Yeah.
Yeah, what Peter wanted to do is to give up one piece for 2 pawns, but it didn't work.
Yeah, and then it's a bit awkward, right? Because you still have to make moves, and they're not comfortable. I'm sure it's a draw. Once again, I'm not saying this is winning. I'm pretty sure it's a draw, but it's not a draw you enjoy making, considering how little is left on the board in terms of material.
These are hopes of Anish, of course, and even yesterday, it reminds me a little bit the game from yesterday.
It does,
the same style, and I asked him at the dinner, like, how did it finish, because we didn't know the outcome, and he's like, of course I won. You know, I mean, it was not that obvious for me, but for him probably it was. It's actually the great thing that we are staying in the hotel. I just wanted to mention to our viewers that we stay in the same hotel with some teams, and we have this great opportunity to chat sometimes with players, with captains, and get some inside information, which a great opportunity for us being set here also in the same spot as all chess players.
Should we check the results so far and then take a break?
Probably.
Let's do so, and then we come back and check the end of
Let's
this
see what
day.
we have so far. We know that the United States have done so far.
Yes, okay, I will let you
well.
know. Yes, United States, actually still 2 games are in progress.
2-0 up with 2 good positions.
Yes,
Excellent.
so 2-0 at the moment. Hungary is one match,
Hungary
2.5.
half one game
Still
running.
1 game.
Dominating.
India 3-0 at the moment and still 1 game in progress. China 1.
Dominating as well.
Netherlands 2-1, and we know that Anish is about either he will make a draw or he wins.
Yeah,
It's not
this
Canada,
one.
Norway.
Canada, Norway. Look at this,
Norway is 2
2-0.
up, but Canada has 2 very promising positions right now.
Yeah, this is maybe the potential banana skin for the round.
Germany, Philippines. We never checked this match. Maybe we should have a look. At the moment, it's still 1-0 and still 3 games. Actually, at the moment we have 2-0. 2-0. While I was talking, second game is over. Good news for German fans. England 1.5 to half, and still 2 games are in progress. Iran.
So far, no upsets in matches. Some upsets on individual boards, but no real. Apart from Canada, Norway, which might end up with a draw, with no draws, with White winning every single game. I guess. Yeah, that would be White winning every single game in the match. With Norway already winning their white boards, but both Christensen and Elhanamar are in trouble on their respective boards.
We'll check it for sure
Time to go on
after
a
the break. Yes.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Welcome to 100 Endgames You Must Know. Over 200 mini videos that our Chessable team edited together, synced with our move trainer, and made it a seamless learning experience. So thanks for watching, happy studying, and enjoy the material.
In the heart of Europe, lies Budapest, a city known for its bridges that connect its rich past with the future. This September, Budapest becomes a bridge itself, connecting nations from around the world. Are you ready? After a journey from Chennai around the globe, and in the year that the World Chess Federation celebrates its 100th year anniversary, we will step it up a notch. From September 10 to 23, all eyes are on Budapest for the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. As the bridges of Budapest unfold, so too do the connections between nations and cultures through our beloved game of chess. More than 1,800 players will represent their country in the most prestigious chess event in the world. Watch live or join us in Budapest for the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad and be part of the game that connects us all.
Welcome back, chess fans. It's day number 2 of the World Chess Olympiad. It's actually coming to the end. We are going to check the end of these matches. At the moment, United States is leading 2-0, but on your screens we see Linier Dominguez, who is actually managed to outplay his opponent. We don't know what happened, Peter. Explain us.
He finally forced a mistake. I mean, force maybe is not the right way to describe it, but we correctly said that this is a draw, and King E3, we thought after his opponent finds King E3 there will not be any problems to hold from here. But Linier found a way to ask a question here. He played King C5, King D3, G5. His opponent, I think if we're choosing between FG, FG and H5 and the choice of Linier's opponent, which is H takes and F5, I'm probably choosing to have the pawn on the other side.
We should also explain why you don't take the pawn.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's also possible to take. It doesn't lose, but then black can play takes, takes, and G6. And you have to now play C3, C4. And the engine does suggest that we're still holding this very concretely. King C3 will lose, but King E4, aiming for the G6 pawn, probably survives move by move. But F5 is much more logical, because stopping G6 saves the game quite comfortably. King D6, King D4, once again, provoking C5 is useful. C5 check, King E3 is correct. King C6, King D3, C4 check. And this is where the mistake finally came from the Singaporean player. And it's a strange mistake, because at this point, he understood correctly that he needs to be able to meet King C5 with King D3.
To meet.
And it's more or less exactly the same situation here. When black eventually plays King C5, if you reply to it with King E3, there is no way forward. And something like King D2 just makes a very comfortable draw, because let's say BA4, BA4, King C5, King E3, we are just very, very safe here with white. Instead, he put the king on E3 immediately. And after takes, takes, King C5, suddenly you find yourself in this Zugzwang, and black will get to play D5, D4, and then black gains a position and wins.
And it's the same for E5. So, for example, if you go King D2, take, take, and you try to go for the other side.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So if we do this,
now you go King E2.
Yeah, we go King E2.
Again,
we wait for King E5, and then we play
typical.
King E3.
And
this actually loses for black. Yeah, King E5 is a massive mistake here. After King E2, black can still hold the position by staying on those two squares. And it's the same for black as well. Black needs to meet King D4 with King D6. Yeah. So there is a kind of
winning for black.
Because King D3,
King D4.
Yeah, yeah. King D4 is also a mistake. So there's a lot of mutual Zugzwangs here. So what happened in the game after BA, BA, King C5? White had to start giving up material, and
it is a very strange mistake.
Yeah, considering how well he defended up until that moment, it's a very uncharacteristic mistake there. So we end up with this queen ending, which is honestly not even a very difficult win for black, because the king is exactly where it should be. The fact that there are a pawns on the board gives black additional safety, because there will be no checks along the a file. Queen C2, King E6 played. You can start pushing. You can just play C3 here and start pushing.
Also Queen B3 the threat, and Queen A4.
Yeah. Linier does not have an advantage on the clock, but he doesn't need an advantage on the clock.
I wonder if he made this mistake in time trouble.
Maybe, yeah. Let's check.
We didn't check that moment, but I do believe
this was move 44. So
yeah, that's actually not. No,
nowhere close.
He shouldn't have been in any kind of time trouble. He still isn't. So
maybe he thought it's already draw, no matter what. We left this moment.
Resignation.
Yeah, he knows it's lost, so he resigns. Yeah, that's going to sting, because he actually played this game very, very solidly and should not have lost it.
He's pointing the square.
He's showing, yes.
Just simply go
yes, and also Linier explaining him. Yes, it's great that they have this conversation after the game. He's explaining maybe the way he should have played.
Yeah, but this holds. I don't know if Linier thought he was winning, but he isn't. And I suspect he knew he wasn't winning, but he was doing the right thing absolutely by asking every single question that he can ask, and then if it gets answered properly, a draw is still a decent result with the team winning.
This is a huge result for Linier, not only from a team's perspective, confidence perspectives, but he's always in the mix when it comes to rating. For the Grand Chess Tour, for the candidates,
even
and
for
winning a couple of rating points against such dangerous opponents, especially when you played a very non-ambitious opening, right? You just basically wanted to play in the team spirit and maybe make a draw with the black pieces, put some pressure, sure, if you can. But to get this sort of gift almost, it feels like a gift.
Feels a little bit like a gift, yes.
It's a tremendous opportunity, which he took.
I don't know how to feel about it. Like when you win games like that and your opponent made this final mistake, does it feel like you were lucky or you deserved it?
No, you deserved it.
You deserved it, right?
Yeah. Look, you've maximized the potential of whatever you play in the open, right? The choice was never to go for a sharp line to try to win this game. Just play a normal game of chess and be rewarded if possible.
Ray Robson keeps playing.
Yeah, Ray is still pushing, but there's not a lot to push with. There's very little left.
Should we go
on
to
the board.
Germany, Philippines? We haven't checked that
we
one.
ignored this match. Sorry for that, but yeah, I mean this match is still in the progress. It was actually a couple of games finished at this moment. 2-1 for Germany, and one game is in progress.
Yeah,
very important game.
They lost on board one, by
That's
the way.
a huge
Dmitry Kolars lost to Daniel Kizon with the white pieces as well. So that's a massive result for the Philippines. But Blue Baum on board 2-1 with black against Bersamina, and Alexander Donchenko won seemingly a comfortable game with white. This looks like a bit of a miniature with black being a pawn up in the final position, but losing the rook on c8 here. There's no way to deal with the attack along the c-file. So there's only one game running with Frederick Swane pushing. I mean, this is probably still, well, not probably, this is definitely still a draw with precise play. But more importantly, with Frederick Swane, the only person who can win this, Germany will win the match. Maybe not as
they wanted, but 2.5, 1.5 would be still great.
Probably tomorrow Kolars will get a break and we're finally going to see Vincent.
Probably,
yes,
yeah.
Vincent,
and there was briefly, there he is, Gusti pretending to read a book.
Not much progress.
Yeah, we're not buying that, Gusti.
Yes,
this is
That's
not
still
an
page one.
This is not an actual book. No.
Get out of here.
No, not buying that first.
And actually, the captain of the of the team of Philippines is legendary Torre.
Yeah,
right?
Helio Torre there on the left of your picture. Very nice victory for their board one, but will not be enough to actually get any points off the rating favorites here.
By the way, Torre is an absolute legend.
Absolutely, he played so many Olympiads. The most probably, yes.
The most Olympiads in history.
Anish is still playing the standing, but somehow this pawn on c5 has survived. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a bit
tricky.
Let's briefly check in with Anish there. Once again, the match effectively is over. Anish is not going to lose this with white. Well, what he did is he didn't take on c5, but he will take on h7 because the king cannot stay on the long diagonal. If you play king g7 here, you obviously run into a discovered check, and the knight on e3 gets picked up. So I'm not even sure what black is thinking about.
So king f7.
Yeah, like why would you choose king f8 over king f7 here?
Makes no sense.
No, king f7.
Yeah,
yes.
you play king f7, knight takes h7, and you play something.
No, he did. He did play king h7.
Yeah, there's a lot of moves. A lot of moves coming in. So this is the current position. I like the bishop on f1. It generally is like good business practice to keep attacking these pawns from behind to prevent them from going forward. And I think maybe an important drawing mechanism here for black is we can probably afford to play c4, c3. Let me put this on the board somehow. So after knight e4, c4, king g3, I think we can afford to play c3.
Yes.
Exchange.
No, we cannot because there is knight f2 here. I blundered knight f2.
Because you played king g3, which is probably the best move. Otherwise, you have bishop g3.
Okay, so let's. But the point I'm trying to make is this is a draw. This is a draw, and not even a particularly difficult one, because, and this is why I was bringing up the idea of attacking pawns from behind. You put the bishop on d1 here, and these pawns never really get anywhere. And I think the final trick to know about this is after g5, you need to be aware of this idea of playing king e6, g6, king f5. It's not the only thing that draws, but it's the most convincing way to draw. You completely lock out the king on h4. The only way to make any kind of progress is to play g7. And then we're just in time to play bishop b3, put the bishop on g8, put the king on h7, and then we no longer have to think about our moves.
Yes.
Anymore. Yes, so Anish is still trying, and we have Norway also trying not to lose, not to make a draw in the match against Canada. They are leading 2-0 right now, but still position is not great on two boards.
Should we go down the line to Iran?
Sure.
We will do.
Poland as well.
Yeah.
Those are a few teams we haven't checked.
England is England is currently 2-1 against Mexico, and David Howell is still playing.
It probably is. Yeah, let's check in.
Yeah,
with
because
England.
in case if this game will finish in favor of Mexico, then they will tie the match.
Seems unlikely.
But
this is the final position of Luke McShane's game, which probably was a Berlin, I would suspect. Nope, wasn't a Berlin. Was actually a Sicilian. A completely different opening, a line which has become quite fashionable, this d3 queen c7 idea, which is quite outlandish if you consider, it was explained to me recently, I wasn't aware of that the point is, if I play z5, black actually voluntarily puts their knight on a6. You get chased all the way to a really ugly square on a6, just to be able to play bishop f5 next move, and then rook d8 and d6. And it's just so good for black to be able to put this bishop on c8 on a good square that you can afford to waste this amount of time doing it. Quite a striking idea, and maybe which is why Luke didn't play e5, he played knight bd2, and then you get this kind of a anti-Berlin-ish type structure, which Luke, I think, plays this with both colors, I want to say, so he probably knew the resulting structures a lot better than his opponent. Whoa. This is interesting, because normally these plans of this g4 and knight f5, they're being played once the king is on g8.
Yes.
And now black actually castled queenside, so your attack on the king side here is kind of, you're attacking nobody there. There's the house is empty. But Luke still did this and continued playing in this fashion. Yeah, I don't like getting the queens off here. I think maybe...
Basically, you're accepting the fact that white is probably the only player that can play for anything.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have played queen a5, queen takes d2 here, because I think, yeah, you completely remove any kind of counterplay, and even if the position is not that bad, even
you're suffering.
Yeah, you're just going to be struggling for the rest of the game. And
in fact, he actually suffered and got into a worse position very quickly.
Yeah, and
g4 is coming.
Yeah, once this type of structure is on the board, you know eventually white will be able to stabilize. Currently, the pressure along the f file doesn't allow us to play knight g4, doesn't allow us to move the knight from f3, but sooner rather than later, white finds a way to start creating threats, and then the black position collapses. Yeah, and this is how Luke won this game. Elsewhere in the same match,
Nikita Vitsugov made a draw, right? You said that his position was quite suspicious, right?
It was a very sharp game. Miki on board 3, I think, made what looks like a comfortable draw. This was a Spanish that Miki's been playing very successfully against all comers for the past 30, 40 years. Yeah, the amount of close Spanish positions we played with both colors against each other is like beyond belief.
He was actually one of my model players from the white side. He's tremendous in this type of position.
He understands these positions really well, and he seems to have been completely untroubled today and drew easily. Not something you can say about Nikita's game. Nikita, yeah, they agreed to draw here, and it's kind of nice from his opponent not to even try rook and knight.
Knight, yes, against
you
rook,
you don't win rook and knight, but you can try. But I think it's a kind of a...
I won rook and knight against Vasif Durarbeli.
What time control?
Not much, 3+2 in
yeah, no, obviously you continue in 3+2, but in a classical game, it's nice to see. It's nice to see that.
Very famous Erwin Lamy versus Magnus, right? Yeah. This is the endgame that Magnus famously won.
Also,
but I think you have to start. You have to start with the king cut off. Like for you to have real chances, the weaker side has to be kind of cut off already on the bottom of the side file.
Right. Now you go king e6, you hide d7, and then nobody beats you up.
Yeah. I think it's game finished in a draw, which is good for England, I guess. And
this was a fantastically sharp game. I looked through it on the break. Nikita is somebody I know really well. He helped me prepare for a number of candidates tournaments. So, you know, somebody,
was your second for many years. Yes?
For a number of years, yeah. So somebody I know quite well and kind of follow his career with interest and with a lot of sympathy. So
he's now
very exciting game.
second of Jan Nepomniachtchi.
He has been
yes,
he has been for a while. Yeah.
He's been working during the World Championship matches. He has so much knowledge,
experience. Yes.
Experience. I mean, he used to be for a very long time a perennial 27-40 level player. Right now, dropped a little bit, but still doesn't reflect his strength.
Of course, we can make some jokes that David Howell gave this interview to Magnus, and he seemed to be unhappy that now Nikita joined the team at the moment when he could be board number 1 finally.
Yeah.
Anyway, David Howell now plays on the second board, and all the fate of the match is in his hands.
Not really,
in a way.
because you can't really lose this. You can't really lose this with white, and England will win. England will win either 3-1 or 2.5-half. It seems like the engine suggests it's probably going to be 3-1 because this looks like it's going to be fast enough. It's still not immediately obvious to me. Like, which pawn are we recapturing with after?
That's the big question, right? Because you take with the f pawn, you're risking.
Yeah, you're very much risky. Like if you don't win by force, if you don't win by force, you just don't win.
So let's take with the h pawn, just to keep it a bit more.
Okay, I kind of want my pawn on a3, just so that it's a distraction.
I don't like the bar moving down, but
but still the same result. Yes, the result will be the same.
f5.
Just I guess just a 5 and then bishop a2, and this should be enough. Yeah, yeah, fair enough.
But it's close.
Yeah, obviously, from the way David is having to win this game, there was a lot of very spirited defense by his Mexican opponent, but it looks like England will end up winning both of their white boards and drawing on the black boards and winning 3-1. What else is going on? Iran, yeah?
Yes, Iranian team is still playing and 1.5 to 5 against Portugal.
Yeah, they won on board 4. Sinem Mavahed beat Lima Santos on board 4, and Amin Tabatabai on board 1 made a draw against a player I don't know, but a player who clearly played a very solid game with the white pieces. And one thing to mention about the Iranian team is it's being currently coached by my old mucker, my best friend,
yes.
Alexander Grishuk, who decided to wade into the coaching waters finally and try his hand at something new.
Tell us more about it. Tell us more about it. Like how it happened. Did they have some training camp?
I don't really know much in a way of details.
Yes.
I know that he finds like this presents a unique situation because I think he probably wouldn't like to coach a team which could be a direct competitor for the Russian team, but there is no Russian team. So
I cannot imagine actually Alex doing coaching for the moment. But I mean, what kind of coach he will be? I mean, I want to have a player from Iran and interview him now.
Yeah, I think they're enjoying it greatly.
Absolutely.
My guess is the team is very happy with their choice. I have a feeling the spirit in the team is like he's a very fun guy to be around. He's not going to be, unpleasant to them. He's not going to.
But maybe sometimes you need to be unpleasant.
Maybe,
you can enjoy too much, and then at the end of the day, you don't play well.
Incredibly knowledgeable. Like,
yeah,
the guy has analyzed so much throughout the years, right?
Yeah.
I think it's an incredible pick.
For sure, he can inspire the players, and these players are really great. I mean, Tabatabai and Parham Magdasoglu, they're very experienced players. They're great players. We can see now Harika Dronavali with Yulia Movsisyan on the screen.
And by the way, Magdasoglu hasn't played any of the first 2 rounds.
No.
So he's still rested for the moment.
Or maybe he's still not here. I don't know.
He's still resting. I'm sure he will be back. They probably thought that we should win this one convincingly, which they are.
At the moment, it looks quite good.
Which they probably are, yes.
Yeah. Yes. They're +1. This is Bardia Daneshwar on board 2 is pushing. It's going to be difficult to win this position because, material is being decreased all the time. White can claim all kinds of moral advantages, the better knight, the better rook, the better king, but it's still 3 against 3.
Yeah.
And the weaknesses are pretty well covered. So as long as black doesn't make any glaring mistakes, you probably make a draw here. And on board 3, Idani is I feel like in full control here. This knight on c5 is just such a beautiful animal.
Yeah.
So Iran will win. The question is whether they will win +2 or +3 if they're very lucky, or +1 if they actually fail to convert any of those two positions.
What's Poland?
Yeah, so young Krzysztof Duda is still playing right now, and
the score is 2-1 right now.
Yes, yes, and it seems like his position is quite good, but
yeah, this has to be winning.
Yeah, so it looks good for Poland at the moment.
Poland will win 3-1. Yeah, they're actually playing the third Hungarian team. They're playing Hungary C, which is still, I think, an all Grandmaster team, but obviously somewhat weaker than the top lineup. And 2 draws on the blackboards, and Duda is now, yeah, just one, so it disappeared off our screen.
Oh yes, so they just won. Yes, we still have some games in progress, of course, and maybe Czech Republic. Look at this, 3 games still in progress.
I'm still very, very interested in that Sean Rodriguez versus.
Yeah, let's go back to that. And I will just say that Spain is playing Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is for a round 2 clash.
Yeah.
It feels like a very close match, right?
Yes.
Those are both teams with very, very strong chess traditions. Spain is going to win, and also Alexei Shirov looks like he's still playing board 1 for Spain, which is like, it's just such a fixture, yeah?
Yeah.
And winning games. He beat Maksimovic with the white pieces. So, but yeah, let's go back to that game between. Well, okay, that's going to be a draw now, yeah.
Speaking about veterans, also Vasily Ivanchuk won today for his team.
Wait, but who's the move?
White.
I take on.
Queen.
Yeah, you can.
That's good.
Yeah, I thought for a second.
Yeah, me too.
I don't think there is a perpetual. Right?
No, but you
I go to H6.
You need to give a check from H11 here or somewhere, yeah.
Yes.
Like this is a very famous mechanism where the queen sort of does this rhomboid shape around the king and the queen, but you run out of board. There needs to be a check on H9 here, not H11, but H9, and that is not a legal square.
But really,
so.
what are the chances he holds this one with 2 minutes on the clock?
I'm not sure. Yeah, it's difficult. I assume from the bar that this is a table-based draw.
Of course.
But it's not a table-based draw you make very convincingly, I don't think.
From a practical
hang
perspective?
on a second. Maybe no. Maybe hang on.
Let's see.
Maybe we make a draw with Queen E4, King G5.
I go King H4 after Queen E5.
Yeah, I don't see it.
No,
because if you go Queen D5, we have the same position.
Yes.
Yeah, apparently, clearly the bar is trying to tell us that there is a correct check here, which makes an actual forced draw. But I don't know what it is.
Queen E7 perhaps, and Queen F8.
Yeah, maybe.
Queen F8 and Queen E7. You keep going like that.
Maybe this is how you do it. Yeah, Queen E7 is good. Yeah. And if King G6, then we have Queen E8, and we give checks from H8, E5, and so on. And if it goes to F5, we have Queen C5 check, I guess. King G6, Queen D6 allows us to take on G3, and if King G4. But it's so easy to give one wrong check here, and then you suddenly no longer have this mechanism.
No.
Yeah, I think Sean is still favored
to
win.
Right?
And
if he wins,
they draw the match. Yeah, they draw the match. Yeah, because Razvan Prioto did beat Elkhan Amar. This is the final position, and obviously the point is you have Rook takes G7 here, followed by Bishop G3 check, and Bishop takes A1. So a very important victory there for Razvan, and it all hinges on this game between Sean Rodriguez-Lemieux and
which
Johann
could have
Sebastian,
ended probably 4 hours ago.
Yeah,
look, repetition.
Look, 10 moves ago it was this position, and
wow.
Oh my goodness.
And how they ended up in this queen's ending.
Why? It says Bishop F3, and for some reason it's not playing A3 here.
Queen C5.
No, it's very clever, because now we go Bishop D5. And it's
you have Queen C5,
it's
Queen F8,
yeah, because after A2 we go, yeah, exactly, we go Queen C5, we go Queen F8, we go Queen F2, and we collect.
And we take the pawn, yes.
And we collect. And if you don't play A2 and you play King B8, for instance, why is this? And now we can just play king h3, king h4, king takes h5, I guess, because a2 is no longer a threat. Like with the bishop on d5, we always have this queen f8, queen f2 mechanism, and there are no sensible checks. Instead, he played king h3, and after a3,
but can he go?
Well, he could
right
still play bishop d5. Yeah. This was still winning.
Yeah.
And he, I think, just kind of panicked and took on b7 instead. And this...
And took on h3. Oh, no.
Yeah.
And then they ended up in descending.
Yeah, he needs to take on h1, on h5, and this has now happened. And yeah,
they
so we are finally seeing the endgame we were predicting to see.
Oh, this game is epic game. Like, how many moves they played already?
It's going to be a long one.
Yes.
This is going to go for a while. It's going to go for a while. And we sort of know it's a draw. But is it a draw in practical terms? I would say no, just flat out no.
There's this kind of rule, right? Like rook endings are always draw and queen endings always decisive. No, there is some this kind of idea.
Yeah,
it's
both
very
have 2
difficult
minutes,
to defend. It's very, very difficult to defend it.
In the meantime, I just wanted to mention that Indian women's team
maybe actually switch to the women's section and take a look at some results.
We don't have a lot of games, very important games left in the Open. This one is one of them.
Yes, few matches have already finished, and Indian team won 3.5 to half. Harika won this game. I was curious because we saw both ladies on the screen. Hungary also won 3.5 to half. And Georgia, remember we were watching the match, Bela Hotinashvili managed to win, so it's 3-1 in favor of Georgia. Poland won as well, and still one game is in the progress. But
Azerbaijan still playing against Australia. They're leading 2.5, 1.5, and Gunay Mamazada is much better in the final game on board 1. So Azerbaijan will win either +1 or +2.
Yeah, German team also is quite strong, and Germany won against Belgium today. Elizabeth Petz is leading the team, 3-1.
Seems like still no upsets, yeah?
No, but
no upsets,
looks fine. And Ukraine also managed to win. I checked the match; it was 2.5 to 1.5. And many games were over. If we go to men's section, we can also maybe check some results. I wonder if Anish is still playing.
He's
probably
yes.
Still playing, yes. He decided to play every game, 5-6 hours. Like, why to go home early?
He needs to get some rating back.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, and he has to work. He has to fight for this rating.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to get to result in Open.
Well, the thing is, Johann Sebastian is not finding the mechanism yet.
Yeah, but neither are we, honestly.
No, we're not.
And we did not have to play 6 hours of chess to get here, going through completely lost positions along the way. So it's not a surprise.
By the way, we were always getting to this idea of queen e5, king h6, queen h8 is some sort of a draw, but you can just simply go king h4.
Yeah.
And that takes you out of this whole mechanism.
Yeah.
This is a tough spot. It is
absolutely. Yeah, you don't envy somebody needing to find this on now under a minute. So we're definitely sticking with this one. It's first of all, this might be the first
upset.
Well, sort of an upset. If Canada manages to draw against Norway, that will be a notable result for sure. In particular, with some prominent Canadian players not being here. Eric, of course, being one of them. Aman and some of the older generation as well who have now moved on to greener pastures.
I have a feeling if
Pascal Charbonneau.
If this one ends in a win for White, I think we're not going to see the angry Viking tomorrow either.
Why do you think so? Because again,
because
they will be playing.
Drop down.
They will drop down. They will play.
Guys, please.
So
everybody is now waiting for Magnus to appear.
That's my official prediction. We're not going to see Magnus if Johan loses.
Maybe it's going to be the other way around. He'll say, "Okay, you cannot win without me. It's time to come, no matter what, no matter against who we're playing. I have to."
If you want something done, do it yourself. That type of sentiment.
Yeah, it's important.
Queen to e4 and g4. There we go.
Yeah, we're making progress. Yeah, we're making progress. I don't know if I like the fact that we pushed g4, but maybe it was stronger than Queen G4. Queen G4 did look a bit weird.
Do you remember such situations, Peter? I'm sorry, just for interrupting. Like, for example, Gary was not playing first rounds and you were playing and he was watching, and then we would come back and he would tell you something like, guys, what did you do? And
Gary was actually a very good teammate.
Yes.
I think in my experience, like, he blew up a lot less than you would expect him to. And he generally, I think, in particular with players who were new, who he understood that how much pressure it puts on you to be playing for the national team for the first time in your life. And he would be supportive. He would offer opening knowledge, which is something like I hear stories about how things work in different teams. And the topic of sharing novelties comes up. And I think team by team, it varies wildly.
Yes.
Some teams don't do it at all. Some teams, it's basically an open pool. You can ask your teammate for more or less any idea, and an idea will be provided to you. And he was much closer to the second model. He would on occasion just share files, just full complete files, not just
files.
yeah.
That's
so
it's very important.
In my experience as a team member, Gary was very welcoming, and it was a pleasure to play for the same team with him.
Yeah, what about you, Cristian? I mean, you played for the team, like, I mean, your experience being a team member.
I've only played once.
Yes, but still.
Perhaps I would have played more if I didn't leave Romania for the United States early on in my career. But I did play in 2018. I was at my highest. I was about 25, 70 at that point. But the whole atmosphere was great in general. A lot of friends on the team, a lot of people that I knew since my early years in chess. So definitely there was good friendship. But again, it's all about the results as well in the end. There was no file sharing. We were helping each other, but not so much file sharing. And of course, if you think about the US, there's stories that some people, definitely don't expect others to help them.
Yeah.
And that's one prominent example. But yeah, that's the case. And I'm quite surprised, in fact, about what you're telling us.
It's interesting.
No, you could absolutely get on his bedside and
be in trouble.
Yeah, I think I told this story recently, and I don't want to tell it to a new audience. But yeah, my very first Olympiad, I did something incredibly stupid and was kind of benched for about five rounds straight. But I kind of deserved it.
I wonder if Magnus is sharing his files. It's going to be an interesting question. We should ask.
Yes. I think I know the plan.
Okay.
So we're getting the queen to g6. And then you're basically...
I no longer think this is a draw, even, to be honest. I think we may have passed. Yeah. The problem is this is not tape. Yeah, it looks winning now. This no longer looks like a draw. Queen g6.
Queen g6, get the king to h8.
Yeah. Like, get the king to the bottom rank, and you can no longer give it checks. That this is.
Queen g8.
Yeah.
This is...
I would not be at all surprised if this was winning. Okay, this will still continue for a while, so let's go on a brief break, and then we'll come back and we'll wrap up potentially this game and the entire round. So stay tuned. There's still plenty of chess to watch.
2023 saw the start of a battle. Now, witness the next move. This is Chess Amplified. Every move is a statement. Every sacrifice, a strategy. And every win, a declaration of power. 6 teams, 6 icons, 24 superstars, 6 prodigies. The world's biggest mind game, Global Chess League, coming soon.
This course is about white playing d4, all the tools you need to get an advantage with white and not be tricked early in the opening. Now, it has a really long, complicated name that I'm going to mispronounce now, so you can make fun of me. Okay, don't make fun of me too much. I'm trying to help you here. It's called the Chelyabinsk variation, and I'm probably mispronouncing Chelyabinsk. That's why I call it the A6 Slav.
His clock is ticking. How will he respond to Econom's first move already?
did you wonder? You say a lighthouse. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
one of the greatest things about the Olympiads is that you can meet so many legends here. Vasil Ivanchuk doesn't need an introduction. Incredible genius of chess. I'm so honored to make this interview with you today. So, first of all, what is this number of the Olympiad for you? How many did you play? I couldn't even count.
Many. I didn't count, but okay, I hope to play again. It's a big pleasure to play again, and I hope.
You say it's a big pleasure. Why do you like this tournament so much?
Because I simply like to play chess.
And do you have any special connection to the Olympiad? Is it a special tournament for you in some sense?
Yes, of course, because I represent my country, especially now in hot situation. So, of course, we will try to fight and show all the best.
And how do you assess the chances of Ukraine this year?
Okay, chances will appear during the games.
You'll just do your best and fight. Women last time were so close, you know, to...
Yes.
Actually, they won. And they're not just so close, they won. Yeah. So hopefully your team could also be close to medals and fight. Could you remember your favorite Olympiad from all the Olympiads that you played?
I don't know. Difficult to say. It was many nice Olympiads. Probably 2004 in Kalvia when Ukraine first time won.
Mm-hmm. So you usually connected to the results, like the...
Not only results, also games, also some stories, possibility to meet many interesting people.
Well, of course, you will be playing and doing your best. How do you think? Who are the favorites in this?
I don't know. I don't know who else. Okay, if you mean rating favorites, it's easy to check. Let's say, squeeze this out.
Put somebody up, not just because of the rating, but of some other reasons, like Uzbekistan last year, you know, last time they won.
So Uzbekistan is very strong team, but I don't know if they are clear favorites, even together with Kramnik.
Mm-hmm. And what is the role of the captain? You think it's very important or not so much? Because otherwise, anyway...
It can be helpful in preparation, of course, yes.
And just in putting the players on the boards, it doesn't matter so much, or it's not really so important?
More important theoretical preparation, I said.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you here, and I hope we speak again soon.
Of course, of course.
You know, Batsashvili, member of the Georgian women's team, one of the favorites of the Olympiad. You know, first of all, how is it going so far for you? 2 matches are like, if you haven't finished the second match yet, I guess, but it's almost over.
No, that's a thing. I won my game. For me, it's good because I won 2 games.
But as a team,
very good, yeah.
As a team in general, do you feel like you have this energy to go for the whole?
Yes, of course, as usual. We need to fight for medals.
And how do you feel? Is it only gold for you that matters, or any medal will be good?
Any medal is good because the competition is very strong and team is very strong now because all girls know how to play chess. Now I don't know why, but all teams are really very, very good.
And which Olympiad is it for you? Like how many did you play already?
I don't remember. I started 2012, and it's 3, 4, 5, 6 probably.
Yeah. And which one was your favorite so far?
We took the 2nd place in India, and it was best for me. Yeah.
So what you remember mostly is the results, not the like. You could say maybe your favorite because of the atmosphere or anything, but you said because this was such a great result, this is why you remember it.
Yeah, of course. Because we are coming not just for joy. But here many teams are coming just for joy and see each other and like this. But we always fight.
You need to continue this great tradition of Georgian women's chess,
I hope,
right?
yeah.
So your team, actually, everyone is very, very experienced. Like all the players, they already played at the Olympiads, and we can see that now there are so many young teams. Like China, for example, this year, they have all the young girls. Why do you think you don't have so many young players that could make it to the team already in Georgia?
I don't know. We have some crisis in Georgia, and we have very young generation, but this middle players we have not. We have very good girls under 14, 12, something like that.
They need to grow a little bit.
And they need some 2-3 years, and after maybe they can come in Georgia.
I see. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And good luck in the event.
Thank you.
I hope to speak to you again later on in the tournament.
Me too.
Thanks.
Welcome back, chess fans. We keep watching the match between Norway and I forgot with whom they're playing, with Canada. Yes, Norway and Canada. It's a decisive game because depending on the result of this game, we will know if Norway will manage to win the match, but it seems like it's going to be a tie.
Currently, the answer is no, because Jean-Rodrigue Lemieux, who played a very, very good game, he did make some mistakes, but overall, I think he has every reason to be proud of his play today, and he is converting this queen and g-pawn against queen very, very nicely. We assumed there was a draw. The bar was telling us there was a draw at the very, very beginning when white took on h5, but it was not easy. We did not find it ourselves, and neither has Johann Sebastian, and the current position is just completely lost. It's, I think, in practical terms, even lost with the king on a1. The black king absolutely needs to be on a1, but you still lose because you blunder something.
To be honest,
I
feel it's unfair that it was a draw, that we know it was a draw, because if we didn't have an engine, if we didn't have table base, we would call that a win probably for
I think
white.
so, yeah. But with the king on a7, at some point, white will be able, after, you can play g7 right now, and then you just get, the queen is on a very good square on d5. Maybe e5 would be slightly better, but even d5 I think is good enough. And in that respect, maybe actually you start with queen d4 check here.
Sure.
So that you can actually run away with the king away from the g-pawn once you play g7.
Oh, he plays g7.
But I'm pretty sure g7 is not a mistake either. And
he's going to go
he just
queen
read
b8 pretty much.
queen b8, king f7, and then at some point the king will be on such squares that we will be able to interpose with the queen in such a way that it's a check to the king on a7. This is why the king needs to be as far away from the g-pawn as possible. The correct squares are like a1, a2, b1 in that corner.
Just perhaps to show that queen b8, something like king f7, queen c7, king e8. Queens.
King e8 maybe not a good idea.
King f8.
Oh, sorry,
yes, you're losing the pawn. Yes.
Just get it over to e7.
Yes.
Now we can no longer check from the 7th.
Queen
because
to
queen d7 happens, so you have to give a check from here. And now we go king e8, queen b8, king d7, and as you can see, the checks have run out, and g7, g8 is unstoppable. Yeah, but this already is game over because there are no checks anymore, and we play g8 next move. It's not even particularly difficult from here, and honestly, a very, very clean conversion by Sean. So we're going to completely disregard the fact that the very, very beginning of this endgame was a draw, and he did not have to allow it, because he still, I think he just played a much better game than Johann Sebastian, if we're fair about this. He missed some wins. He could have won faster. He maybe could have won slightly cleaner, but who cares?
Yeah, with 2 seconds on his clock, his opponent made a move right now. Of course, it's not easy to find the move.
It's pretty much done.
Yeah. But still, I mean, time was running and just paid attention.
And he is doing the right thing here. I really like how he's treating this, because he is not blitzing out things, despite his opponent, as we've seen just now, making moves on very, very last seconds. He's taking time on every decision. He wants to make sure he's not missing anything. He is very, very efficient and clinical, in his approach to the conversion. Of course, he knows by this point that he's winning. He really doesn't want to.
Of the team right now, and perhaps the hero of the round, because this is the biggest upset, let's call it that way, from the top teams.
Yes.
Yeah, this has to now be a draw in the match. I expect him to convert from here, which means that white will have won every single game in this match. Canada winning on 1 and 3,
yes, and 4-0, yes.
Yeah, and Norway winning on 2 and 4. And at least in the first, I don't know, 25 matches, I don't think we've seen a single draw elsewhere. I think the favorites continue winning for the most part quite cleanly. There are some 2.5, 1.5s, but I think 3 and 1 and
like
above.
Netherlands, yes.
Yeah.
2.5.
In particular, yeah, Netherlands against Belgium. Anish did not manage to win his
game,
nice-looking position against Daniel Darda, which means that Jordan's victory on board 2 is the only win in that match. So there's definitely some close matches, but this looks to be the only one that will not result in the favorite winning.
Queen to c3, and do we switch the queen to e5? Right?
Yeah, king f8 was faster. You probably actually kind of just go back king f7, king f8, king f8. You can also go king g6. Yes. You can do this, but then the way to win is actually get the king over to e7, d8, d7, those types of squares. It doesn't need to stay in the corner. It actually needs to get closer to our own queen. Yeah, he realizes this wasn't optimal and goes back to f7. Queen 7 is strictly the only move. There are no other checks available. And now, having tried king f6, I think he will play king f8. It's not really
big deal, but still it's important to kind of realize it and make sure that you go the other way around. You don't insist on your initial plan. Yeah, you go back and then
very nicely done. Yeah,
king f8.
I continue being very impressed with how he is treating this.
He's a very good player. He truly is a very good player, and I do believe that he medaled at the World Juniors, perhaps this year. He's been an IM for a very long time. Recently made GM. Right now active as a university player in Brownsville. So definitely a player that has the capacity to reach even perhaps 2600. At his best, he's dangerous to everybody.
On today's evidence, yeah, you really should take that repetition on f10. There's absolutely no reason not to take that repetition. And we have to remind our viewers, I'm not going to scroll all the way back, but there was basically a draw for on the table on move, I think maybe 11 or 12 by that point, where it's not that Sean didn't play an ambitious opening, but the reply was good enough to force him to accept the repetition. And then Johann Sebastian thought, no, I need to play for a win. I'm rated much higher. And he started, I think we discussed it earlier on the stream as well. I think it also informed his play. Because not only did he refuse a draw, he started playing in a very, very risky manner.
Exactly. Yes.
And the combination of those two factors will result in what we're watching right now. King e8 now played, correct move. Now whichever check.
I think we're missing a couple of moves.
Yeah. No, but we showed this line earlier. That's why I am so confidently explaining this to our viewers. There are two checks left, one from e1 and one from b8. Against either of those checks, we play king d7. And there are no more checks available, and then we play g8 next move.
So he probably resigned very soon.
It doesn't work because of queen d7.
Still wondering if it was a strategy before the round to go for this line and actually trick your opponent in a way, or it just happened naturally that you choose this opening and the moment came. I don't know, or it was just tricky plan from the
hard
coach.
To say. I don't think we'll ever know.
Yes, we probably will never know, unless we ask directly the player. But
whatever it was, it worked out beautifully.
Yes,
king d7
exactly.
and the handshake.
Sometimes maybe it's even better not to know, right? And presume that it's always done.
Yeah, and that's it, because there are no stalemate tricks. The king on a7 has plenty of squares, so there's no way to try and give up your queen after g8 and go for stale. Can we?
Imagine, yes.
I'm trying to figure out. I can see it.
You always have a6, right?
I can see it.
Okay.
We can do this. Unfortunately for us, it doesn't force the capture. Yeah. Basically any move. It's not hanging. Any move here.
So you just move the king.
Like king e7 or whatever it is that you want to do. But you can try this. Yeah. You can try this if you want.
Nice try.
Yeah.
Yes. the last try maybe.
You go queen b1. I can still just give you a check.
Yeah, exactly. Like
first,
after queen b2,
b7,
we can absolutely start by this.
No more perpetuals.
And then I will triumphantly put one of the queens on d5 once you give me a check from d4 or wherever. Yeah. It's not a particularly close game anymore. But once again, huge congratulations to Sean Rodriguez Lemieux, who it's not a flawless game, but it's a massively impressive game in a very, very high pressure situation where everything hinged on him clutching it out, and clutch it out he will.
Early on, because board 4 lost very quickly. Aronian was looking really good on board 2, and he saw that perhaps there's some chances on board 3 against Elham, Preoto against Elham, and everything was on his shoulders at that point.
And yeah,
I think he tried to prevent queen a5 check
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
by playing like this. Yes,
he didn't allow.
He
a
didn't
single
play queen
check,
b1.
and he will now play queen b5 check next move. Yeah, but it's not even against somebody playing on increment. It's not going to make a draw.
No, but still,
Because queen
No, I don't think we need to.
he's gonna go queen e2. There's no way he allows queen b5. I think he's just going to not going to be worried. Obviously, he just will not want to calculate.
queen a2, yes, it's possible. Yes.
Queen a2. There's no more perpetuals after that.
Oh, come on! I want to see this queen b5 on the board. I mean, it's
Yeah,
gonna
why
be
not?
fun.
Why not
It's
allow
gonna
your
be
opponent
fun, yes.
one
One
final
last
bit
chance,
of one
yes.
final bit of fun, yeah, and then
Yes.
snuff it out by
Okay.
not taking on b5.
I think I have a feeling he will put the queen. I have a feeling. Yes, he
Uh,
looks for
no,
queen.
actually-
He's looking
actually,
for queen now.
There is one final trap, right?
Yes.
Because you need to put the queen in the right order. You need to
Yes.
play g7, g8 without relinquishing the pawn, then remove the pawn, then put the queen there. I've done this once. I had this experience in the World Cup in 2017 where it was extremely funny. There was an incident where somebody didn't queen properly, and there was like a scandal.
Illegal move or what?
Yeah, illegal move. And the arbiter gave a speech before the day of the tie breaks. The arbiter gave a speech about it, warning us not to do it again. I listened to the speech. We chuckled about it with my opponent,
Actually,
and then I did it anyway.
did you see? He didn't push the pawn. He just put the queen,
Yeah.
and he removed the pawn. This is what people do. But normally you have to start with the pawn, right?
Yeah, I think
So
you, have
it's
to,
like,
you have to make the movement.
yes,
of G7,
movement,
G8.
at least some movement, and he actually
Yeah.
put the queen on the board. And,
if you wanted to try to angle shoot here, you would call the arbiter.
yes, and
cla-
start the discussion.
And claim
yes.
this is the illegal move.
Okay, queen b5 is on the
check,
board.
yeah.
I mean, it's still nice. I mean,
Any
to see
move.
this.
Any
Yeah,
move,
and
king-
he will
king
move the
E7.
king right now. But it was still nice to see it. A beautiful try by his opponent. Last chance. Yes, queen
Yep.
e7.
There
King
we go.
e7. I mean, I really like that you predicted everything, Peter. You were looking for the opportunity and you found it.
Well, you have to use up all your chances
Yeah.
here. But yeah,
He will give a few checks here.
Before.
yeah, I assume queen d6 resigns, but yeah, you can now. You really have plenty of choices. You can't really make a
D6 seems
queen
to be
d6 and then the other one to e6, and
Yep.
at some point it.
Move the king with
Yeah.
queen f7.
Mhm.
Move the king with check. And that's it.
Yeah, and as we're waiting for the handshake here, once again, just as a kind of a beginning our recap of the round, lots of very interesting games, but no major upsets in terms of either like really big names losing or really big teams not winning the match, apart from this one.
Exactly.
Norway, seeded number 6 in the tournament, will now overwhelmingly likely not win their match. It will end with all decisive results, white winning every single game, 2-2 against Canada.
Yeah, while we're waiting for the handshake, we can just simply go through the final results. Yes, United States won with perfect result, and Hungary won 3.5. Same for India, 4-0 against Iceland, and China 3.5. Liren made only draw in the match. Uzbekistan team 3.5, same like yesterday. Netherlands, we mentioned already, it was 2.5, maybe one of the closest matches. Only Jordan managed to win today, and so on. And in the women's section, just give me a second, I will jump quickly to give a few results.
What's the winning? Okay, obviously, what's the winning procedure is a silly question to ask.
Yeah.
What's the fastest winning procedure? I guess. Do you get the king to h8 actually? King g7, king h8, and that's it. There's no more checks.
Honestly, yeah, I like it. Yeah, it didn't occur to me, but it's the fastest. Yeah, and then you just have no checks left.
This sounds funny.
Also, it's the furthest away from all kinds of stalemate
It's
nonsense.
also very funny to finish with king h8.
I think he does it. It seems like you're in good shape.
Yes,
You know what the moves to do.
You're very in tune with Sean's play.
Yes, you learned today with his style. And in women's section, just let me give you the last updates. India won 3.5 against Czech Republic. Hungary was better against Ecuador, 3.5 to half. Georgia won 3-1.
4-0 for Poland and China against Colombia. 2.5, 1.5 Ukraine versus Lithuania. Quite a close match, but ended up with a win for the Ukrainians. Azerbaijan 3-1 against Australia. US won 3.5 with Begim making a draw on the top board. and everybody else winning. Germany winning 3-1 against Belgium.
Yes, exactly. And then Spain also won 3-1 against Hungary. I think it was also quite.
There's one game still
match.
going, but
3-0, yes, at the moment. So it's still one game on away. In progress, yes, and I think this king goes to the corner.
You have to go king h8.
Come on.
Okay, do it.
There's nothing else.
We want king h8.
King h8 finishes the game.
We want king h8, Sean. Don't let us down. And since we fully expect this to be the end of the game, it's not the end of the show.
Not at
Once we're done with this, there will be one more interview for you to watch, and it's a good one. We caught up with Fabiano Caruana, who won one of the earliest decisive games of the round. A very nice victory for him with the white pieces against the grandmaster opponent. So
from Singapore,
stay tuned for an interview against Fabi.
Now finally,
yeah, Johann Sebastian not enjoying this, and you have to feel for him, because he came very close to saving what looked like a completely lost position.
Yes, and we see the handshake,
which would have won the match for his team, but it was not to be.
That seals the deal.
2-2 in the match between Norway and Canada, and now we're closing the broadcast for today, but don't run anywhere. As Peter just told you, the interview with Fabiano Caruana will follow up.
Take a look.
Fabiano Caruana doesn't need an introduction. The leader of Team USA scored the first win for the team today. Well, congratulations, Fabiano. Of course, you're still playing a bit lower rated teams. So how do you feel so far generally about your team doing in the event? Wesley was struggling yesterday.
Wesley was the least one who was struggling. I mean, Levon was dead lost.
Yes, Levon too.
Of course, he's a very good defender. I mean, he pulled off a miracle, complete miracle. I would never, if I were in that position, never dream of saving it or winning it even, which he managed to do. So that was a miracle for us. And yeah, Wesley drew, but okay, 3.5 is a normal starting result. So considering the positions we had, it could have been, of course, 2.5. That was, I don't think we were in danger of not winning the match, but 2.5 was very possible. But today I'm far more worried that we might not even win the match.
So why do you think this happens? Like, could it be that everyone is in bad form, or it's just, you know, difficult to find motivation when you play lower-rated players? You're all used to play, you know, in elite tournaments, and could it be the reason?
Well, I don't think that everyone is in bad form, but at the moment Levon is struggling. So despite his win yesterday, his game today is still, I think, very dangerous for him. And if he loses that, we're in big trouble. So we can't really afford to lose a game, because we're playing a solid team. They made 2 draws, or they're going to probably make 2 draws with the 2 white games. Of course, I hope that I have some like outside hope that maybe Ray will try to win this and potentially succeed, but it's very small chances. And then Levon really needs to not lose. That's the main thing at this point. But of course, it's normal that he's playing someone like 300 points lower than him, even more than that. And he's with the white pieces and he's prepared, so he's fighting for a win. And then something went out of control. I don't know exactly what, but he was playing very fast. And sometimes when you play too fast, you have a tendency to rush some critical decisions. And this can happen. And sometimes the difference between a win and a loss is like one move, you know? So I understand the tendency, because you see your opponent with like 3 minutes and you have an hour and 10 minutes, so you really want to like push them on time and hope that they blunder, but sometimes they don't blunder, and it can be very dangerous, very double-edged to do that. But still, I hope that he'll not lose.
Well, suddenly, could it be not even such a bad thing to make a draw very early in the tournament, because then you go down in pairings, and then for quite a few rounds you'll get easier pairings?
Yeah, but I don't know, because it also messes our tiebreaks up. And very often tiebreaks are important in the end of the tournament when everyone's fighting for medals. And like in Baku in 2016, when we won, it was on tiebreaks. I think it was us and Ukraine, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And it was based on some tiebreaks based on who knows what, some round that our opponents played, and they had a better result and so on. So I would prefer in general not to tie a match.
Any points away.
Yeah, I would prefer this, but a draw is not the end of the world. It's just not very good.
Well, and obviously you're here as a team, you're trying for gold. Other medals, do you even consider, or it's just nothing? It's gold or nothing?
No, it's not like gold or nothing, but we have gotten gold and we have gotten silver. When I was on the team, of course. Going back, of course, the United States team has has won many medals, but when I was on the team, we won gold and silver, and so it doesn't feel like we're doing something for the first time, you know. So we're aiming for the gold again.
Can you give us an insight why Hikaru Nakamura is not playing?
I'm not the best person to give this insight. I mean, he says himself that he's not as focused as on classical chess. I don't know if it's the main reason. I think it would be better to ask him. Of course, I don't want to speculate too much, but I think this is more or less like one of the possible reasons.
Well, and finally, let's get back to chess a little bit. Maybe you can show the end of your game today, because it was quite a spectacular one. So I think this is more or less the position where your opponent went totally wrong. So,
but already c6 I think was wrong. So basically, I think that this was correct, and I think I put my knight bd4. I wasn't 100% sure. Take, knight g6, and okay, white is slightly better, but it's not easy.
Very pleasant position, yeah.
Yeah, because if I try to get active, then he also gets active. This is the issue. Like I can play knight f5, but then he also will get activity at some point. He'll play like king h7, and you know, eventually, like the rook can, if it attacks f2, like he has a very good bishop, and I can make a move like g3 maybe. I was thinking, I wasn't 100% sure, and then I just try to play king g2 and control the knights, which can't move. So I thought this was correct, and then c6 it looked interesting at first. But then I saw the c5, I was very happy, because the point is that very often I have ideas like this. So he has to trade, and then he has to trade again. And then, for example, he puts the knight on d5, and then
c6,
oh, no, sorry.
I thought
so here,
c6 is falling,
here c6 is falling, but this knight, and then b6. And then I have ideas like knight b3, knight a5. I wasn't 100% sure, like, if this is what I'm going for, because I also had this kind of, like, b6 move, but I was very worried about this. Because, okay, he can't take the knight, it's still immune. Queen c2, rook e2. Yeah, I guess there's something here. I now rook d1.
Yeah,
okay, so there are some important details there.
So still a chance to mess it up, actually, for white.
Yeah, but I was thinking, because I thought that this was very, very natural. I was thinking about this mostly. So, but anyway, it's, of course, cb5, like, first I was thinking, okay, queen b7, yeah, his idea is bishop b8. And then I was thinking even some knight d4 moves here, but clearly it's not the best moment to do this, because he gets a very promising exchange stack. So then, okay, I started to calculate queen b7 again, and okay, bishop b8, knight d4, rook d4, queen b8, and he can sack the queen, but probably doesn't work out. And then the only thing left to calculate, okay, because b8, 4, knight d4, everything is knight d4s, and then there was only this line.
Almost every move black plays, it's knight d4.
Yeah, every move. And here, okay, he can sack and exchange in many ways, but all his pieces are hanging. And okay, here he gets a nice check, but that's
But it's only one check, nothing else.
Like he can try for more checks, but there's no more checks.
And it's funny because you are creating almost the same thing with your queen and your knight in the end, but yours is working.
Yeah, well, I'm with the rook. That's the important thing. Because actually the two rooks, they always defend the first rank. Like sometimes there are, like if you can imagine the rook on e1 is gone, very often there's knight h5, knight g3, knight f1 ideas and so on. But here there's no such ideas. It's okay, here I thought queen g6 is like very much winning, but this is even more clinical because now his knight also can't move because queen h7, so he has to take. Here and now he has to defend, well, he can sack the queen, but he has to defend normally. And okay, this would like still, I don't know, I would still have to prove it, I guess. But yeah, I saw this one in advance and it's made on e8.
Yeah, it's just made in 2 moves. Well, thank you very much, Fabiano. Good game today, and good luck in the next games.
Thanks.